So let's proceed further in terms of understanding the next topic which we have. So if I talk upon the next topic which we do have, as we understood now, how the data could be connected or imported from different options which are there. So let us go to data formatting. So first of all, what is a formatting of cell and why do we require to need a formatting? Let's say I have different cells which are there and I want to adjust their appearance. Now, what kind of adjusting in appearance is required? Now, there are 10 cells which are selected, and in the 10 cells, there are values. I want to make them bold. I want to align the cell colors. I want to make the alignment of the text in center, as well as give borders to them, and then increase the width of the rows or the columns which are there in them. So I am changing the appearance of the cells, that how they would be appeared when they are shown in the outcome. So that kind of changes in appearance is known as formatting. Now formatting is of two types. The very first is data formatting. Now data formatting means in general whatever cells you selected, all of them would be formatted according to the criteria or the appearances you want. But then there is something called as conditional formatting. Now, what does a conditional formatting means? That, as the name suggests, that it will be formatted for sure, but based on a condition. That means there will be certain criteria will be set in order to format the data. So, what are certain criteria and how a data formatting is different from a conditional formatting? Let's try to understand that. So as you can see on my screen, that formatting a cell in Excel means adjusting in appearance. How it is going to appear into its outcome, I'm trying to adjust it. So adjusting in appearance to make data more readable or visually appealing. This includes changing fonts, colors, borders, alignment, text, numbers, and many more of it. So how data formatting could be taken place of, let's try to understand that. So when I go into my sheet, which I had created, so I have added a new sheet named as sheet 2 and let me name it as data formatting, where I'll format the data accordingly. Or instead of data formatting, I'll just add formatting over here because I'll definitely implement a conditional formatting options. So here, if you see, I have used formatting options. So I first select certain columns over here. So if I do, I want to create an data for students. So I write ID as a column. I have name as a column. I have age. I have, let's say, region from where it is belonging. I have scores which are being calculated for an individual. And then I have grades which are being shown for them. So these are the columns which I have incorporated over here. This is a column related information which I'll be sharing. Now you can see I have mentioned the name of the columns. So here I'll use the operations which we have studied earlier. So let's say I write the ID as S101. So I want this value to be repeated. So I'll just select this. I'll go over here in this part and I'm going to drag this pattern. So copying this pattern is happening over here. Let's say I'll select till 50. So here you get that an ID is generated for each student such as S101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, so on till 115. Now I'll generate certain random names for them. So let me write certain random names over here. So I have written certain random names over here as you can see. Now I'm inserting ages of the individual. So let me randomly insert ages over here as well. Then you can see I have inserted ages random. Just observe one thing when I have inserted this data, that when I have inserted a text, the text has aligned itself into its rightward position. Sorry, continue. So when I have inserted this text, if you can see, that the text has aligned itself towards the left side. So whenever a text is being incorporated into a cell, it has a fixed alignment that by default it goes into its left position. So text is always going to be aligned leftwards. And when I see numbers or values which are there, they are always going to be right aligned. That is right position of the cell. And you can see the cells which are being shown that a text is a left aligned and a value is a right aligned. A numeric value is a right aligned. Now, let's say that someone is giving me Boolean values, that true or false. So when I insert true, now many people think that true as a Boolean means it's a text, but many people think that numerically true means one. So how does it happens that when I do now, it's not even a text, it's not even a number. So it's neither left aligned nor right aligned. It's going to be at center. So when I talk upon true or false related operation, that is Boolean values, which I have either true or false. Why they are aligning themselves as center? Because they are neither a text to be considered primarily, neither a value to be considered primarily. People think that when I write true, it's a text. People think that when I write true, which by default becomes 1 into its binary part, which means a numeric. So it follows nature of both of them, that is a text as well as number. So you can see true has been aligned itself into its center. So Boolean related operations would be aligned in this manner. So let's say I'll write region. So which region the students are belonging into east, let's say west, and then south. You can see then south. You can see once I have entered this value, when I just write the first initial such as W, this value would be available. I just have to press enter. So it will be fill itself. It will be filling itself accordingly. When I write south, when I write east, you can see west, west, then east, west, and then I do south. So this are available in different regions for us. Now scores. Everyone has got, let's say the student has got 56 as score, this has got 78, this has got 56, this has got 90. Now this has got 67, this has got 45, this has got 34. Right? And then 78, and then we have something called as 67, and then we have something called as 66. So I have gathered scores over here. And I'm giving grades. Now I'm entering this manually, so no relation I'm creating it with grades because here I'm just trying to show you how formatting works. It's nothing related to that 56 grade, then A, B. I'm just randomly inserting certain values. Eventually, we will understand that how, based on one particular column or a set of cells, I can generate a grade with the help of further functions, which we are going to study. And we will also understand what I have generated over here, numbers manually, how I can use this with the help of a function which is available to us. So here, if you see, I'm randomly generating that this person has got B, this has got A, this has got B, this has got A, this has got, let's say, B, this person has got C, this person has got D, this person has got D, this person has got D, then there is B, there is C, then there is D, then there is, let's say, A, 67, let's say B, and 66, let's say B. So I have randomly given the grades over here. And if you can see, ID is there, name is there, age is there, region is there, score is there, and grades is there. When I've entered this data, the data looks fine for us. But I still want the more readability to be added, where this data looks fine, but certain of the times I feel that 23 and East is somewhat related to each other, or combined with each other, or joined with each other. It's not so, but still it feels like that it is. So, in order to change the appearance, I'll do something called as formatting. So what kind of formatting I'll do is, first of all, I'll use the shortcut keys which we have used or studied earlier. That is, I'll do Control A. So when I do Control A, the selected cells are there. So what kind of cells are selected over here? I have kept my cursor into a table and then I have did Control A. As mentioned, that when you keep your cell into a table and then do Control A, the selected cells will be all the cells within the table information. Now, when I keep my cursor outside and then I do Control A, you can see it's selecting the entire sheet. We don't want the entire sheet, we want the entire table. So I'll keep my cursor within the table and I do Control A. So entire table is being selected. And I want to give the borders. So I'll go over here and there is all borders option which I can select. And you can see this has been given. Now it looks like, okay, this is a differentiator which is being added. Now it looks a bit fine into appearance. Not too fine, but a little bit fine is okay. Now, as you can see that there are different names of columns and I want to format the colors of the column cells so that I'm getting confused that this is also row, this is also row. I want this to be named as columns. So it's not always mentioned that you give highlights or colors the cell or make them bold to show a differentiating factor, but a preferred approach that when you have column names as a value within a row, make sure that it's highlighted. Just you can add it as a differentiator. You can highlight into any colors which you want, but make sure the colors are warm enough and cooling and soothing enough so that the values are also being shown properly. Because certain instances where people use very bright colors and such a colors where the value is not shown, I cannot see anything because it's too dark for the appearance. So I have to select the colors very appropriately. Let's say I select this color and I've selected this in order to give the cell colors to the column names. I've selected this and I do Control B, which is helping them to make bold. And there are alignment option in the alignment group of the home tab. If you see, there are two types of alignment. What are they used for? The below alignment sections are used in order to align the data with respect to the column width. Column width in the sense, this width me in this particular width, how I'm going to align. Let's say I do center align. So in the width itself, the column width, the data would be aligned. If you can see, if I increase the width, the data is going to align itself. So alignment with respect to width will be shown in this particular option. Now, if I increase the height of the column, if you can see, the row width has been increased over here. Now the alignment is what? Bottom align. Now if you want to align the data with the help of row width which is given, you'll use the above sections. Let's say I do center, it will do middle align. If I do up, so it will do up align, top align. And when I want center, it's fine. Now let me have it over here. And you can see it's aligned. So this option is used to align the data with respect to column width. The above options are used to align the data with respect to the row width. Now, when I select this cells, already this is being given a center alignment. I want this values to be center aligned. So I'll select this values. What I can do is I can do Control Shift and bottom or down arrow key, and I can do a right arrow key. So till here and till here. Till the data is available, the cells would be selected by Control Shift and the arrows. So here I have selected it and I have done a center alignment for the same. And you can see all the text has aligned itself in center. Now this looks good in terms of appearance because what we had initially, if I do Control Z, this is what we had. And when I do Control Y, you can see this is what we had created. So Control Z was undo, Control Y was redo the task. And if you can see, this looks more good in terms of representing the data which we had. So this is what a formatting is. It's not mandate that every time the formatting is going to be just giving cell colors or just giving borders. It is also in terms of making the data appealing in terms of appearances. Now, what is the meaning of appealing in terms of appearances? That is, the data will show a clear visibility, or the values would be understand more precisely, or the data will be shown in a prettified format. That is the meaning of appealing visuals, which are required to be created within the values or cells. So I have done it over here, and you can see this is what it is being followed. So these are the basic formatting options which we have done. If I want to change the color of the text, let's say I select this, I go over here and I want to select the color of the text. Or if I want to change the color of the text, so here I have selected the color. If you can see, I've selected this brown color, I've selected it and into Pro, bold. And if I want to change the font, you can see the fonts could also be changed in order to show properly. So let's say I'll take this font and this is how it looks. So here, with respect to formatting, what we have done, we have tried to format the cells precisely so that the values are shown in a prettified format. So this is what we have done in terms of formatting. So let's say we had a flash fill option still pending at our end, which I told that we will be eventually studying upon. So, how the flash fill works, and let's try to understand. As the name suggests, flash fill, which means it will fill the data with a flash, that is within fraction of seconds, by understanding the pattern for the same. So let's see how does flash fill works over here. So I'm creating a new column. So if I want to select the entire column, I can select it from here, or I can keep my cursor anywhere within the cell and I do control and space. You can see when I do control and space, the entire column is being selected. I can do right click on the same and you have an instruction of what insert. So if you want to insert a column, that insert option is available when you do right click on the cells. But if you want to go option into the cell group available into our home ribbon. So I can go over here in terms of going into the insert sheet or insert cells or insert sheet columns. Insert sheet rows is missing because I have selected a column. So definitely it will add what? A column to us. So if I want to insert, it will allow us to insert. Now, when I want to do it with this, I can do it. You can see a column has been inserted. If I want to delete, you can see delete the sheet column. So this column would be deleted. The same operation could be done by right clicking on it and we have insert. So the column would be inserted and right clicking on the same. And when I do delete, so the column would be deleted. Now let's try to utilize the shortcut key approach for the same. So in order to use a shortcut key for adding a new column, what I am going to do is we'll take help of control. Now, in order to add a column with control, there is a plus key to be used. But as everyone know, in all laptops or in all keypads, plus key is not separately available to us. Separately available in the sense, there were laptops which had keypad separately available into the keyboard. But now eventually this plus icon is not available or the keypad is not available, which has only numbers and arithmetic operators over there. So we have a plus key associated with equals to. So if someone has a plus key separately, they can click control and plus directly. So column would be added, but people do have plus associated with equals to. So what they can use is control shift and plus in order to add a new column. So here if you can see, we have used Control Shift and plus key in order to add a new column over here. So I'll go over here and add this name. So let me add a name to this column and I'll click it as email. So this is what I have added email as a column. Now I want to generate email of the students with a particular pattern. Let's say I am generating an email such as Eric at the rate, at the rate, and I'll write imarticus.com. So you must have seen that organizations or certain universities have email generated in same format. So if I'm writing Eric at the rate imarticus.com, so if you can see the beside cells are looking empty, they're not empty because we have aligned center alignment. So the data is being spread along when it is shown, but the values are still existing into your cells. So if you see, I have written Eric at the rate imarticus.com. That's the mail which I have generated for the first interview. Now it's not seen to us over here. I can see the value in my formula bar, but I'm not able to see the value into the column width when it is adjusted. So this is not a right approach to do or keep the cells aligned because it's not showing me any values properly. So what I can do is I can adjust the width of the columns or the width of the rows. So how I can do it? Let's say first, if you see me, this. I've selected those cells with the help of Shift and arrow keys. So I've clicked on this. If you want to click an entire column, you'll do Control and space. Then if you want to select the rest of the columns, click on Shift and the right arrow key. You can see these columns are being selected. When you select these columns and you go on this option, there is an option if you can see over here. Between two columns, there is a very faint line which is possibly available. And when I keep my cursor over there and just adjust the width, now what will happen for that particular column, the width would be adjusted. But alternatively, the columns which I have selected, for them as well, the width would be adjusted with the same width which I have adjusted over here. So if you can see, done it, paste it. If I adjust this one, so you can see all of them are adjusted according to the same width because I'm selecting all of them. All the columns are being selected and then the width of the column is being adjusted. So this is how it looks. I've adjusted. If I want to adjust for a particular part, I can adjust it for a particular part. So I'll adjust it directly. But if I want to adjust for all of them, first I need to select all the columns. So I've selected all of them and I want to adjust the width for all of them directly and similarly. So I'll adjust it from here. Or I can do double click over here. What it will do, according to the values or the information, it will adjust itself. But that looks very compacted. So I'll select this. So what we were talking upon, that we were talking about flash fill. Here I have generated email ID for Eric. Now I want to generate email ID for all of them, but the format is going to remain the same. So what I will do is, first of all, I'll take Shift and down arrow key to select all the cells, or I can drag it off as well and select it. The first cell should be the cell which I have filled and other cells is what I have selected. And in order to incorporate flash fills, there are two options that in the editing tab of home or editing group of home tab, you can see there is an option of what flash fills. Now you can see flash fill fills in the value, enters a couple of example you want as an output. Means you'll give an example as a value in the output, and the same example or the format or the pattern will be copied down below. So here, let's say I have done flash fill. So you can see for all the students, the same type of emails are being generated. Let's say Hitesh. You can see Hitesh at the rate articles, Priya, Pranav, and so on. So if I do Control Z, let's say I'll undo this task. Why I've done flash fill? Why not dragged it? So if I would have dragged it, what it is going to do, it is going to copy a specific value below. Why? Because this email does not have any cell selected. It's just a pattern which I have written over here. So when I have asked him to copy the pattern with the help of flash fill, what it has done first, so it has understood the pattern. Eric at the radimarticus.com, where does it belong? Let's say beside cells, there is Eric. So it understood that this name should be grabbed from this section. So when the same pattern is being copied below, so below cell would be copied for the same column and proceeding further. So I'm not going to directly drag it off over here because it is going to copy the same values. Instead, I'm going to use flash fill. So in order to incorporate flash fill, I can go in the editing and fill in. So here there is an option of flash fill, which I can use, but there is a shortcut key associated with the same, that is Control E. So I can do Control E. Wait, first I have to select the cells. I do Control E, and you can see the same pattern is being copied for the rest of the students which are there. So this is how flash fill works. So flash fill fills the data by copying the pattern with the help of the adjacent cells. So here we were understanding formatting. Now, as said, that formatting was creating the data into its appealing format or creating the data into its relevant format so that it's better for analysis and good for interpretation. Now, as seen that we have added a new column and we have tried an implementation of flash fill. Now, what was flash fill? That flash fill was filling my data with a flash where the pattern of the initial cell was observed and the same pattern was being copied down. So similarly, if I want to add new rows into my cell, the same shortcut key would be applied. That first I'll select the rows with shift and space. I can select the entire row, or I can click on the same to select the entire row as well. So I've clicked pause. Okay. So I've clicked on this particular cell and I have pressed shift and space, and you can see that I have selected the entire row over here. Now I'll try to add new rows. As seen that I can right click on the same and there is an insert option. So if I click on this, a new cell would be added. If I select this, right click, and if I press delete, so the cell which was added has been deleted. Similarly, I can go to the cells group available into my home tab. And if I want to insert, so I can select over here, and then there is insert sheet rows. Why sheet rows is available and not sheet columns? Because here if you see that I have selected the entire row. So a sheet rows is available. So when I click on this, a new row has been added. And when I want to eliminate, that row would be eliminated from here. So with the help of shortcut key, how we can do the same is I'll press Control, Shift and plus, because my plus is associated with equals to. If plus key is separately available, I can directly press Control plus. Let's say I'm adding two more cells. So two more rows over here. So I've added it. And here I'll try to merge those cells. So is merge allowed to me if I want to merge different cells? Yes. So if I have selected those regions, those cells which I want to merge, and in the alignment group of my home tab, I can see that there is an option of merge and center. What merge and center does for me is it will select certain cells and it will be merged around so that I can use it for the merged operation. So I have click on the same. If I click on this arrow, there are multiple sections available such as merge and center, merge across, merge cells and unmerge them. If I click on unmerge, you can see the cells which were merged has been into its normal format. Now I want to merge certain cells, so I've selected the same. And here in this option, let's say I'll write merge and center. So what it does, merge and it centers the alignment for the same. So here I can insert the data. Let's say I insert the title for the same as students age. So I went over here and I have inserted that it's a student age part available in this merge cells. And when you see the name box of this cell, it's C2. Obviously, it's the cell or the region is divided from C2 to CF2, but as we have merged those cells, you can see that this has become entire one cell for us. So we have selected this. Let me increase the font size. Now, as said, that the row width would be adjusted from here, so I'm doing it center aligned. I can also give it color, font color. I can make it bold with Control B. And you can see that I can give thick borders. So this has been given. And if you want to give an underline, you have Control U to add an underline option available over here. Now with this, if you can see, I have formatted my cells. This is what formatting is, that if I want to format my data, put my data into certain relevant values, this is how I can use the formatting option, which shows the data into its appealing form. I can adjust the column widths, row widths accordingly, as well as how the font should look like, what was with the format, and how the data would be quickly available as for analysis. So this is what the formatting was. Now we do have something called as wrap text. How does wrap text work is, let me minimize the size of this email column. And as you can see in this, I'm selecting this entire part, that Control Shift and down arrow key, the entire region till the values were selected. So Control Shift and down arrow key, you can see this has been selected. Now what does a wrap text does? Wrap text wraps the text when it is not fitting into a proper cell width or the column width. So here if you see, extra long text would be shifted to the next line. And when I click on the same, you can see the cells which were not being adjusted into this particular width, or the text or the values which were not being adjusted into this particular width have been shifted over here in the next one. I can adjust and you can see this is how it changed. I can undo the task as well over here. So this is where we have understood how does formatting works and what is the purpose of formatting in terms of analysis or making the data appealing. Now, formatting is something which is very important. Why? Because if you keep your data into Excel and you don't format it, the reading power of the data becomes a bit less. So if you format it accordingly, then you can read the data into more clearer sense. So I hope we are clear with what is data formatting and how do we apply a formatting over here. So now we have understood something called as formatting, where we have formatted all the selected cells with certain font options, certain font colors, and so on. Let's try to now understand how does a conditional formatting work. Now there is a major difference between what is formatting and what is conditional formatting. Both are formatting options, but both are working differently. Like the data formatting which we did was formatting all the selected cells with certain cell options which we were selecting. But now we will be proceeding with conditional formatting, which will be formatting only the respective cells which are satisfying the given set of conditions and criterias. Now let's try to understand what is conditional formatting and how does it work and why do we implement the same. So If I share you the screen, if you can see the screen, that we're talking about conditional formatting. Now, as the normal formatting was formatting the cells, rows according to the font color, font size, what we wanted. But conditional formatting was formatting the cells based on only condition. So, conditional formatting is used to change the appearance of the cells in a range based on your specified condition. Means it will change the appearance of the cell, the look and feel of the cells when you are giving a specified condition. Now, the conditions are ruled based on specified numeric values or matching text. Now, you give those conditions as nothing but rules which you need to implement into your cells or the set of cells. Now, changing the appearance of cells can usually highlight interesting data points for analysis. Let's say, for an example, someone has given me data related to employees and their salaries, and someone wants me to highlight only those employees where the salary is greater than 50,000. So I'm not going to highlight or format all the cells for the respective salaries of employees, but I'm going to highlight only those individual cells where the salary was greater than 50,000. So let's try to see how that works over here. So if you can see on my screen, we can see the conditional formatting option, and this is available to us in the Home tab. In the Home tab, there is an option of conditional formatting which will help us to get those options which are now available on the screen, such as highlight cell rules, top and bottom rules, the data bars, the color scales, the icon sets, and there are other two options such as clearing the rules and managing the rules. Now, if you can see the screen, that here I have showed one example where I have went into the conditional formatting and I have highlighted the data. And I have highlighted the data where the type of the Pokemon is what? Grass. So here you can see in the next example or the next image that only those cells are highlighted where the type of the Pokemon is grass with green. So not all the cells have been highlighted over here, but when we were doing formatting, all the respective cells were highlighted with specific format which I had passed on. So this is how conditional formatting works. Let's try to implement with our Excel that how does it works. So here if you see, I go on the formatting tab which is available, the formatting sheet which we just now created. Let's try to implement the conditional formatting over there, and then let's see how we can implement the conditional formatting in a different sheet which is available to us. Now, if you could see that I have region as east, west, north and south. Now I want to format the region as green in color where the region value is east. So I'll write down a question over here that format the region value in green where the region is east. So wherever the region is east, I want it to format the value as green in color. So let's see how does it do. So first of all, if I select the cell and I go into this particular part, that is the font section of my home, which I did when we were doing the normal formatting, what happens is when I select this green color, you can see all the respective cells are highlighted into green. But I don't want to do this because I am not doing a data formatting over here. I am doing a conditional formatting. And here with respect to the question, there is a condition that I want to highlight the cell green in color where the region is east. So first of all, I'll remove this highlight by Control Z and select the region as east. So I've selected this, and long press Control if you want to select multiple. So I've selected this, this one and this one and this one, where I know that these are the respective cells where the region is what? East. And if I want to go and highlight them in green, you can see now according to the question, this question is being solved. But what if the student at this region has made his region value, have replaced his region value from west to east. So now this is also east and this should also be highlighted into green. But it is not getting. Why? Because the highlights which are available over here are done manually. We have not asked Excel to check it within the range of cells every time this format is being running. So Excel is not checking anything. Here a manual check has happened, and because of that you cannot see a dynamic change which is happening within the formats of the cell. So let's try to take help of Excel in order to understand how Excel will dynamically change these values and apply the format only to those specific condition cells. So I'll do Control Z and remove what I have applied over here. Here I'm selecting the entire region till where I want to apply a conditional formatting. Now after selecting the set of cells or the range of cells, I'll go in the style tab or the style group of my home tab. So I'm going into the style group of my home tab and going into the conditional formatting. After visiting the conditional formatting group, the ribbon group or the ribbon control of my conditional formatting, what are there? There are certain sections. If you can see, highlight cell rules. When I click on that, they are showing that it has greater than, less than, between, equals to, text that contains a date occurring and a duplicate value. There are certain other rules which are related to the top and bottom rules. Then there are something called as data bars. Then there is something called as color scales. Then there is something called as icon sets. And you can see a new rule, clear rule and manage rule option is available. Now, according to our question, that my question was, I want to highlight the cell in green color where the region is east. So I go into highlight cell rules and you can see there is something called as equals to. So I'll select this equals to and a tab is open to me. Format cells that are equals to. Now equals to what? There is nothing, there is blank, so nothing has been highlighted as such in the selected range of cells. Now what I want to mention, that I want to highlight the region into east, where the region is east. So I've written east over here and you can see in the background, that where this value is being matched according to the condition, the cells are being highlighted. Now by default, if you can see, light red filled with green dark red text is something which is available to us. Now if I want to go and select another option, that is yellow filled, there is green filled with dark green text, you can select these options if you want to, because we wanted to format our cells into green color. So I can select this option, or else if you want to format it according to your customized format or your own color or your own created color, customized color, you can go into custom format. After going to custom format, you can see there are options related to number, related to font, related to display, border as well as its fill. Now let's say I go in font and I want this font to be bold. So you can see the font would be bold, and I want to go in fill. I don't want to give any borders as such, but I'll go in fill, and what is the color which I want to fill in is green. So this is what I have selected. If I want to go in more colors, there are more color options which I can go and I can change the color accordingly. So here if you see, this is what I have selected. This is a green color which is being selected. Now I do OK. So when I do OK, you can see the cells which are following that specific condition are being highlighted into what? Into green. So you can see that this format is applicable. Now it's not like basic or general data formatting which is being followed, because not all the cells are being formatted. Only those cells are being formatted where the cell values is equals to east. Now let's say for any particular student, I change the value into east. will this cell be formatted? The answer would be yes, because this conditional formatting is not applied for only specific cells to all the range of cells in the region group. So here that cell is also being applied with conditional formatting. So when I do east, you can see that cell is now automatically being formatted into green color without me giving a format manually. So this is how conditional formatting works. So this is how we have created a basic conditional formatting over here. Now, if someone says me that format the west region in yellow, let me take this tab, and here region value in yellow, where the region is what? I am giving that region is west. Now, can I apply conditional formatting on the same set of columns? Again, the answer is yes. That on the same set of columns, you can apply multiple times conditional formatting or different conditional rules. Let's say I select this range of cells, and in this range of cells, what do I require? I require to format the cells in yellow color where the region is found as west. So first of all, where is the region found as west? 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. But I don't need to check it manually. Let Excel do this work. So what I will do in terms of giving that condition based formatting is, I'll select these cells. I can select by just selecting certain regions, or just I can use the shortcut key, which is Control Shift and a down arrow key. Now Control Shift right arrow key. Here you can see this part is being selected. And when I go in conditional formatting, there is something called as highlight cell rules. Now I want to highlight the rules where the cell value is equals to west. So I go into the equals to option, and here I have to give the value as west. And you can see wherever the west region was available, that has been highlighted. Now I want to change the color according to the criteria which is being mentioned. So let's go in custom format. And what is the custom format which I want? Let's say yellow. So you can see this yellow is selected, but it looks too bright for me. So I'll go in more colors, and you can see in this yellow, there are options which I can select. Or in the custom, I can select this option of yellow as well in order to change the colors. Let's say I've done this and I do OK. You can see the yellow color has changed. So I can adjust the values over here, and then I do OK. So you can see wherever the region was west, that cell has been highlighted, and I do OK. So here, as seen that according to the two questions were asked, one was that format the cells where the region is east into green color, and format the cells where the region is west into yellow color. And on the same set of cells, I have applied 2 times the conditional formatting. So it's possible to implement conditional formatting multiple times on a selected range of cells. So this is what was the first question which we had tried to solve, that how to implement conditional formatting with respect to east or the west region which was there. Now I want to implement another conditional formatting. Let me write down the question for the same. That is, format the scores of the individual in red, where the scores are less than, let's say, 30. Wherever the scores are less than 30, I want to format it into red. So first of all, in order to doing this, or in order to do those conditional formatting, I'll select the cells. So I'll do Control Shift and down arrow key. So the cells are being selected. Now over here, I'll go in the style option and then click on the conditional formatting icon. Here, if after going over here, highlight cell rules, as said that I want less than. So I'll go in less than. What is the value? Less than what? It's calculating the mean, but I don't want mean. Less than what? 30. So I've written 30. Wherever the cells are less than 30, it wants to be highlighted into red. I'll go over here. There is something called as custom format, and I've selected this red color. Going into the font, making it bold, and then okay. I can go into this custom again and change the color of the font. Let's say I want the color of the font to be black, and okay. So here you can see the font color and the font cell color is also being changed. So those cells where the marks or the scores of the individual are less than 20, less than 30 are being highlighted in red. So this is how we have done the less than wala approach. Now, what if I want to highlight all the unique IDs available into these cells? So highlight all the unique IDs. So highlight all the unique IDs in a given range of cells. So first of all, I'll select the cells, and as said that unique is also one of the conditions. So I'll go in conditional formatting. There is cell highlight cell rules. If I go over here, there is greater than, less than, between, equals to text that contain a date occurring and a duplicate value. There is top and bottom rules where you can see top 10 items, top 10 percentage, bottom 10 items, bottom 10 percentage, above average, below average. So I'll go and highlight cell rules because unique values is available into the duplicate option. So when I go on duplicates, you can see there is nothing being highlighted because none of the ID of the student is duplicated. But here if I click on unique, can you see all of them highlighted? Now I can highlight in any color because there is no color specifically mentioned. So I'll go in custom format and I'll go in fill, and let's take this color over here. Or let's take blue color, which is there, and I do okay. So all the unique cells are being highlighted. All the unique IDs are being highlighted. Now imagine I change this value as 107. So is it going to be unique? The answer would be no, because this value and this value, the cell over here and the cell over here, both the values are matching. So when I put enter, you can see this are what? These are my duplicates. And I am highlighting only the unique elements, not the duplicates or the repeated elements. This are what? These are my repeated or the duplicate set of elements. So this is how we can implement a conditional formatting. So here I've selected Control A all, and then when you see I'm giving all borders. I'm just making this text a bit lined properly in terms of I'm taking this and selecting all the cells and I'm adjusting it over here. So this is what I've done. I'll do Control Shift and right arrow key. So all the column names are selected. I'll give a nice highlight to all of them, make it bold, and this is how it looks. So here I try to separate out the column names from the rows so that it becomes very easy for me in order to implement the conditional formatting. Now I want to implement the conditional formatting where the region is east as blue in color. So let's say I'll select this Control Shift and down arrow key, and here if you see I'll go in conditional formatting. There is highlight cell rules, and let's say I'll go to equals to because I want to format the cells into east wherever into a particular color wherever the value is east. So I'll go in custom format and I'll give this color as blue and I do OK. And you can see that this format has been added. Now, what if I want to highlight those cells where the average insured value is less than the average value, or the value of the average insured is less than the average value? नहीं, ये sentence frame गलत हुआ. Repeat करो. So, what next I would like to do is, I would like to highlight those cells where the average insured value is गलत है. So, I'd like to highlight those values over here which are less than the average insured values. So, let's highlight those insured values into red where the insured value is less than the average value. So, here I'll go in Control, Shift and down arrow key. I've selected these cells, and what I'll try to do is, first of all, I'll calculate the average. So first of all, in order to highlight that less than, greater than average, I need to know the average first. So here when I go over here, you know that this is the status bar which is available to us, the status tab. And you can see what is there, average value, then there is the total number of records, and then it's the sum of all of them. So what's the average value for me? 4964411. So this is the value which is an average value which is being calculated by the range of cells. So here I'll go in conditional formatting, and then there is something called as highlight cells. Highlight cell rules which we have used till now. I can go over here and write less than and give the particular value which we have got in terms of average, or there is something called as top and bottom rule where there is an option of above average and below average. So for the selected range of cells, the average would be automatically calculated. You don't need to calculate the average as such, and this task will work accordingly. So as per our condition, what do I want? That I want to highlight the cells in red where the average value is less than, where the insured value is less than average value. So I'll go below average, and here you can see the average is being calculated on itself. You have not calculated the average as such. So here for the selected range width, and I go and highlight the color. Let's say I want it red. I'll go in font color and I can give bold. Let's make the color of the font into black, and I do OK. And this is how it looks. And if you see that the values which are less than average are being highlighted into red according to the criteria which is being mentioned. So the conditional formatting is being proceeded like this, where I have highlighted the cells, the values which are less than average into red. Now I want to highlight the values where I want to remove this conditional formatting which I have implemented on the cells. So in order to remove the conditional formatting, there are lots of options which could be available to me. So this conditional formatting, or the conditions which we have implemented, and the format based on condition is nothing but the rules which we have implemented for formatting the data. Now in order to remove this conditional formatting, what all options are available to me is, I'll do Control, Shift and down arrow key. So this entire column is being selected, and over here there is an option in the conditional formatting known as clear rules. Now, there are two things mentioned in the clear rules option. First is clear rules from the selected cells. So, the region which I have selected, from those cells itself, the conditional formatting rules would be removed. Or there is another option known as clear rules from the entire sheet. So, the rules or the conditional formatting rules which are implemented would be eliminated, which are possibly available in the entire sheet. There can be 10 rules, there can be 1 rules, there can be 20 rules. All the rules which are available in that sheet would be removed if I select the next option over here. So, people do try and use another approach which is possibly available over here is this. This is a clear option which is available. Now, clear is used to handle the data or the values which we have incorporated into cells, not the rules or the conditions specifically. So, here there is clear all option. If I do clear all, everything would be eliminated. If you see, when I click on the same, the selected cells, everything is eliminated. All the values, all the formats, all the borders, the basic formatting, the conditional formatting, everything is gone. So, if I select certain cells and if I want to remove everything, all the formats, all the rules and everything which has been implemented on the same, I can remove from clear all. Undo karke, I'm bringing it back, and then here I'm going it and then going on clear formats. So when I go on clear formats, so clear formats is just removing the formats which are there. But what kind of formats? Let's say these formats are related to giving the cell color, border and everything. So all general formats as well as conditional formats, both would be removed. So if you can see the border which I gave in general, that is also removed, and the conditional formatting which I gave, that is also being removed from here. Now there is another option known as clear contents. That is also working like what we did in delete. So when I select a certain cells and I press the delete key, when everything is eliminated from that particular range of cells, the values, so clear contents is helping us to do the same. So if you can see, it is mentioning that clear only the contents in the selected cells, the formattings and comments are cleared, and what is the shortcut key for the same is delete. So you can use the delete key from the keyboard in order to do the same. So I'll do Control Z again over here. In terms of bringing this back, I'll do Control Z where the formatting is there. So I will not remove conditionals formatting specifically from the editing tab of my home, from the editing group of my home tab. So from where I will implement this, I'll select this Control Shift down arrow key, and when I do conditional formatting, if I go on clear rules, it is saying clear rules from the selected cells. So only rules are being removed. The base format, the basic format still remains the same. But when you do clear formatting from your clear in the editing group, it is removing the basic formatting as well as the conditional formatting. So here in the conditional formatting, when we do clear rules, only the selected cells rules are eliminated. The base format still remains the same. So similarly, I'm trying to do it over here. So let's say I'll try to remove this conditional formatting from here. So now if you see that I'm removing this clear cells and clear from selected cells, so this rules has been removed. I'll decrease the decimal if possibly there. So this is done. Now what is the need that I want to highlight the entire row. Now if you see, till now the conditional formatting was highlighting only those range of cells where the condition is being matched. It is not highlighting the entire row over here. So if I want to highlight an entire row matching a particular criteria, that definitely needs to be handled with the manage access part. So here if I go in conditional formatting, you can see there is something called as manage rules. So what does manage rules do over here is, it helps me to manage the rules or add a new rule. So here there are no rules, so I can go on new rule and add it and then manage it, which means I can edit the rules which have been given and implemented the same. So here we have seen that how we can implement conditional formatting on the basis of highlight cell rules and top and bottom rules. Let's try to explore more upon the same. So if I go on the ensured value column, now it's a numeric column which is given to me and allocated to me. And in this column, I want to highlight only the top 5 records which are there in terms of the values. So if I want to highlight the top 5, first of all, I need to sort the data into ascending and descending and then understand which are the top 5 and which are the bottom 5. But no need to do in terms of conditional formatting, because conditional formatting has that rule mentioned with the same, that rule will help us to align the data or to highlight those cells which are with respect to top and bottom elements. So here, in order to do that, first of all, let me select the cells. So Control Shift and down arrow key. So this is what is being selected. So among those values which are selected now, I want to highlight the top 5 values. So here, if I go in conditional formatting, now highlight cell rules doesn't have anything related to top and bottom. I will go in something called as top and bottom rules. So here you can see the top 10 items, the top 10 percentages, the bottom 10 items, the bottom 10 percentages, above average and below average. We need something called as top 10 items. So I'll go over here in terms of top 10 items and I select. So here if you can see, format cells with the rank of top 10, but I want top 5 to be highlighted. And after highlighting top 5, with which color I can guess? Now let's say I'll go and highlight them in terms of giving a font color, say font size and font as bold, font color as let's say black, and I go and fill it with something called as green in shade and I do OK. And as I said, if I want top 5, bottom 5, so here it's acting for top 10 items. So by default it was 10, but you can change the values manually as I have changed 5 over here. So I do OK and you can see the values which are there, that this value, there is another cell, this value, as well as there would be values. So these are the values which are coming in top 5 for us. So top 5 values have been highlighted. Now let's say I want to highlight bottom 5 values. So I'll select the cells again. So Control Shift down arrow key, conditional formatting, bottom cell rules. So you can see bottom 10 items. Instead of bottom 10, I want 5 items to be highlighted. So I'm going over here, then custom format, and then going to red, going with the font, making it bold, and doing OK. So here the bottom 10 would be highlighted, and you can see the bottom 5 and bottom 10 cells are highlighted over here. So this is how it looks for us. That if you want to highlight the top n records, it could be anything like top 10, top 15, top 20, top 30, because 10 is a by default value, but you can change it manually by giving the number of elements you want to highlight into either top n or bottom n. So you can highlight the cells on the basis of top and bottom values, where you don't need to sort anything, you don't need to access the rank of the same. Excel will automatically understand with the rule-based operations which are given to it in terms of highlighting the top and bottom rules. So here, I'll first remove all of them. Let me remove the conditional formatting for all of them. So clear rules from here. So rules have been cleared from here. Now I want to implement a rule with the help of data bars. Now, as you see in the conditional formatting option, there is something called as data bars. Now, what are those data bars? Where the value is greater, it will sort the data internally into ascending order, and then wherever the value is low, it will give the data bar as small, and wherever the value is high or towards a greater extent, the data bar would be bigger. So if I go in data bars, let's say I give this values, and you can see wherever the value is low, the data bar seems to be low. Wherever the value seems to be high, the data bars has eventually changed the size for the same. So gradient field is a bit texture wise data bars. You can see the gradients are added, and then there is something called as solid fills. So solid data bars are added in order to give more analysis. So here if you see, I have given a gradient. So wherever the values are high or big, you can see the data bar values. If you can see over here, the gradient looks a lot of filled over here. There are certain positions where the gradient look too filled. There are certain positions where it is very low. So based on the values within the cells, the gradient bars are being created. The bar element, the bar size is very low where the value is low, and the bar size is high where the value is high. So you can also implement gradient bars. Now, where this bar like or data bars are mostly used, they are mostly used into price related aspect, monetary values, or numeric values which show a gradual change, or the changes are particularly observed and tracked down, such as temperature changes, the humidity changes, as well as the distance change, which we can see. You can also understand the prices change, the stock prices changes, or the prices to certain products or the investments which are there. So related to money aspects or monetary values or monetary set of values in rows, the data bars can eventually help us to get more clearer sense of how the data is being segregated and spread across with respect to all the values which are there into rows. So this is what data bars is. Now, eventually I'll remove this data bars over here. So I'll clear rules from selected cells. And here when I go in conditional formatting again, there is something called as color scales. Now these color scales are being added. Let's go on this color scales and add any one of it. So let me add this. So there is green, yellow and red color scales which we can see. There is another color scale such as red, yellow and green. There is another color scale which is green, white and red. There is another scale which is green, white and red. So there are different scales which are available. Let me select the first one over here. But I don't know what value has been considered over here for green, what value is for red, and how the gradients or the colors are being changing. So when I want to understand and observe how this color scales are being given and what values are being considered in order to give the scale colors over here, so I'll go in conditional formatting. First of all, I have to select the rules, select the cells where the rule is implemented, and then go into conditional formatting. Then understand something called as manage rules. Now, what does manage rules means? When a rule is being implemented, if I want to edit or make certain changes in the rule which is pre-existing, so I can go into something called as manage rule. New rule is something where I want to implement a new rule. But manage rule is something where I want to implement or edit the already existing rules. So I'll go over here. And here if you can see, this is a graded color which is given. So the lower values which are there, they have colors related to red. And the higher value seems to be having colors very close to greenish shade. So I don't know what is the rule being implemented. So in this, I can add a new rule, but I want to edit it. So I'll go in edit, and you can see that format style 3 color scale is what we have implemented. 2 color scales, so 2 color scales would be added. Data bar or icon sets. So let's say I'll go in 3 color sets. Lowest value is this. So by default, it has considered the lowest value. Percentile like 50%. Now if I go on the basis of number, So it will ask for number, at what is the number which is being there. Now let's say the number is 5, 6, 7, 1, 1, 8, 8. Highest value, let the highest value be, and I do OK, and I do OK. You can see this color scales would be changing. The value which I give 5, 5, 5, less than that would be going into the red shade, greater than that would be going into the greener shade, and close to that would be yellow and slightly green in shade. So this is a color scale which is added, which can also show fluctuations within the values from the minimum value to the maximum value in terms of color gradient change. Now, color scales, I can remove it off from here as well. If I do Control Shift down arrow key and I go in conditional formatting, and I'll say I'll clear all the rules which are available over here, and let me do certain things where I'll go in conditional formatting and I'll implement another rule which is related to the icon sets. Now adding icons to the conditional based data is what I want. Let's say I add an icon of this. There is an icon of this, and there are different icons. Let's say I go on the very first option which is available over here. I still don't know that on what basis this down arrow, up arrow, and the right arrow is being used, that red arrow, green arrow, and yellow arrow is being used. So I will go in conditional formatting, go in manage rules, and you can understand this. This is an icon set which is given. I'll go in edit rule, and you can see when the value is greater than or equals to 67%, this is what it is shown. When the value is less than equals to 67 and 33, then it is shown what? This value. And when the value is less than 33, so when the value is less than 67 and greater than 33, it is shown this. And when the value is less than 33%, it is showing what? A red icon for me. So these are the rules which are given. If I want to change based on number or percentile or based on certain formula, I can do it. So by default, it is with respect to percent. And this is what it is available to us in terms of conditional formatting. So these are certain options which are available to us in terms of conditional formatting. And this is what is all about conditional formatting, that how a cells can implement formatting only on the basis of certain rules and conditions, and how those multiple conditions are being given to same set of cells or same regions of cells, how those icons help us to understand that what type of format or what type of conditional based report we can analyze and interpret from the data. And this is how conditional formatting is different from a normal formatting. Now, why do you think so conditional formatting is helpful? Conditional formatting in the field of analysis would be helpful if I want to format only specific cells where the condition or the criteria is being met, where I don't need to analyze each and every data. The formatting will help me to understand on itself. Let's say there are marks of students which are given to me, and I want to highlight the cells where the marks are less than 50. Definitely, I'll not go and check each and every row. I'll understand by the conditional formatting where I can give red color where the marks of the students are less than 50, and I can give green color where they have got marks greater than 50, and so on. So it helps me to understand and interpret the data more easily and more effectively. So this is all about conditional formatting. I hope this is clear with you all. So let's proceed further in terms of understanding the important aspect of Excel, that is nothing but formulas. Now, everyone knows that Excel is very popular in terms of doing quick calculations and complicated calculations very easily, and it consumes very less time and gives a more efficient result for the outcome. So let's try to see that how does that helps for us. The formulas which are there. So first of all, there are two things kept in mind when calculations in Excel are done. the very first thing which we can consider is something called as functions, and the another thing which we can consider is something called as formulas. Now people think that functions and formulas is something which is same, but there is a slight or thin line difference between both of them. So as we know that there is something called as functions. Now what is the meaning of functions? Now when I talk upon function is, it's functioning something. Now what is this functioning about? Functioning something means doing some task, doing some approach, or doing some calculations at the background. So that is what a function is. And in functions, with respect to Excel, we call them as a predefined logics. Now what is the meaning of predefined? Which means they're already being defined with Excel or the Excel interface or the Excel documentation when the Excel was invented, that how a function is to be created, what logic this function is going to calculate, and how the data would be used in the function. So functions are nothing but predefined logics which are used for creating different set of tasks and actions or operations with the data. Now there is something called as formula. Now how does a function and formula differ from each other? So when I talk upon a formula, formula is something which is not predefined. It's not already created, or the logic is not pre-written or pre-stored. Here we create the logic. So logic is created. According to the task. So the logic over here is created according to the task which we want to do with respect to the data, or according to the operation which we want to do with respect to data. So when I talk upon a function, functions are predefined logics. When I talk upon a formula, formula is something which is not predefined. It's being created manually according to the logic or the task which we want to do. So the next point of difference between a function and a formula is that functions are defined by a name, and that name has a logic stored which is running in the background. So functions are defined by a name. So functions are defined by a name, whereas formula is not defined by a name. So formulas are not being defined by a name. So there is no name associated with the formula, because formula is something which we will create according to the data logic. Now functions take arguments, like each function has specific set of values to be considered to make that function execute properly. So each function has specific elements or specific set of values to be considered. So specific set of values to be considered while execution. While executing, this function will ask for specific values. Let's say some might ask for certain range, some might ask for column name, some might ask for the row number, some might ask for the conditions which are there. So these are specific set of values that would be considered by a function. But when I talk upon a formula, formula is not asking any specific values or specific set of values for execution. As per the logic, the values would be considered for the same. So no specific predefined values are used. No specific predefined values are used for execution. So no defined for what? For execution. which is there. So this is what, and functions can be with arguments or without arguments, means function can run with value or without value, but formula is going to run with value only. So function can run with value or without value. A function can execute with or without any value. But when I talk upon a formula, formula is always going to be executed with a value. So formula is going to be executed with a value. Now, what is the difference? Let's try to see with an example. If I want to find out sum of values, let's say if I want to find out sum of values, so sum of, let's say, cells. I have values in cell E1, E2 and E3. So if I want to find out sum, what I'm going to write over here is sum, that as know that calculations start with equals to. So sum is a name where the logic of summing up the data is being stored, and there will always be a round bracket associated with it. And here I'll write what? E1, E2 and E3. That this cells will be selected and summation would be based on the same. Now, if I talk upon example for this, it would be that if I want to do sum of cells, I have E1, E2 and E3 over here as well. How I can sum up is, I cannot write sum over here because the logic is what I will create it. So I will write what? E1 plus E2 plus E3. So the arithmetic operators are used very vividly into my formulas. So this is what is the difference between a function and a formula. I didn't pass any arithmetic value, I just passed in a name, and with the name it understood that what the values are being passed, I have to calculate their sum. But here I have given a logic that I have to do calculation with respect to E1 plus E2 plus E3 for the set of cells. So here, this is what is the difference between functions and formulas. We have different set of functions and formulas which are being used, and they are helpful for us in terms of understanding and analysis of the data. So understanding formula. What is a formula? Excel formula is an expression that acts on a cell or a range of cells, because this is going to act not only on a specific cell but on all range of cells and produces results in another cells or multiple cells. Now, my formula can generate one outcome, my formula can also generate multiple outcomes for me. So you can perform different calculation easily with the help of Excel formulas. You can add, subtract, multiply, divide and do lots of other calculations with the help of Excel formulas. Now, how to write a formula? Means how a formula needs to be written. So select a cell where you want to write in the formula, and as said, calculation in Excel always start with equals to. So you have to write equals to and always have this note in your mind. That note, formulas in Excel always begins with an equal sign with a cell or a type of cells which is there in its address in the selected cell. So enter an operator, means it's a formula, so you have to write an operator. Operator is nothing but a mathematical or an arithmetic operator in order to do those calculations. For example, subtraction, which I have done over here in the example. So select the next cell or the type of cell address which you want to select in order to do it, and press enter once you have written the formula. The result of the calculation would be available to you in the cell, and the formula would be available to you in the formula bar. So now if you can see with an example which I have shared on the screen that there is number 1 and there is number 2 and I am finding out the difference. So here I am finding the difference on the basis of formula approach. If you can see that we have number 1 minus number 2. So here in the formula bar we can see the formula which is shown for the same. So this is what a formula is in Excel. So now there are different functions as well. It's not always that we will do those calculations with respect to formulas, but definitely we will take help of something called as functions as well in order to do those tasks. Now what are functions? I have mentioned to you all that functions are nothing but predefined logic or pre-created logics which are used to create certain approaches or certain outcomes in order to calculate and generate analysis for my data. Now, if I go the very basic and the very utmost simplest functions which are available in Excel is nothing but sum. As we know, the sum adds all the numbers in a range of cells. It also allows selection of individual cells instead of full range. It's not like it will always allow from A1 select cells till A10. Not always like that. If you want to select A1, A2 and A10, you can do the selected cells summation as well. So here if you can see with the example, the syntax for sum would be sum range 1, range 2, range 3 or value 1, value 2, value 3. Now, if you can see, you can select a range, you can press specific elements and then you can generate the outcome for the same. Now, the basic functions like sum, there are few more basic functions such as minimum, maximum, average, as well as the count. These are certain functions which are very simple, very common, and we have explored that when doing different simplest operation with respect to Excel. So there is a little advanced function which we have in terms of sum. That sum was helping me to sum up all the elements. Let's say someone has worked on different projects. Let's say there is a data related to employees and they have all worked on different projects such as project 1, project 2, project 3 and project 4. The data is available for 100 employees and all 4 employees have worked upon different projects. So if I want to find out the total hours for a particular project, that means if I want to find out the total hours worked by an employee on a particular project, how I would do? Because when I just calculate sum on the project hours, it is going to sum up all the elements which are there. But I don't have any approach of just mentioning a specific element. Let's say I want to select that employee number 1. How many hours he has worked on project 1. Employee number 2. How many hours he has worked on project 2. Employee number 3. How many total hours he has worked on project 3. I don't have that kind of approach to be implemented with my sum. So here I have a criteria. Criteria is nothing but a condition that I want to sum up the data, that is for sure. But this sum up is not specific for all the cells. It is specific for certain specific cells. That if I say that find out the total numbers of hours for project 1, I definitely have a condition where sum of hours needs to be there, but the criteria needs to be mentioned as project 1. So what I will do is I'll use something called as sum if. So sum if is nothing but sum of cells given by specific criteria or condition. So it returns the sum of cells specified by a given condition or criteria. If you can see with the syntax, it has sum if. Sum if means sum the data if the given condition is being satisfied. Now in this given condition, what are the values which are required over here? The first element, the first value which are required for this function to execute smoothly and efficiently is nothing but an range. Now what is a range? Range is something from where I will calculate the values, or I will find out my criteria. So let's say I said that I want to sum up the total number of hours for project 1. So definitely my all the cells were project related information, such as the project name of the column would be selected as my range, because in that range of values I have criteria which I can fetch. So there is range, then there is something called as criteria. Now what is criteria? Criteria is something but a condition needs to be matched. Now from those project column, what I want to match is nothing but project 1. So the criteria over here is from the range of cells, what is the value which I want to filter, and then sum of the same. So I want to filter project is equals to 1. That is my criteria. And then there is something called as sum range. Now what is sum range? Sum range is what I want to sum up for project 1. Means for that particular criteria, what is the value which I want to sum it up? I want to sum up the total number of hours worked by the employee. So I will use sum if, where the sum range is the total hours, range is the project column, and the criteria is nothing but the name of the project. So to find the sum of salaries for all hunters, you can see there is an example which I have written, where sum if, I'll select the cells where the criteria which been met, modified. So here if you can see the range, and then there is a criteria which is nothing but hunter, and then there is something called as sum values. So ranges would be available for us. So there is a basic definition which is given to us and simplest formula which is mentioned over here. Now there is some ifs as well. It's not only that I can filter out the data based on one specific condition, but there are certain things where I can filter out the data based on not specifically one conditions, but multiple conditions as well. So how will I try to take help of the same? So over there, when you want to sum up the data with respect to not one specific condition but multiple conditions, you'll use something called as sum ifs, where you can mention multiple criteria to be matched within your data. Now, if you can see, sum range would be coming first into sum if and not the last which was there in sum if. So here, we'll try to understand the same with respect to code, that how does a sum if works. So if you can see my screen, first let's understand how does this basic functions are being implemented over here, and then let's see how this sum if would be implemented over here. So first of all, as I said, I'll give highlight to all the cells, give them border, and then give all borders to this table because it becomes very efficient for me in terms of handling. Now, let's find out and use the basic functions over here. Now, the basic functions which I want to do. So, I have written certain questions over here which we will solve with respect to the data which is available to you. That is, the very first is total insured value. If you can see, there is an insured value column. This is an insurance data, and there are certain policies which are there, which are being took by candidates, and I want to find out certain calculations for the same. So the very first calculation which I want to find out is nothing but the total insured value. Now there is a column known as insured value. How will I find out the total for the same? I'll definitely take help of what? Either function or a formula, because I'm not going to do this manually with a calc sitting in my hand. So what can I do over here is, let's take help of a formula first and then understand how does a function is different from a formula. So equals to is something from where my calculations would start. Now if I go over here, insured value 1, it's a formula, so 2, it's a formula, then it's 3, it's a formula, then it's 4, so formula, then it's 5. So only 5 has been selected, but I have lots of cells which are there. So for each selected cell, I have to give a plus symbol over here, the arithmetic operation over here, in order to mention that this is the logic which I want to follow with my data. And definitely this is not a good approach, because how many rows do I have? If I check how many rows do I have, so if I just select over here, Control Shift down arrow key, and over here in the status bar, you can see how many rows do we have? 500. So do we have to select all 500 each time when I am doing calculations and give the logic to all of them? Don't you think so that this is going to be a lot of time consuming process, and still it will be a lot of effort giving process where I have to write the logic on myself and then select each value. So 500 times I have to select the values if I go with the approach of formula. So let's see how the function would help us to do. But before proceeding with function, why can't I select entire thing and do enter? What it is doing? It's not doing anything. It is just taking the value of that cells and copy pasting it over here. If I select the range of cells, because I have not added any logical statements to the set of values. So if I want to find out the sum of them, definitely with the help of formula, something is not being calculated over here. Why? Because it is taking time for me. This, and this step I have to repeat for 500 times. So in order to lower down this efforts and burden which I have to do with this data, let's try to utilize something called as function. So as I am writing sum over here as a function, as said that functions are nothing but predefined logics. So the logics are being always defined with that name. If you could see that when I select this sum, there is adds all the numbers in a range of cells. That's what it is trying to say me. Now there are other functions with respect to sum as well. I will definitely go and hover with them with respect to my down arrow key, and above with respect to my up arrow key. Now if I want to find out sum if adds a cell specified by a given condition or criteria. If I go below, adds a cell specified by a given set of condition or criteria. When I go below, returns the sum of products and corresponding cells. Now I don't want to do all of them. I just want to simply go with sum. So I have selected this function from here with the help of arrow keys. Remember never to press enter, because if you press this enter, it's incorrect, because function has not got any value and sum is just a name which is being showcased in the output. This name is not having any value to execute, so nothing is being shown. So when you're trying to utilize functions and when you find out this value, but when you press an enter key, that approach goes wrong. You have to ideally press tab key in order to select the function. Now when I press this tab key, can you see certain sections or certain values which it is asking for me? The very first value is nothing but number 1. The second value over here is nothing but number 2, number 3 and so on. If you can see, number 2 is in square brackets. Now what does this square bracket means? It means that it's not mandatory that you pass number 2. You can also pass one value and it can sum up the data. It's not going to give us error. But when I pass sum is equals to any one value, definitely the answer is going to be the same value. So, comma, square brackets, whenever there are square brackets given in any of the function, the argument is asking as square bracket, which means that it's not mandatory. So, over here, what is the function or what is the value which I want to do is so over here what do I want to do is I want to calculate the total insured value of the total rows which are available to me. So how will I go? I'll definitely not go and select each one of them, because it is asking all of them to be selected like this. There are 500 rows as we saw over here. So 500 times I have to select. That's the reason why we were not selecting formula over here. So how a function would help me to do the same is, I will go over here and I'll select the entire range. I can drag the cells, or I can select the cells with the help of cursor, which we have understood, or I can use the shortcut key, which is nothing but Control Shift and right arrow key to select all the regions till where I want to stop. And it's a simple function, basic function. I can directly enter even without closing the bracket. But if it was something function where it is asking more than only the cells, then bracket needs to be closed. So here, for a safer side, let's close the bracket and then enter. And you can see the sum of values is being calculated. But you can see that there is hash being showcasing, which people think that it's an error, but it's not. We actually have a value being calculated, but it's not being fitting into the column width. So I can adjust the column width over here, and you can see the total value is being calculated for the particular column. This is how a function can work, and this is how a simple calculation could be performed. So as we see that we have calculated the total insured value, which was asked for us to be calculated for the 500 records which were available. Now, as you see that for sum, the function which we used, we can select the range of cells, or we can select the specific cells in order to find out the specific cell calculations which we want to do. If you want to see over here, you can just observe it. Let me delete it off, and I can do sum. Let's say someone is asking me to select only first, then comma, second, this one, comma, and then this. So there are 3 cells selected, and it's possible to select certain specific cell and run the sum function over here. So when I click enter, you can see the summation which has been calculated is based on all those cells. Now you can see in the cell, we can see the value. But in the formula section, the formula bar, the formula is available to us. Now, how I can interpret and make and modify the changes into formula or the function which I have mentioned. I can double click over here on the cells where the formula is being available. So wherever I double click, my cursor would be incorporated over here in order to insert certain values. So here, if you can see enter, if I double click on the same, you can see over here this cursor has been added. Now I want to add a cursor at the end. So for that we have F2 as a function key to add your cursor at the end. Now as said that function keys F1, F2, F3 keys which are available into laptops, for some of them it's directly accessible. So if I click F2 on my system, it's helping me to lower down the volume over here because it has certain other function associated. So I have Fn key which will help us to utilize the F2 key as a function which we want to use. So Fn and F2. So when I do Fn, F2, for some of them F2 can directly work. For some with Fn, that is a function key in your keyboard, F2 key would be associated. So here you can see when I press F2, wherever I keep my cursor within the cell, the cursor or the instructions or the value changes part or the addition of the cursor will be added at the end. So here you can see, if I double click on the cell, so wherever I double click at that particular moment or at that particular location, the cursor would be added. So I'll do this. Now what I want to do is I want to calculate the average insured value. Definitely finding the average, we need to find out sum upon the total number of observations, because average is nothing but sum of all observations upon total number of observations. So sum of all observation is this, and total number of observation is what? 100 for me. So can we do with the help of formula over here? Yes, we could do. So let me take the sum which is being calculated in this cell, divide. So the division symbol is given by this, and divide by what? I know how many cells do I have. I have 500 cells. So I've mentioned this 500, and you can see the average insured value which is being calculated from here. But the approach which I used in order to find out the average was not with respect to function, but was with respect to formula. So this is how a formula is implemented over here. First, the total which was being there, I have selected that, and I have divided by the total number of observations which I have, because average is nothing but sum of all observations upon total number of observations. So this is how the average is being calculated, but I don't want the average to be calculated this way. So how will I do it is, I have a function known as average, which is used to find out the average of the range of values which I have. Average is nothing but the mean. So let me press a tab key, and you can see the number 1, number 2 which is being selected. So this is number 1, comma, this is number 2, comma, this is number 3, and proceeding, there are certain numbers. So if I just select specific numbers, for only those specific numbers, the average would be calculated. So here if you see, the average is calculated only for those specific numbers. But do I want for those specific numbers? The answer is no. I want for all the cells, the average insured value. So what I am going to do over here is, I'll delete this and I'll write equals to, and I'll write a function. When I'm using average as a function, definitely I am not going to use and utilize any logical operators or any operators as such in order to utilize a mathematical approach with respect to average. I just have to select the cells, and I have to close the bracket and enter. You can see that the average value for that particular part is being calculated for us. So this is how we have got the average of the insured values, and if you want to compare with it that what we have got, is it correct or not, let me do Control Shift and down arrow key. You can see this, the status bar, which is helping me to see that the quick calculations or the quick analysis of the selected cells would be shown. So here it's an average cell which I have, so 4964411, and if I compare with the average which is being calculated, it's correct. And if you can see the sum value which is being calculated for the same, so this will be available for us over here. Now I want to find out the minimum insured value. So what's the minimum insured value? I'll give minimum, and over here I'll find out Control Shift and down arrow key, enter. So if you can see, the minimum insured value is what? It's 30,000. And if I go and find out max, it's still the same, that I'll consider over here and I do enter. You can find out what the maximum insured value is this. So this is how we have done certain basic calculations such as sum, average, min and max, where we didn't approach any complicated approaches with respect to data or functions. The functions were very simplified, that we just have to select the range of cells and use the function, and the function will automatically understand that what it has to do with the selected range of cells. So this is what is all about basics of functions, the very basics functions which we do have. Now, as said that we did had functions related to what? related to finding out the sum but with certain criterias or conditions. As we understood that there was something called as sum if, so similarly there is something called as average if as well. So if you can see, as there was something called as sum if, there is something called as count if and count ifs. There is something called as minimum, maximum, average, which we do calculate it, count. So there are certain questions which I want to solve, and I want to explain you that how these functions are being executed and how they are working for the same. So the very first question which we will solve with respect to the data which we have, that is, what is the total sum of insured value for each location? Which means for each location which is available into my table, I want to find out the insured value for it. Now, how I would do it is, and first understand my data and solve it according to the question which is asked, that find out the total insured value for each location which is available to us. Let me first format it. Hold. Now this value, it's not error, it's hidden. It's not an error, it's hidden. So I'll increase the width of it, and here Control Shift and right arrow key. I'll give this color, I'll make them bold, I'll make them center aligned, and this is how it looks. So here if you see, this is the data which is available to me, the same data which I used for the basic functions. The question is, find out the total insured value, for each location. So what locations do you think? So I have urban location and I have something called as rural location. Is there any other location which is available to me? I don't think so that there is any other location available to me. So I have urban location and I have rural location. So here I will have something called as sum if. Why I am implementing sum if and why not sum? First of all, sum is going to calculate all the values from the selected range of cells. It is not calculating according to the specific criteria or condition. But as per the question which is asked to me, it has said that I want to find out the total insured values for each location, which means location is acting as a criteria for me. The location could be urban, the location could also be rural. So the location is acting as a criteria for me and I have to accordingly solve this answer. So here I cannot use sum. Why I cannot use sum is, I do equals to and I do sum, tab key, and when I do this, so I'll write Control Shift and down arrow key, and you can see what it is showing me, that it's the total sum value which is being shown. But I don't want the sum for all the values. I want the sum for a specific location. Let's say if I write urban over here, it should show me the total insured value for urban. If there is rural mentioned over here, it should show me the total insured value for rural. So I cannot use sum. I have a criteria on the basis of what the summation needs to be done. So I will use something called as sum, but not the sum where it is finding summation of all the rows. I'll use something called as sum if, where it is finding out the summation of only those rows if the particular criteria is being met. So understand that adds a cell specified by a given condition or criteria, which means according to the given condition or criteria, the cells would be added. Now, if I want to select these functions, there is down arrow key, up arrow key, which will help me to hover within those functions which are matching this pattern. If I want to select sum if from there, I definitely press something called as a tab key. Now tab key is asking me three things, as I have written over here as well, that sum if asks three things. First is range, second is criteria, and the third is sum range. Now what are this? As said, range. Range is the range of values from where I want to filter or find the criteria. So what do you think? So that from where I would like to filter or find the criteria upon, as my criteria is based on location. So definitely the range of values would be what? Location. Why? Because my criteria over there is nothing but location. So I'll go over here and I'll do Control Shift and down arrow key. So this is a cell which is being selected and this is nothing but the range. A range of cells which is being selected. You can see range is being selected and I do comma. Now what it is next asking for, you can always understand when you use function that what is the next value which your function is expecting. What is the next value which your function is expecting? Nothing but criteria. Now what's the criteria? Now I know that the location is urban or rural. So I will write a criteria that quotes. Now remember, these are quotes. Whenever you want to write something apart from numbers, you will definitely write it into quotes. We have single quotes and double quotes, but in Excel, it's preferred to be using double quotes, not the single one. This one is not so much preferably used, but double quotes could be used very preferably, very efficiently. So when I write quotes urban, so that's the location which I want to find out. That sum if C22, that particular C22, C501 to that particular range of cells, find what? Find urban, comma. So what does this do? That from the range of cells which are selected, urban as a criteria would be found. Now when I just write urban, it is equals to urban, which means in the range of cells, wherever the values is equals to urban, select that cells or select that rows. So that rows would be selected and for those rows only the sum would be calculated. So what is the sum range which it is asking for? It's not mandate as such. So let's close it off and let's see what it is giving me. If I close it off and I see, it's giving me what? 0. So I'll go and find out what sum range. If I don't have sum range, it is giving me what? 0. So I'll go over here, the sum ranges, I want to find the summation of insured values. So I'll go and do Control Shift and down arrow key and do enter. So when I do enter, you can see that the sum of values is being found. But it's not for all of them. It's for what? It's for urban as a location. If I do Control Shift and down arrow key, you can see the summation value which is found over here and the summation value which is found over here is different. Why? Because it has not summed all of them. It has summed only those locations where the location is urban. So definitely this is there. What if I want to find, I'll write rural over here and the value should show me for rural. So what should I do? Definitely I'll go into my function where instead of urban, I'll write what? Rural. And this is how it looks. That rural is being filtered like this. For rural, this is a value and for urban, that was the value. But what if when I am changing urban over here, the value must change. I don't want me to be going manually into the function which I have used and changing the values. I want whenever I mention urban over here, the insured value should filter accordingly. Whenever I use rural over here, the insured value should show out the summations accordingly. So what I can do is, I can go over here, instead of rural, which is being selected as a static value. Now what's a static value? Which means it's a fixed value which is being set. I'll select a cell where I know these values are going to be changeable. So I've selected this cell and I do enter. So here if you can see, when I mention rural, you can see the summation of the data changing. When I mention urban, the summation of the data is not there because the spelling of urban is 0. It's not able to find something like this where it is finding a match. So urban is not there, rural is there. Let's write rural and you can see for rural the data is there. Now case sensitivity is not an issue. Now what's in case sensitivity? That you write it in uppercase, lowercase, it's still fine. It's not going to be an issue for us. But writing the name correct of the criteria needs to be there, or it's mandatory as such over here. So urban, if I find out rural, you can see for rural it is being changing. So this is how sum if work, where it is not finding the sum of all the values, it is finding the sum of only the specific values. If I need to repeat this function again, how should I write it? Is equals to, then there is something called as sum if. What it is telling me? Select the range of cells from where you will find the criteria. What is the range of cells where I will find the criteria? That is nothing but location. So from this range of cells, I am going to find out the criteria. Now what is the criteria which I want to match within my data? That is urban. Urban is a criteria which I want to match. But if I just write urban directly, whenever this function is running, it is obviously going to calculate and do these changes only for urban region or urban location. But what about rural location? The data is available for that as well. So I need to put manually the rural, but I don't want to. So first of all, let me write down the sum range. So here if you can see, in this, instead of urban, what I can do is I can select this cell where this urban and rural as a value is changing. So when the change is happening, the same change can occur in the condition within the formula. So here I'll select this. So this value is being selected and enter, and when I do urban, you can see the value is changing. If I do semi-rural, now there is no such criteria like this, and you can see it is showing me what? 0, because sum of that condition is ideally what? 0 for me. So this is how sum if works. So it is not summing all the values, it is summing only if the given condition or criteria is being met. So I hope this is clear. So as we have seen over here that we understood that how we can calculate the sum of the data, but not for all the cells. I am calculating the sum only for specific cells or only according to the criteria which is there. That is the meaning of what? Sum if. That if a particular criteria is being mentioned or if a particular criteria is being satisfied, then and only there this condition would be followed and this would be able to filter out the data and find out the summation for the same. So that was sum if. Now sum if is taking only one condition and filtering the data based on one condition. But let's say someone says me that where you are filtering the data on the basis of location, also filter on the basis of region. So now as I want to find out the sum of insured value for location as urban but the region as east. I know that how I can find out for the location as urban, but how I will be able to find out for the location as east. So let's try to understand over here. So if you go with respect to the questions which I have shared over here, so you can see that what is the total sum of insured value for each combination of location and region. That's what the question is. That I want to find out the sum of insured value, that is for sure. That sum is what we implemented over here. But here there is a criteria. Now it's not only location as a criteria, but then there is something called as region being added into this criteria. So how I will be solving this? So if I went into my sheet and here there is a criteria. Let's say I enter location as urban and the region as east. I want to know the sum of insured value over here. So what I want to know is insured value or total insured value. Total insured value for the same. This is what I want to know. Here, I want this format to be implemented over here as well. So what I can do is, I'll select this cell. I will not sit and create the formula again and again or format again and again. If I want to format the same thing to the next cells, I can go and select Format Painter from the clipboard. When I select Format Painter from the clipboard, the format would be copied. And when I paste over here, the same format which was being selected is being pasted over here. So I'll make this bold. So what I have to do is I have to calculate the total insured value with respect to location as well as a region. So how I would do it? First of all, I need the summation of this. So sum of this would be calculated. Based on what? Based on first criteria is nothing but the location, and the second criteria which I want to satisfy is nothing but the region. So how we will do it? First of all, sum if would never be useful. Why? Because sum if can only filter out the data based on one criteria. Because it's if. If means singular criteria would be considered over here. What if I want to filter out on the basis of multiple criteria which are available? So how I would do it is, I will utilize something called as sum ifs. I'll utilize something called as sum ifs. Now what does sum if say? If you understand what does sum if say, adds the cell specified by a given set of condition. The meaning of set of means multiple. If I just check sum if you see, adds the cell specified by a given condition. By a means single and set means multiple. So adds a cell specified by a given set of condition or criteria. So I will take sum ifs, and what it is asking for. Let's see, when I was taking sum if, it was asking me range, criteria and sum range. But when I am talking upon sum ifs, it is asking me sum range first, which means what do I want to sum up? I will give the data or pass the data into this function accordingly to what it is asking me. So what is the first value which is being asked to me? That is sum range. Now I'll go over here and I'll select, because I want to find out the summation of this. So this is my sum range, comma. Now there are criterias or the conditions which I have. If you see the sum if, what were the values? We had range. Range is nothing but the values from where the criteria would be selected. Then what criteria I want to filter out from the range. And then we have something called as sum range. But here, the first thing which it is asking for is sum range, which we have selected. Now there is something called as criteria range 1. Now what does that mean? Means the first criteria or the first condition would be fetched from which list of values or from which set of values. So if you see, my first criteria is what? Urban as a location. So it will be fetched from which particular range of cells? This. So this becomes criteria range 1. That from this range of cells, find what? Find urban to me. So this has become my criteria range 1, comma. Here if you see, then it is asking for, from this range of cells, what do I want to compare? That what do I want to filter, or what do I want to fetch, or what do I want to relate or find out the exact element from those cells of values. What do I want to find out is urban. I can definitely write urban, but if I write, what is an issue which is going to come is, every time when I am changing the value in the location, I have to change the value into my function as well. Because when I just mention a static value into the function, it is going to give the same outcome every time. So if I write urban and I close it. Now see why I am closing it. There is a square bracket for criteria range 2. What does that means? That it's not mandatory that you give a criteria range 2. Even without giving a criteria range 2 means even with one criteria or one condition, some ifs can work. So here you can see that this is filtering out for urban. Now if I write urban, let's compare over here in sum. I have written urban and the same value is being copied. If I want this format to be copied over here, so I'll take format painter and I'll copy the format, and you can see the same value is shown. But sum if can only take one condition, and that's what we have given over here. But what if it is asking ki take insured value for location as east in the urban, where region as east in the urban location. So what I am going to do is urban, I will mention comma. Now criteria range 2. Now what is a criteria range 2? Criteria range 2 is nothing but the second condition from where it would be satisfied. So the second criteria would be satisfied from this column. So I'll take Control Shift and down arrow key. So this is what it is selected, that from this range of cells I'm going to select the second criteria which is available. Now what's my second criteria is nothing but the region as east. So if I write comma and if I go to the formula function where I am writing it, you can see sum range is done, criteria range is done, criteria range 1 is done, criteria is done, criteria range 2, and criteria needs to be mentioned. What's the criteria which I want to find out from here is nothing but east. So you can see for urban location, east region, what is the sum insured value which we have got. This is the total sum insured value which we have gathered. What if I want to find out for the west region? Is it changing dynamically? No. Why? The reason is we have used specific value over here instead of selecting cells where the values are dynamically changing. So instead of urban, what I am going to do is I'll select this cell from where I can change urban to rural or rural to any other condition, and that would be considered into my function as a value to be compared into the criteria. And from here as well, when there is east, I'll select from here. Now let's say west is being selected. So in that cell, the region can be anything east, west, north, south, and that would be selected, and that would be added as a criteria into my data when the function is being executed in order to filter it out and give the required outcome. So when I do enter, you can see urban and west. It's showing me 0, which means urban and west as a region is not there. Let's say we have Midwest. Let's understand that urban and Midwest is possible. So Midwest, and you can see yes, there is a range which is being followed. Now for rural and Midwest, what is the total insured value? You can see for the rural region and the Midwest criteria, this is the total insured value which we have. Now similarly, if I want to find out for East, can you find out for East? Yes. And rural, if I don't give anything which is not available, let's say semi-rural is something which is not available to me. So if I find it out, what it is giving me 0, because semi-rural as a criteria is not available in location, and region as east is there. But semi-rural and east is what we were expecting, but it's not found. So the answer is what? 0. So I hope this sum ifs is understood to you all. This is how sum ifs work, that we are able to find out the summation of data based on one or multiple criteria. Now what is the difference between sum and sum if? Sum if sum if and sum ifs, and which one is preferable at what condition. Let's understand the very first thing, that is nothing but sum. Now what is the meaning of sum? Sum means addition of all the selected cells or all the cells in a range. So when you do sum, it's taking all the cells. There is no criteria, there is no condition which is being followed. So by default, all the cells are being calculated and the total of all the cells is being given out. And the total of all the cells is given out. Now when I talk upon sum if, what it does is, it will sum up the data, that is for sure, but there will be one condition. Now if is a singular word. So if means one condition would definitely be there as a part of my data. That's sum if. That is, if means one criteria would be followed. But what if someone asks me to filter the data based on multiple conditions? As it was shown over here, that I want to filter the data on the basis of location as well as region and then find out the summed value. I cannot do with sum if because it's a single condition taking data or a criteria part. So I will take help of something called as sum ifs. Now what does sum ifs do? Sum ifs take multiple conditions or multiple criteria at once. It can take one criteria as a minimum or it can take n number of criteria as max in order to find out the summations based on the data. Now there are certain versions in certain office laptops or Excel versions where sum if is not being utilized a lot, where people use sum ifs to filter out the data based on one condition as well as on the basis of multiple conditions as well. So this is the difference between sum if and sum ifs. We have one more question to solve with respect to sum if. Let's try to understand that. Now, if you see, the question which was there with us is, what is the total sum of insured value for all the records with an expiry date prior to May 21? Which means we have date related operation. Prior means before. Before obviously means that the date would be less than the May wala date which is there. So what it is asking is, what is the total sum of insured value? Means I want to find out the sum for all records, means on the basis of all records with an expiry date prior to May 2021. So with the criteria that expiry date of the policy of the insurance is before or prior. Prior means before May 2021. So let's try to understand that at before May, how many insured values were there. So if I go over here and go into my Excel, so here if you see, I have written a date as such over here, that is, if you can see, May 01, 2021. And here I will find the sum. Now what do I want to do? I want to find the sum. Now as it is said before May, that is prior May. So is there any expiry date? Let's see first. Is there any expiry date? Yes. We can see that yes, there is an expiry date column available at our end. That is January, February, March and so on. So I want to calculate only for the data which is before what? May. Means before this value, I want to calculate the rows of all of them. So how would I do it? Obviously, I'm not going to do it manually because manually I have to go to each and every row and type in the value till the condition is not mentioned or satisfied, or I get the row where the condition is being satisfied. Now, what it is telling me that I want to find out prior. Prior is always date. With respect to date as an option, when you are filtering with respect to date, prior means before and before means less than. After means greater and after means greater than, which is there. So it's asking me to find out the sum of values. Prior means before May. So I'll write sum if, because it's one condition which is there. What's the range from where I will select this date as May 2021? Obviously the expiry wala column which is there. So I'll take Control Shift and down arrow key. Now what is the criteria or what is the date value which is being mentioned over here is, this is a range. From here what do I want to find is criteria which is less than May 2021, that is prior to May 2021. So how greater than, less than would be added into a criteria? Because as of now, till now we have seen equals to means location equals to urban, location region equals to east, but we have not seen less than, greater than and so on operations. So let's try to understand how does less than, greater than and so on operations work. So according to the question which we have to solve over here is that what is the total sum of insured value for all records with the expiry date prior to May 2021. Obviously that we have a data where we have to calculate the sum over here, but with respect to sum we do have to calculate something such as greater than, less than and so on. So in order to find out the sum of all records where the criteria is greater, less than or prior to May 2021, we would do is sum if. Why I am using sum if over here is because I have the range of cells, and for those range of cells I want one criteria to be maintained. And what is the criteria which is to be maintained is nothing but the expiry date of the insurance policy must be less than or prior to May 2021. So first of all, one thing which my sum if would ask is nothing but the range. Range is a series of values from where this criteria would be satisfied. So I'll select the range over here, and this is the range of the cells which is being selected, and I'll write comma. What is the criteria which I need to do? Now the criteria is date prior to May 2021. We know that we have used criteria over here such as location is equals to urban, location is equals to urban, region is equals to east, or location is equals to rural. So equals to operators are being used, but we have never used operations such as greater than, less than, equals to, not equals to in order to fetch or filter the records with respect to sum in my criteria value. So we'll try to see over here when it is said that expiry date must be prior to May 2021, which means prior is less than May 2021. So less than May 2021 means I have to give a symbol of less than. So this is a less than icon which I will give. Now less than what date is I am planning to filter out the data with is May. So I'll write 01 May 2021. So this criteria states that the condition would be filtered for that data where the date is before May 2021. So here one before 1st May 2021 is what it would be filtering it out. So my range is clear over here. My criteria is this, less than. Whenever you have to give less than, greater than, equals to, not equals to symbol, you will definitely give it into quotes. Now after giving that, we have something called as sum range. Now what is the sum range? What I want to sum up. Now I'm using sum if, so sum range comes at the end. So I want to find out the summation of all the insured values. I've selected it and I have pressed enter. And you can see before May or prior to May 2021, what was the total insured value which we have got? This is the total insured value which we have calculated and extracted from my data. Now, less than, equals to, less than, equals to, not equals to, greater than equals to, and so on operations are definitely used into the criteria part, but we have to mention it into strings. Let's say if I want that the values must be greater than this particular value, or let's say 3000, 4000 or 8000, definitely I'll give this criteria into quotes greater than and the numeric value. Even though there is a numeric value, I'll mention it into quotes whenever there is greater than, less than, not equals to symbols which are used. So, this is what we have seen, that the data or the value is being calculated before May 2021. So, I am applying a format painter over here which will format the values from the above cell to the below cell. So, same format would be copied. So, if we go according to the questions which were asked to us with respect to data, we have tried to solve the 3 of them. Now, all 3 of them were associated with finding out the summation. Now, one was with respect to SUMIF, with respect to a particular equals to category or criteria. Another was with some ifs where there were multiple conditions to be filtered. And the third one was SUMIF, that is one criteria was mentioned, but a less than, greater than or equals to symbolic factor was used. So this is how SUMIF works, and some ifs are being useful for us in terms of analysis. So we have tried to solve the first 3. Now let's understand the 4th question, which is based on the same data, and let's see what it is trying to ask me for. So how many records exist where the business type is classified as retail, which means I want to count how many rows, how many records. How many means it's asking for the count. How many records exist means are available where the business type is classified as retail, means where the business type of the data is retail. So definitely when I want to count the number of rows, I definitely use something called as count. But count with what? I have to use count with a specific criteria known as retail. So what I'll use over here is, let's try to see. So here if you see, I've made a section. What it is asking me, that I want to count the number of records which are available where the value is retail. So the count if is very simple. You have to use count if. So there is something called as count if and ifs. The working is same, that if means it will take one particular criteria, ifs will take multiple criteria which are there. So I'll take if. So count if. Count the number of cells within a range that meet the given condition, which means it meets the given condition which is there. So I'll press a tab key. What is there? I'll take range. Now there is no sum range, average range taken into consideration over here. Why? Because it is just finding the count. So from the range of cells where the criteria is being satisfied, that cell's count would be took over here. So how we can see is, I'm going in count if. Count if may what it is asking me, that go in business type. So here if you can see, I'm going into business type. So that's a range. So from this range of cells, what do I want to filter out is nothing but something called as retail. So you can see in my formula bar that this is what I am asking for. And count if only takes 2 parameters. The very first is the range of cells, means from where I'm going to filter out the condition, and the second is the retail. Let me make this clear again, that there is no sum range, there is no average range with respect to count, because wherever this condition is matched, it is only counting the rows. So as per the question, how many rows are satisfying this condition? This is what I want to find. So I am utilizing a COUNTIF function over here. So when I do this, how many rows are belonging to retail sector for me? There are 25 rows where the business type is what is retail. Now, if I want to see where the business type is apartment, definitely it is going to show me 25 over here. What is the reason that it is showing me 25? Because if you see the function, the value which is used in the criteria, it's a static value, means it's a direct value given. It's a fixed value which is being took. There is no cell being referred over here. So if I refer a cell, so whatever value is being used into the cell, that would be utilized over here. So let's say I take this and do this. So here if you see, if I say that business type is apartment, then the insured values, or not the insured values, let's say I'll write total records. So how many total records are available for the business type as apartment? 169. If I say that the business type is farming, how many total are there? 117. If I say the business type is, let's say, medical, so what are the total records available for me? 2. So this is how I'm counting a record based on a specific criteria or a specific condition, that is the business type is equals to retail. I can change dynamically by not passing the static value into the formula or the function which I am using, but passing in a dynamic cell where the values will repeatedly change. This is how we do in terms of count if. So this is how we are going to solve this question, where I want to find out how many rows are satisfying the condition where the business type of the insurance is nothing but retail. Now, when I go over here and understand from the next one what it is, that the next question is, how many records are there where the region is east? Means I want to find how many records are there where the region is east and the date is after July 2021. As mentioned now, I mentioned the same, that when there is before or prior, a less than factor would be considered. When there is after with respect to date, a greater than factor would be considered. So if you see the question over here, how many records are there where the region is east? So the first criteria which I want to find is region is equals to east and the date is after July 2021. So which date do we have? We have expiry date is after July 2021. So we have to see expiry date after July 2021, that is nothing but greater than July 2021. So what I would like to do is, I like to filter it out. Now if you see, it is asking me how many records. Now the meaning of how many records means I'm just wanting or willing to find out the count of the records based on these two criteria or based on these two conditions. So let me go and write this within my data. So what it is asking me, that I want to find out count, but I cannot use directly count because only count is helping me to count the number of rows. I want something called as count if. But if I use count if, I would be able to only give one condition. But what if I'm asking to give multiple conditions? I'm asked to give multiple conditions over here. So I will not use count if, I'll use count ifs. You can see, counts the number of cells specified by a given set of conditions. Wherever there is set means one or many. So ifs, and here if I press a tab key, this would be used. So here you can see criteria range 1, that is the condition 1 would be available in which range of cells. So the condition 1 is nothing but east. So I'll go in this region and I'll select it. What is the condition 1 which I will like to give is nothing but east. So if I give only one condition, is it able to solve it out? Yes, it's able to solve it out. Why? Because count ifs can take one or more than one condition over here. So if I use count ifs and do this operation, let's say according to the first condition, I'll go in region, comma, what is the factor which I want? That it is east. And what is the next factor which I do want over here is nothing but the expiry date greater than. Greater than means after. So I'll take Control Shift L, the expiry date, and I give a condition. Now for less than or prior, we have a less than condition. For greater than, we have a greater than. So greater than this. So greater than what? Greater than July. So not 1st July. Let's say 31st July 21 or 2021 is something which I want to filter it out. And you can see how many rows are after that. I didn't consider 1 July over here because it's asking greater than July. So I cannot consider 1 July over here. So it took 31st July 21. So I cannot consider 1 July. The reason being, because if I say 1 July, to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that rows will also be there. I am asking greater than July. So last day of July, let's say I've considered 31st July 2021. So after that, how many rows are satisfying that particular condition is what I want to check. So after that, 173 rows are satisfying the condition where the region is East and the date is after July 2021. So this is what we have solved with respect to count ifs. And this is how count ifs will help you to count the data based on one particular category or multiple categories which we have, or multiple criteria which we have with our data. So I hope this is clear with you all in terms of understanding what is count if and how does count if work in terms of a real world analysis. Now the next question which has been passed to us is nothing but related to what is the average insured value for records where the state is New York. Now they're asking me that what is an average value, average insurance value or insured value which is available for a state of New York. Now let's first see that is state related operations available to me. So if you go over here in this data, yes, the state related operation is available to me, New York. So NY is what I want to filter my data upon. So there are multiple symbols which are available to us in terms of data, and I definitely want to find out the average insured value for the individual or for the people or for the records where the value is or where the state value is New York. So here, as they are asking me to find out the average, but average would be associated with if, because I don't want to find out the average of all the records, I want to find out the average of the specific records where the state is New York. So I'll do average if. Now in this average if, what do I want to do? First is nothing but the range. So I'll do Control Shift and L. So in this range of cells is what you want to go. So range, and here you can see criteria is something which is same, which was there in sum if, right? You can see over here average if, it takes average if, range, criteria and average range. So what's the criteria which I have? I can select the cells where I am writing New York, NY. So, or I can write it manually into double quotes. Now what it is asking me? Average value. Instead of some value, if you can see, instead of some range, average if is asking me what? Average range. So what values or which values average do I want to calculate as insured value? So I'll select this cells. Just a second. 24. Control Shift and down arrow key. And then when I enter, you can see the average insured value for the state as New York is this. I can do a format painter over here. I'll copy it and I'll paste it. So you can see a format painter has been added. So for New York, this is this. Let's say OH, Ohio. This is what it is changing. And you can see the dynamic change is being visible to us. Let's say NG. You can see this values, the average insured value is changing. So this is how I can calculate the average if of the data based on the specific criteria or the condition which is there. Now, let's understand and observe the next question which is there with us. What is the next question which we do have? That what is the average insured value for records where the region is East and the business type starts with letter O? Now this is something different. Where I know I want to find out the average insured value for records in the region as East, which means the region of the data must be East. But see, what is the business type starts with the letter O? Do I know an exact value that what would be used? I don't know that O is particularly element in my data, or what are certain values which are available in terms of businesses starting with O. So how I will able to filter out or fetch out those kind of records and find out the average for the same. So let's try to understand them. So if I go over here, you can see that there is something called as average ifs. Now average ifs means it will find out the average based on not specifically one condition but also multiple conditions as well. If will take only one, ifs will take one or more than one. So here if you see, I want what? Average ifs, not if. Now average range. Now what they are asking me, that I want to find out the average. Average of what? Average of the insured values. So which range of values I want to use in terms of calculating the average is this. So average range, comma, criteria range 1. So what is mentioned in the question that I want to find the average insured value where the region is East. So I go, the first criteria is what? Where the region is equals to what? East for me. So I've written this. Now the next criteria where the business type starts with O. So if I go in business type as a column, what do you think? So O is office building, then there is other which is being mentioned, then there is something called as organization. So there are lots of values which are starting with what? O. Do I know an exact term? No. I just know a pattern. When I know a pattern that it starts with O, how to filter out those kind of records? So the next criteria which it is asking for is criteria range 2. So we'll go in this, that is business type, Control Shift down arrow key and then comma. What I'm going to do is I'm going to filter out where the business type of the particular records is nothing but starting with O. I don't know the exact value, I just know it starts with O. Whenever you know data like this, where you write quotes, now see this carefully, that you will write quotes, you will write O, that it starts with O. Let me give a capital O here. So it starts with O and give a asterisk, that is star. So after O, there could be n number of elements which can come along. So this star means it starts with O, but after O, you don't know how many characters or how many letters or how many alphabets are being part of it. So this is how you write. If someone says that there should be O somewhere in between the type, so you will write star, O and star. So it states that O is somewhere in between. But as per the question, what it has asked, that the criteria where the business type starts with O. So in quotes, you can write starts with O. And I don't know how many characters after O is there. So I'll write star, this, and I enter. And you can see where the region is East and the starts with O, this is how it is there. So this is what we have tried to solve based on the questions which were asked to us with respect to data, and we were trying to explain and understand that what is sum ifs, what is average ifs, what is average if, and what is average if, and similarly the count and its if statements. So this is all about the sum and its if related operation. So I hope this is understandable. Now we are going to understand something about forecasting. Now, what is the meaning of forecasting? Now, when I talk upon forecasting, I'll forecast for something for the futural changes. Let's say today the weather is 30 degrees, the weather or the temperature is 30 degrees Celsius. Now, on the basis of today's weather, I'll think that tomorrow might be it will be around 28 to 30, because it seems to be there that the tomorrow's weather could be dependent on today's weather. Or let's say today the stock price of a particular stock is 1000 rupees. So tomorrow it might go ahead, or it might stay at the same value which is there, or it might become low. So if I'm predicting for tomorrow, I'm thinking for tomorrow, then I could say that okay, tomorrow the stock price would be around 1200 rupees if today it is 1000 rupees as such. So that's what I'm thinking, or I'm forecasting in a mind. Let's say in this particular month, my company has did a revenue of 1 crore. So obviously in the next month, I'm thinking, okay, they will at least do 1.5 crore now. So here, when I'm thinking or predicting something in my future, but I'm predicting things on the basis on the recent value or the historic data which we have. So that's the purpose, or that's the part of something called as forecasting. Forecasting in general means predicting something for the futural values on the basis of an historic data. So we can also do forecasting in our Excel. Let's try to understand that what is forecasting in Excel and how we can forecast the data or forecast the elements or forecast the values with the help of Excel and those functions which we have. So when I talk about forecasting, as I said, while current data is useful for analyzing a company's success. Now, as I said, my company is performing 1 CR in this particular month. They have did a sales of 1 CR. So current data is useful for analyzing company's success, which means my company was successful in terms of getting a targeted sales, which was given as a value of 1 CR. So you may wonder how it might perform in future. That say I'll think of as a person or as a business point of view. I'll think, okay, obviously this company is going to now perform well in the next month as well, because I want 1.5 CR to be achieved. Now they are able to achieve 1 CR, so obviously they would be possibly able to achieve 1.5 CR in the next month. So spreadsheet programs allow us to use the data to create forecast. So the data of the previous month or the past month or the past few months, if I use and then try to forecast for the next particular month, I would be able to forecast it. So forecast and trend lines. So it will also give me trends, which means the forecast was a positive forecast which was being there, or it was a negative forecast which has happened. So which means the future would be a positive change into my sales, into my revenue, or it will show a negative change for me. So it will show me trends as well as patterns, which means the forecast is repeating a pattern which was observed earlier, or is it following a new pattern as such. So understanding how to accomplish this task, which means how we can get this task done and predict something for future and provide company a valuable insight that yes, we might be able to achieve this target in the future months or in the future upcoming days. So that's when I will choose an approach of forecasting. If you can see in an image, in the first month the sales were low, in the next month the sales were a bit high, in the third month the sales were a bit low, and for the fourth month I'm trying to forecast. So what will be there for the fourth month? Now obviously for the fourth month I'll try to forecast on the basis of the past 3 months. So the past 3 months which we have, that's my historic data, and based on that historic data I'm trying to predict something for the future. So that's what I can see in terms of analysis over here. So let's try to understand that how this forecasting works in terms of Excel. So if I show you a data over here, as you can see on my screen, that there is a date and then there are sales value. So on 1st of October, now I have a data from 1st of October to 20th of October. So in 1st of October, the sales value is what? On 1st of October, we were able to achieve how many sales value? That is 59,401. On 2nd of October, we were able to achieve slightly greater. 3rd of October, slightly more greater, 4th, 5th, 6th, and so on. So here you can see we were able to achieve some values in the first 20 days of the October month. And these are the sales element which is there. So this is my one feature, this is my date component, and this is what? This is the sales value which is being generated. If I want to plot a graph on this, how the graph would look like. So if I go and if I do Control Shift down, you could see I can select the entire sheet. I can go in terms of graphs, I'll do insert, and in this, obviously, I'll try to insert a line. So on those 20 months, how the line or the trend of data looks like. Now you can see the data was somewhat high. At some values or at some days, the sales were high. At some days, the sales were low. At some days, the sales were okay. So there was a huge rise, huge dip into my data, which was analysis. And this is a line plot which is there. As I have said, line plot helps me to understand how the data changes, how the value changes over a period of time. So as you can see, from 1st of October to 20th October, how the data value or the data elements have changed itself over a period of time. And this is how we can see it's not same everywhere. It's been changing as the values are changing. Now, this is how it looks, that this is how our data is being calculated. So this is just a basic trend observed on this data which I have. Now, what is another thing which I want to see and observe over here is what will be the forecast of the data, which means what I would try to forecast or what will be the possible forecast for the next 20 days. But this next 20 days are not on the basis of October. You can see this 20 days are on the basis of what? On the basis of November for me. So I'm trying to see in first 20 days of October, I was able to achieve this sales. What will be the forecast of the next 20 days or the 20 days of my November month? So if I want to forecast over here, what is the value which I would like to forecast over here? So let's say we have a function which is known as forecast. So here you can see there are lots of functions which are given to us. There is forecast ETS, there are lots of things which are there. So here let's try to do forecast. This function is available for compatibility with Excel 2013 and earlier, calculates or predict a future value along with a linear trend by using what? Existing columns. We have this, but this is somewhat outdated in nature. So instead of this, we can use a forecast linear, which almost works similar over here. So calculates or predicts a future value along with a linear trend line. Now what's a linear trend? It will not show that the increasing and decreasing trend. It will just show that the changes were positive or negative. So that has been forecasted. Now let's try to plot it. So if I do Control Shift down and Control Shift right, this I have selected, and if I want to see that how does this plot looks like, I'll go in line chart and I'll try to plot it. Now you can see the plot which was there on the historic data. So as you can see, the plot which is there on this side, this is on the basis of historic data which we have. Now this plot is on the basis of the predicted data which we have. So there is no increasing and decreasing trend on a frequent basis observed over a period of time. Here we can see that it's a linear trend. What is a linear trend? Which states that the changes or the forecasted element are showing a positive change or they are showing a negative value change or the negative value being forecasted over here. So if you can see, it's in the increasing position, means going from a lower value to slightly higher value, which means it was a positive trend which was observed. And if I slightly go below, it is showing that it's a neutral trend if it is showing a straight line. And if it is showing in the reverse direction, that's in the negative direction, which means the trend observed or forecasted are in the negative direction. So here we can see the sales value which were there initially at that particular position. And I have not considered seasonality, data completion and aggregation as such. So I take it and you can see that this is what it's being predicted exponentially. Now let's try to see how does a plot looks for this. So what I'll try to do, I'll try to consider all of them. So Control Shift down and right. And what I'll do, I'll go in insert, and in this insert, now I have two values. Let me add a forecasting over here, a combo chart over here. As we know that we have seen a combo chart. What is a combo chart? Two particular numeric elements could be combinedly shown. If you want one bar and one line, you can show one area and one bar, or two lines to be shown frequently, it could be shown. So I go in custom chart. This is what it is seen. If I do forecasted sales, it should be in this. Forecasting is in the line format, and forecasted sales also needs to be in line format, and this is how it is being showing, which means it is showing a linear trend in both of them. But I don't want a linear trend to be observed over here, because if you see both the values, both the lines are in the same part, which means both of them are showing a linear trend over here for us. So if I show you, this is the graph being calculated. I guess there is some mistake. So let's say if I want to plot a graph on this, I'll select this and I do a combo chart. So I'll try to insert, and in this I'll try to insert a combo chart, and this is how it looks. So instead of clustered column chart, I wanted a line, and okay. And you can see it is a line being plotted, but obviously both are showing a linear trend over here. And I don't want a linear trend over here happening. So I'll take this chart over here, and in my formula, obviously I'm going to make some changes. So what are the changes which I would like to make into my formula is this. Let's say the target value, I'll consider that this is the target value, and I make this changes. And you can see this is how it has been plotted. Now, one thing which to consider over here is the seasonality. Now, if I do seasonality as 0, what does this show? Which means it follows a linear trend. If I do seasonality as 1, if I do seasonality as 1, which means a seasonal pattern is observed in this. So if you see, there is no such seasonality observed into my data, and the graph looks the same in terms of analysis, which means the forecast seems to be similar in terms of the linear trend, which we can see over here. So that's there. And here in the forecast ETS, there are many more options which we have, which we can change. So let's try to change this approach. So instead of using this ETS, what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to do seasonality. So it will understand the seasonality. So seasonality, what it will do? It will take the values. This is the value, and this is a timeline which is there. So I consider this, and it is trying to show me the seasonality. You can see the seasonality is what? The seasonality is 0, which means there is no seasonal changes happening. Now, what is the meaning of no seasonal changes happening? That means that there is no particular pattern that after 3 months the pattern is being repeated, after 2 months the pattern is being repeated, or after 10 months the pattern is being repeated. Here it's like 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, and there is no pattern repetition as such, and that's why you can see this error is encountered for us. So this is how we can see our analysis looks like. When we take ETS seasonality, it will show me that is the pattern seasonally repeating itself or not. But here if you see in this analysis, the pattern is not seasonally repeating, and that's why we can see this is a forecasted result which we have gathered. Now
this was the forecasting functions which we see, and this were the certain graphs which were forecasted on the basis of this. Let's try to forecast something for this particular range of cells, but with the help of a data tab. Now in our data tab, you must be knowing data tab has lots of options related to data. So in this, they have something called as forecast as a group. Now what is the meaning of forecast? Forecast is predict something for the future outcome. So in this forecast, I have something called as forecast sheet. You can see it has forecasted the sheet on the basis of that data, but I'll not select this data in general for me. I'll select this data because I want to forecast on this data. So I'll do Control Shift down arrow key and right arrow key. So this is being selected. I'll go in forecast sheet, and in this you can see this is what it is being forecasted for the data elements which are happening after a frequent changes. So this is a forecast which is happening. So blue line is an actual data and the red line which is occurred is the forecasted data which has been forecasted. Now instead of line chart, I could also select what? A bar chart to be forecasted over here. Now what is this region? This is known as confidence interval. What is a confidence interval? How confident we are that forecasted value will change in those ranges. So we have by default 95% confidence, which means we are 95% confident that the values when it comes at forecast, it could be within that selected range of cells or selected region. That's a 95% confidence interval, which means it's not going to be that exact value. It can be somewhere between around and that particular range. So this is a confidence interval selected. Now if you see that it has forecasted from 21st to what? Till 25th. It has forecasted from 21st to 25th, which means for the next few days, it has forecasted for us. So forecast ends. If I want to change that forecast ends on what? Let's say if I want to say that forecast ends on 26th. If I want to say that the forecast ends on 21st. So if I want to say that the forecast ends at the end of the month. So this is where I am changing the deadline of the forecast for me. Now option, I can say that forecast starts from 20. Let's say if I say forecast doesn't start from 20, it starts from any other particular way. Let's say it's selecting this 20. If I want from 19 the forecast starts, or from 18 the forecast starts, if I want to say that. So this is how the forecasted elements have been considered. So I can make those changes that this is where the forecasted value can change and can show the changes for us. Now if you see confidence interval is this, I can change the confidence interval, means how confident you are, I can change those elements. So here if I change till 90, this is how the confidence interval shrinks and increases. If I change it to 100, so 100 as a confidence interval ideally is not possible for us. Let's say I change it to 90. So this is how 90 looks like. This, let's say I change to 70. So this is what 70% confidence range looks like, and this is how it seems. Now if I want to say seasonality, which means there is a seasonal change into my data. So if it is changing after 3 months, 2 months, 4 months, a same pattern is being observed. So let's say if I give 4 months, the seasonal changes are happening. So here if you can see, it's not 4 months as such over here, it's 4 days. So after 4 days or 4 consecutive values, it will show me the seasonal pattern which is there. If I show that seasonality is 3 months, so this is after 3 days over here. Now if I want to say 6, if I write detect automatically, which means it will understand automatically what is the seasonality being observed in the past data, and it will predict for the future one. So this is there. Include forecast statistics, which means I want to include those statistics into my data. So if I want to include those statistics and values into my data, I do include forecast statistics. Now timeline range, value range, I've selected this is the data. Fill missing values with. Let's say in my dataset there are missing values. So what it will do, it will interpolate. Now by default it should interpolate, so it will take the nearby ranges and interpolate the data with that particular value. And or else you can put it at 0, but 0 keeping the value as a forecast doesn't make any sense. So I'm taking it as interpolation. Or there is something called as duplicate values. So it will aggregate the duplicate values by certain ranges. Here I've considered it as average on the basic, and then I'll do enter. So when I have done this, you can see a new sheet is being created which will analyze, which will keep my forecasted data. Now you can see I started the forecast from 18th. So from 18, the value was 89,129. So what was the forecast? It was very similar to what we had actually. Now 19th, the actual value was 79,050. Now what was the forecast? It was 76, which means slightly less. If I talk upon 20th of October, what was the value? 99,000. And what has been forecasted over here? 82,959. And for 21, obviously I didn't had a data, but still it has forecasted me something on the basis of the historic data. So this is how forecasted looks like, and this is how we have calculated in the sheet what are the forecasted elements, what are the predicted values based on the historic data, and we were able to forecast the data elements and predict something for future on the basis of the past data. So this was all about forecasting which we understood, and this was all about the forecasting which we studied, and this is how forecasting can happen in Excel. Now it's a very crucial step which comes into consideration by many financial analysts if they want to work with the forecasted data. It works on domains such as weather forecasting, price forecasting, sales forecasting, revenue forecasting, or stock prices forecasting into lots of domains and lots of studies. So that's how forecasting can be considered into Excel, and that's how forecasting takes place in Excel, and forecasting happens in terms of my Excel analysis. So this was all about forecasting in Excel, and this is how you forecast the data for the future purpose.
So now, as we have discussed something about forecasting in the initial part, so we all know that how we were able to predict certain values or forecast certain values for the next set of elements. Similar to the forecast, there is something which will help us to predict the outcomes or reach to a particular set of values. That is nothing but what if analysis. So we'll try to understand that what if analysis, what it is, why it is used, and how it is being used into the market. Now, when I discuss about what if analysis, as the name suggests, what if? What if means what if a particular criteria, a condition, a scenario is asked for us, and that I have to analyze or generate certain outcome for the same. So that's when we will try to take help of something called as what if analysis. So I will analyze the data, I will analyze the report, I'll analyze the outcome, what if a particular criteria, condition or scenario is met. So if I want to discuss something about what if analysis, before discussing about that, let's try to understand how it will be useful for us. Imagine that I'm an analyst for a company, and it's a book publishing company. So every month on month, they publish a book into the market, and they have to see how much profit, how much revenue has been generated by that particular book. So this particular month, they have published one book which is costing around 500 rupees. And they have to find out certain answers for some of the questions which come into the mind. So as I'm an analyst for the company, the manager or the stakeholder of the company comes to me and asks me these two questions. The very first question which he is asking is, what is the profit generated after selling 100 items? Which means he wants to know what kind of profit would be generated when I sell 100 units into the market. Now obviously, as I said, that this book is published in the market this particular month and it is costing me around 500 rupees. So when I sold 100 units of that particular book, it would be 500 into 100. That's nothing but 550,000. But this 50,000, I cannot say that it's a profit. It's the revenue being generated. So we will try to analyze and calculate the profit for the same with the help of what if analysis. Now, as I was not knowing that what I want to generate in the outcome, this 100 units is something that what if
the 100 units are sold into the market, what will be the profit generated? So here you can see, as per the topic which we are going to study, I'm analyzing the report, I'm analyzing the outcome. What if the criteria met is 100 units? So similar to that, the stakeholder came to me again and he's asking me that what will be the profit, or how many units I have to sold in order to get a profit of 1 lakh. So for that particular reason, I don't know how many units needs to be sold. I just know that I want to reach to a profit of 1 lakh rupees. So for that particular reason, let's see how my what if analysis is going to help me over the same. So if I want to discuss about what if analysis will help me to change the values of the cells or the formulas or the outcome in order to get certain result set, which will help me to give out certain conclusion, which will help me to derive certain information, and also it will help me to give certain stimulated outcome. So whenever we talk about what if analysis will always have three major factors taken into consideration. The very first, scenario. As the name suggests, scenario means some conditions, some criteria set into the mind. As we know, scenario into the real world, there will be scenario generated into the data, and we'll try to analyze the outcome based on certain scenarios. So for that, we have something called a scenario or a scenario manager. Second thing which we have is data table. So I have a table for which I have to generate an outcome, and that's when I take help of something called as data table. And the third thing which I have into over here is nothing but goal C. As you see by the name, goal C. Goal is nothing but a target, and C is I want to achieve that target. So how I would be able to achieve that target which is set according to me? So that's what we are going to see in terms of what if analysis. Let's go to our data and see how we will be able to solve, or how we will be able to use scenarios, data tables, as well as goal seek over here. So as I have said you earlier that I'm an analyst for a company which publishes book into the market, and this particular month they have published a book which is costing around 500 rupees in the as a selling price for the same. Now what I'm going to see how much would be the profit generated by the same. So when I know that price is 500 and the very first question was asked, how much profit would be generated when there are 100 units sold. So for that, let's try to see what is the total revenue generated for the same. So for the revenue, I'm doing this into price into the quantities. So I have one book costing me around 500 rupees. So 100 books will obviously be costing around 500 into 100. That's nothing but 50,000. But if someone is asking me, is this my profit? No. This is a revenue being generated when I sold 500 units, 100 units of book, each costing me around 500 rupees. So when I talk upon the production cost, now these guys are saying that whatever revenue is generated, 15% is the production cost. So let's see what's the 15% of the data. So I'll take this data, and 15% is nothing but my production cost. So the 15% production cost is 7,500 rupees. So each item on and all costed me around 200 rupees as an actual price, as an actual cost. Now that was a cost price, but obviously I will not sell my book on 200 rupees. My selling price is 500 rupees, but the cost of producing the book is around 200 rupees. So let's see the item cost, 100 units into 200 rupees. So the item cost is around 20,000 for me over here. Now let's see what is the total cost generated over here. So the total cost which I got, the item was costing me around 20,000 with a production cost of 7,500. So this is a total cost which was taken into consideration when I was publishing, or when I was using or utilizing certain materials and on into the market. So as you can see, 27,500 is the total cost which has been calculated over here, and the revenue which I have generated by selling 100 units of book is around 50,000. So my profit would be the revenue minus the total cost, and the remaining amount is going to be my profit. So let's see what is the profit generated by the same. So if I do equals to, revenue is this minus the total costing is this. So when I enter, so you can see the total profit is around 22,500. So when I am selling 100 units of book, where each book is costing me around 500 rupees, so the total profit which is going to be generated for me is around 22,500 rupees. Now, the first question which was asked to me by the stakeholders has been solved over here. That is, what will be the profit generated when I sold 100 units of books? So that's what we have got over here. But what if the stakeholders comes to me again and he has certain scenarios into his mind? What are certain scenarios? Certain possibilities. Obviously, he will be having that into mind. So what are the certain possibilities when he came again to me? He asked me that what if I'm selling 200 units of book, what would be my profit generated? So what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep 200 over here, and you could see the profit changing because I've referred the cells over here in terms of calculation. So obviously when I change the values in the cells, the values in the formula and the outcome is obviously going to change for me. Now he came up with again a scenario that what if I am selling 300 units over here? So I'll do 300. So it's giving me 67,500. Now what if I'm selling 400 units over here? So what's the scenario? What's the outcome? What's the profit being generated at a scenario of 400 units being sold? 90,000. Imagine that he's selling around how many units of items? 500. So what would be the profit generated over here? 1,12,500 rupees. So here if you can see, when I am changing all the possible values which came into the stakeholder's mind, I am generating some amount of profit. But I cannot see all the result sets which are there. Let's get back to 100, and that's the profit when I sold 100 units of item. Now there were certain scenarios which were there into his mind that what if I sold 200 units, 300 units, 400 units and so on. So let's try to keep these scenarios into measure, and let's try to calculate on the basis of that fixed scenarios that how the values would be changing into an analysis which will help us to analyze it better instead of putting it one by one over here. So let's try to take help of something called as what if analysis. So here if you go in the data tab, you can see a forecast group. Now you know that each ribbon has certain groups. So this group name is known as forecast. Forecast means predict. Obviously here I don't know what is going to be the outcome. I'm just predicting it on the basis of certain changes in the value. So what kind of prediction I'm going to look out over here? Predictions on the basis of different possibilities and scenarios. So let's try to see how it is going to be helpful for me. So in the forecast group, there is something called as what if analysis. If I hover over here, you can see it tries out various values or changes in the values in order to generate certain outcome based on a formula or a function. And here you can see it is taking help of three major factors. The very first is scenario, the second is goal C, and the third is data tables for us. Let's see one by one. So if I go in the first one is nothing but scenario manager. As you know, scenarios are the possibilities which are required to be considered over here in order to generate some result sets. So let's see what are the possibilities. So here you can see different groups of values or scenarios and switch between them. That's the possibility which is being calculated. So let's say, let me click on scenario. There is no particular scenario being added. There is no particular possibility being created over here. It's created from scratch. So if I want to create a scenario, I'll do an add. So The first thing which is asking me over here is a scenario name. Now, what is the scenario name which I want to give? Scenario name, let's say 200 units sold. So, that's the first scenario. Changing cell. What cells should change? I should change quantities over here. That's when I'll get my output. I'll do F4 and I'll keep it as a normal cell. I'm not referring it as such. You can refer it or you can keep it as a normal cell. Now, here, comment. Now in this comment, I can add what I wanted to do over here in terms of generating an outcome or for this particular scenario. So I say this is generating profit amount when 200 units of items or books are sold in market. So that's the comment which I have entered over here and I do OK. So when I do OK, it is asking me for a fixed value. What is a fixed value over here? That's 200 over here. And I do OK. So you can see there is one scenario being added over here. And when I do show, you can see when I show this particular scenario, you can see the values are changing. I didn't went at that particular location and I entered the value. A scenario has helped me over there. So similarly, let's try to add in few more scenarios over here. Now, as we saw that when I just selected that scenario which I created, the value has automatically changed. Now let's try to create few more scenarios which came into the mind of the stakeholders and let's see how the values have changed on the basis of each scenario. So I'm going over here and I'm adding one more scenario. The scenario is when there were 300 units sold. So I'll write the scenario name as 300 units sold. What is the changing cell for me? This is the changing cell for me again. I'll make it as a normal cell. That's it. And what is the comment which I want to add? The profit amount generated after selling 300 units of books. That's what I do. Okay. And here I have to set up a fixed value. What's the fixed value over here? 300. Now I can go again over here and add instead of putting it okay. So one more scenario would be created. Let's say 400 units sold. G6, that's going to change over here. And then J6, that's going to change over here. And you can see comment. If you want, you can add. If you want to avoid, you can avoid the comment as well. So I can write the profit amount generated after selling 400 units of books. And I do OK. What's the fixed value which I want to set up over here as 400 and I do OK. So there are 3 scenarios being created. Obviously, as per the question, it is 100. The second value is, let's say, 200 units sold, 300 units sold and 400 units sold. So these were certain scenarios which came into the stakeholder's mind and he wanted to see what will be the profit generated when I have a possibility of selling 200 units, 300 units and 400 units. So for 200 we have seen how does it looks. For 300 units, if I do show, you can see this is how it is changing. For 400 units, you can do show and this is how it is changing. So on the basis of each scenario which is being created over here, you can see how the profit is being calculated. So there is some change of values in the cells happening and based on that an outcome needs to be generated. I was not knowing that what is going to be the particular outcome. So on the basis of different scenario, it is going to predict my profit which is being calculated over here. So you can see 200, 300 units sold and whatever description I have written that has been given over here. So if I close, let's say I'll make it what? 100. For 100, initially this is what the profit was, and let's try to go in what if analysis in scenario manager. And instead of doing this, show one at a time for each scenario, let me create something called as summary. Now what will the summary do? Summary will create a summarized report of all the scenarios which are there. So I'll do summary, result set is this. This is what the result is, which I require after changing these values, and I do OK. And here you can see current value, which means in the what if analysis sheet, what is the current value of the changing cell for me? The current value of the changing cell is 100. And on the basis of that 100, what is the profit? What's the outcome being generated? 22,500. So here if you see in the scenario manager, 100 units paid, there is 22,500 as a profit being generated. What if the next scenario which I created, what was the next scenario? The next scenario was 200 units sold. You can see the name of the scenarios are also being similar. So 200 units sold, 300 units sold, 400 units sold. So if someone wants to analyze in terms of this kind of report, it will be very easy for them if they have certain scenarios in their mind in order to create certain outcomes. So here you can see 200 units sold. What is the profit being generated? 45,000. 300, 67,500. And 400, it's 90,000. But changing cell, how I will get to know that this cell J6 is having quantities? How I'll get to know that this is something called as profit? Because I know this is what I've created, but there is another person. If I share this sheet with someone else or to the stakeholders, he can see the result, but he will not understand what is this J6 and what is this result set. So in order to quickly modify it, let's try to do something. First, let me delete this sheet. So I'm deleting this sheet and I'll go in what if analysis. Here, this is a changing cell. I know that quantity 100 is my changing cell and profit is the result set after changing that particular cell. That's what I have to create. So here I go over here. I'll go in name box. Instead of writing it as J6, I will mention it as quantity. And I enter. So when I select this cell, the name of that particular cell is not J6 anymore. It's something called as quantity. Similar to this cell, this is the result after changing that particular cell. So this result cell is what is profit. So I'll write this and I do OK. So instead of this cell, now this cell named is as profit. So let's try to create a summary again. I'll go in what if analysis, scenario manager. I'll go to the summary. I'll create it in a new sheet and you can see. Now instead of J6, $, $6 or $, and $12 as such, what it is going to give me? It is going to give me that cell named as what? Quantity. This cell named is what? Profit for me. And here you can see current means when I am creating the summary, the current value of quantities is 100 quantities sold. So the profit being generated is 22,500. Similarly, if I am selling 200 units of item, the profit being generated is 45,000. 300 units, 67,500, and for 400 units, it's 90,000 in profit. So it shows how on the basis of different possible scenarios which came into the stakeholder's mind, we are able to give him certain analysis, certain outcome. So this is how our scenario manager will help us for the same. So this was all about scenario manager. For different scenarios, it will help us to calculate certain result set. And we have seen how it has calculated for the same. So let's go on the sheet. And what is the next thing which I want to do? As per the first question, what is the profit generated after selling 100 units? We were able to solve and tackle the problem. But there was one more question. That when I am going to achieve a profit of around 1 lakh, which means
how many units needs to be sold if I want to achieve a profit of 1 lakh rupees. Obviously, I don't know how many units needs to be sold. So I try to do and I try to check it manually. For 100 units sold, the profit is around 22,500. Let's say for 200 units sold, the profit is around 45,000. Let's say if I say 350 units sold, the profit is around 78,750. If I say 800 units sold, the profit is going beyond 1 lakh. Here, if I say 34 units sold is around 7,650. If I say that I am selling 400 units, what's the profit being calculated? 90,000. Now, if I have 450 units sold, the profit being calculated is 1,01,250. Which means if I check it manually, it will become difficult for me to analyze that when I'm going to achieve this particular target. So, for that particular problem statement, we have something called as goal C. Now, what is the meaning of goal C? As the name suggests, goal. Goal is nothing but the target. Seek. Seek is nothing but I am going to achieve that target. I am going to seek that target. So, how I am going to achieve the target or seek the target over here? So, for that, in the what if analysis, we have something known as goal C. So, let me change it 100 again and let's see how goal seek works. So, here when I go on goal seek, finds the right input for the value you want, which means I don't know what is going to be the quantity sold for that particular item if I want to generate a price of or a profit amount of 1 lakh rupees. So here an input needs to be calculated and I am not going to do it manually. I'll let my Excel to do it for the same. So find the right input for the value you want. So we are going to find out the right input for the value which we require over here. So for this, let's see how are we going to achieve this goal. That is, how are we going to seek this goal. In order to do it, let's click on goal seek. Now goal seek will have 3 parameters. First is set value. Now what is the meaning of set value? What value I want to set means what value I want to show, where the target needs to be achieved. So what value I want to set? I want to set this cell, and this cell is nothing but calculating me the profit. So that's the set value. This value needs to be set, needs to be achieving which target. So to value, what value I want to set it? I want to set this into 1 lakh. So that's the value which I want. Now, when I am telling that profit is what you want to set, into how many value? You want to set it in 1 lakh rupees. Now, 1 lakh as a profit. Now, what cell should I ideally change? Which cell should I ideally change? The quantities, because I know the price of the book is going to be fixed. Production cost, anyhow, revenue ka 15% is being calculated. Item cost is for the number of units. It will have a particular item cost of 200, the cost price, and that is being calculated, the total cost. From this, the total cost is being calculated, and then the profit is being generated for the same. So, I want to set the profit into 1 lakh by changing what? Obviously, I will be changing what? Changing the quantities. So, I've selected it and I do OK. When I do OK, you can see that goal seeking with cell G12. That is, it is seeking a goal for cell J12 to find a solution. Target value. What was the target value? Which was there? 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees as a target which I want to achieve. What was the current value when the data was there? Current value was 100 units being sold. So I can cancel. If I cancel, you can see it's back to the basic which was there earlier. So similarly, if I select over here, I'll go on this. I'll go to goal seek, and goal seek, I'll select profit, value, What is the profit amount which I want to generate? It's around 1 lakh. By changing which cell? By changing this quantity as a cell, and I do OK. When I do OK, you can see how many quantities needs to be sold in order to generate a profit of 1 lakh. That has been calculated over here. But one thing, I'll do OK. But one thing to keep in mind is items, the number of quantities. Will it ever be into decimal? That is, it is showing me 444.444 something, which means that it was not one finite quantity, it was showing a decimal. That could possibly happen into my data. So I need to avoid it before taking it into my analysis, because keeping data into proper format is much more required. So when I go on this quantity, let's say I'll use a function known as roundup. Roundup is a function which will help me to round up the value and go to the highest element. So what it is going to give me? 445 units which needs to be sold if I want to generate a profit of around 1 lakh. So 1,125,000 is the profit being calculated after selling this. It was earlier 444.44, but with the help of roundup, it has rounded up to the other value. You can do this, or one more thing which you could do is remove the decimals. So it has removed the decimals, and you can see the profit is still around 1 lakh for me. So this is how I have used goal C. Now I can say that if I am selling 100 units, what should be the price of the product in order to reach to a profit of 2 lakhs. So I'll go in data tab, forecast, goal C. This is a value which I want to see. To which value? 2 lakh. By changing cell. Which cell I need to change? Now let's say price. I want to fix the quantities. The quantities are going to be 100 units only. But the price is fluctuating over here. So price, I've done it, and when I do OK, here you can see price needs to be 2,588 rupees when you are selling 100 units of item in order to get a profit of 2 lakh. So this is how a goal seek has been helpful for me in terms of analysis. So when I talk upon goal seek is achieving this goal. So there was a goal which I required to be achieved, and we were able to predict certain values which will be essential for me in order to predict the goals or in order to predict the outcome. So this was what if analysis, and this was all about the goal seek as an option into the what if analysis. Now there is something called as data table. So sees the results of multiple inputs at the same time, which means we have seen the result of multiple scenarios at same time in this particular part. But similarly, you can see in that what if analysis as well. Now, here I'm creating. Now here what I'm doing, I'm taking equals to and this cell value. Never copy it as it is. If you do Control C and then paste it over here, it's not going to make sense. Why? Because the reference is not being matched. There are blank rows coming in between. So what I can do is I'll do equals to and this value profit. You can see it's 22,500 which is being created. Now I want to see how many units, how many price was being generated. We're selling 200, 300 units, 400 units, 450 units, and 500 units. So for this, I am not creating different scenarios just like we did in Scenario Manager, but still I'll be able to do this task. Let's see how. So here, if you can see, this is a table and this is a quantity where this calculation is happening. And this is the total profit which is being generated after selling each particular set of units. Now let's see how it is going to be helpful for me in terms of data table. So for this data table, I'll select this entire range where I want to copy the values, and in the what if analysis sheet there is a data table. So I'll select data table. Now the data is not with respect to rows, it's with respect to columns because it's one after another. So column cell, let's say this is what I want, and you could see, okay, this is what is being created over here. So for 200, for 300, for 400, for 500 and for 600. This is a data table. So as we have seen that how we can generate different scenario based outcomes, how we can reach to a particular goal or seek to a particular goal into the data, what values changes are required, how the input value needs to be changed. This is what we have understood over here. And similarly, let's try to see the third approach which is possibly available to us is nothing but the data table. Now data table will give me the table wise information or the table wise outcome for my analysis. Let's see how. If you have seen in the scenario manager, for different scenarios, we generated an outcome, a summary sheet into a different sheet for us. Now in what if analysis, let's try to see a data table, and for those particular scenarios only, let's try to generate an outcome of profit. So I'll first create a data table. So I'm taking this profit. If I do Control C and I paste it over here, it's going to be problematic. It's going to show me a reference error. Now, what is this reference error and why it is being causing over here? Because if you see, it is referring to a cell. It's referring to a blank cell which is being considered over here, and that needs not to be there. So instead of copying and pasting the value over here, what I am going to do is I am going to refer to this cell. So if the values are changing over there, the reference has been created over here, so the same value changes would happen over here. So if I do profit, now here I am not inserting anything. I am inserting how many units? 200, then 300, then 400, and then there is something called as 500 as a units being sold. And let's calculate the profit for the same. So I have selected this entire data table where I want to generate an outcome of profit for each number of units being sold. So I've selected this. I'll go in the data tab. In the data tab, there is what if analysis, and then there is something called as data tables. So sees the results of multiple inputs, which means multiple inputs at the same time. So you can see the results of multiple input in a tabular format at the same time over here. So data table, you just have to write two values. One is rows input cell, one is column input cell. Now the data which I want to analyze is in terms of columns. So I'll try to take help of something called as column input cells. Now column input cells are selecting this, the quantities which needs to be inputted into this formula in order to work it correctly. So if I do OK, you can see the profit being generated. Let me format it. So here I am formatting it and removing these decimals. So for 200 units sold, the profit is going to be 45,000. For 300 units sold, it's 67,000. For 400 units sold is 90,000. And for 500 units sold is 1,12,500 rupees. So this is what the total revenue being generated after selling each particular unit item. So this was about the data table which we were talking about and which we were discussing about. So this is how we were able to predict something. We were able to find out what if a particular criteria needs to be satisfied, what if this scenario is met, what if we want to achieve this target or this goal in terms of reaching the data, how many changes and tweaks are required for the same. So for this, we are doing something called as what if analysis. So here we have understood a simple approach of how does what if analysis work, how it is useful for us, and how it makes help for analysis of something. So as the name suggests, what if analysis, it will analyze what if a given criteria is possibly satisfied in the data or outside the data for us. So that's when we have something called as what if analysis, which will help me to forecast and predict the outcome for the same. So this was all about what if analysis. I hope it is understandable to you all. So now let's discuss about a new topic which we will be studying, understanding and trying to explore that how this topic will help us for our certain analysis or certain task which we want to do with respect to our data. So the newer topic which we are going to study over here is nothing but macros. Now, when macros as a name is suggested, what is macros, how a macros is helpful, why should I create a macros and so on, this all questions comes into mind. And many people think that macros is something where I have to write a hard code, I have to write lots of code logic and then I have to implement it into my data so that it helps me to do my particular task. It's not like that. Let's try to see how macros it is and how it is useful for us. So when I talk upon macros, macros are nothing but recorded steps, recorded actions or recorded set of instructions which I will do in order to do certain analysis, repeat certain tasks, because there are many instances. Let's say for a time being, imagine that I'm working as an analyst for a company and they're giving me data on a weekly basis. Now in week 1, they shared certain data with me with similar set of columns, and in week 2, they shared certain data with me with similar set of columns. What I have to do is I have to eliminate or I have to remove or I have to highlight the particular rows, particular cells, or I have to format the cells or cell values on all the weekly data which is given. So at the end of the day, I'm repeating the task which I am doing every week. So instead of repeating the task, let's Excel understand what task I'm doing, let it keep it into its memory and then let it execute on itself. I'll not do this task. And that's when macros will come into consideration. So when I talk upon macros, as I said, it's a recorded set of instructions. So it will record whatever action I'm doing with the data and that it will try to replicate when I run it again on a newer set of data. So if I want to talk upon a simpler definition of macro in Excel, so macro in Microsoft Excel is a set of action that can be used to automate repetitive tasks, which means I don't have to manually do this repetitive task again and again on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, or on a daily basis as such. So macros are very useful for us, but macros are recorded. So they are recorded in Visual Basics applications, where Visual Basics is a coding part of the Excel world. So macros are recorded over there, macros are setting their instruction in the Visual Basics in order of Excel to understand what of instructions I'm trying to do with respect to the data, and then it will convert itself into the programming language of Visual Basic so that an Excel will understand the task which I am doing and it will replicate it accordingly. So when I talk upon macros in simple term, they are a recorded set of instructions. So if I want to create a macros, let's say as I have said that on a weekly basis the data is coming to me, how the data is coming to me, how a macro needs to be created, how should I record, and how is an Excel going to understand what I have recorded and repeat it again and again. So if I want to see in the sheet, I have a new sheet created for me that is related to macros in VBA. So here you can see I have a sheet 1 known as macros 1. I have sheet 2 known as macros 2. Here you can see sheet 1, sheet 2. The data starts from B2. Here in the sheet 2, the data starts from B2 again. Here you can see that there is ID, there is year, there is brand, there is country, there is revenue, there is profit being generated over here. Now in the sheet 2 as well, the same set of columns are available for me. So the information in both the sheet looks similar, but in sheet 1 it's for week 1 and in sheet 2 it's for week 2. Let's try to see how both the information could be repetitively doing certain tasks, which I'll record it with the help of macros and then run it accordingly or execute it accordingly. So before going to that, I'm trying to add few more records over here. So let's say if I'll select this, I'll do Control D. So I'm copying the value. I'll do Control D. I'll do Control D and I'll do Control D over here and let me change the value. Now the ID number remains same, the year remains same, XYZ remains same. Now UK, let's say I have India, I have Japan, and I have Russia, where the data is. Now India is giving me a profit of the revenue of around 20,000 and giving me a profit of around 4,000. Japan, and spelling is wrong, just a second. So Japan. Now Japan is giving me a revenue of around 30,000 with a profit of around 5,600. Now Russia is giving me a revenue around 15,600 and giving me a profit of around 2,400. So this is what I've created a data. I've added a few more records. Here you can see week 1. The data is starting from which cell? You can see it's B2. And here in week 2, you can see the data is starting from B2 again. So let's try to make certain changes and I'll show how a macros will be helpful for us and how does a macros execute. So if I add a particular row over here, so I'll do Control Shift and plus. So here the data now starts from B3. Here the data still is from B2. See how the changes are happening over here. So if I go over here and do this analysis, let's see how a macros would be recorded. First of all, here the data cells are not matching. The columns are matching. That is fine. The number of rows, how many rows do I have? 7 over here. I've added new data in the next sheet. So how many rows are available over here? 10. So the row count is also not matching. But is macros going to understand this? Is macros going to help us analyze the same? Let's see. So if I go over here and I want to record a macros. So for me, a developer tab is available, but for you all, if the developer tab is not available, let's try to bring it again. So let me remove this. You have to just right click on any of the ribbon which you have anywhere in the empty space over the ribbon. Just right click and you'll see customize the ribbon. Now when I go and customize the ribbon, in the customize ribbon option, for you this developer tab would be unchecked. Because it's not by default given to you all, you have to bring it. You have to customize your ribbon and bring in the developer tab. So when I click on the developer tab, you can see that would be given. You just have to do OK. So once you do this, a developer option will be provided to you. in terms of a developer tab. And when you go over here, all things related to the macros or the development world of Excel comes into consideration over here. It's not like only in the developer tab you can create macros. You can see once you bring in the developer tab, there is an option available over here as well. You can see a small box with a small circle where a recording icon is available. So no macros are currently recording, which means nothing is being recorded over here. So if you want to record a macros from here as well, you can record it, or else you can go in the view option. In the view, in the macros section, you can see there is something called as macros available for us. If I select on this, there is an option of view macros, there is an option of record macros, and then there is an option of use relative references for the same. Let's try to use each one of them and let's try to create certain macros for the same. Now, when I'm recording macros, let's see what all steps needs to be taken into consideration. So let me start recording a macros from this particular region first, and eventually I'll show how in developer and how in the shortcut option which is available below a macros could be executed. If I go in the view tab in the macros, I'll go in view macros. In the view macros, it will show me what all macros are possibly available to me in another workbook or in another worksheet. But you can see there is another worksheet which is possibly available to me. In that there is one macro. I don't want it. I want to record a macro, because unless and until I record, I'll not get to know what set of instructions are being recorded. So I'll go over here, I'll record a macro. When I'm going and recording a macro, obviously I need to give a macro name. So let's say I give highlights. Highlights as a macro name. If someone wants to associate a shortcut key, so instead of going and running a macro from the developer tab, you can also associate a shortcut key over here. If you want to, you can give it. You are free to give it. Now store this macro in. Obviously, I want to store this macro into Excel workbook, Excel worksheet, wherever I want to store it. So there is new workbook, new worksheet where I want to store the macro. This workbook is where I want to store a macro. Now, if I want to add any description for this macro, because if I share the sheet with someone else, obviously they will see what kind of description I've added over here when the macro is being created. So if I want to add a description, let's say the macro highlights the data provided to us. So whatever data is provided to us, it will highlight. Once you click on OK, the macro recording will start. How you will get to know that the macro recording has started? Here you will get a square button. Once you get a square button over here, you will get to know that macro recording has been started. Now, if I do OK, you can see I've got a square button, which means the macro recording has started. Now, there is one more option which is available to us. I'll show you eventually what it is. Now, let's say I'll go in this. So, whatever I do, let's say I'm selecting this region. I'm going into home. I'm merging the cells. I'm giving them a color. I am making the font bold. I am increasing the size, the height over here. I'm making it center aligned. I'm making the text a little bit bigger in font. Here if I go, I'm selecting. Here you can see I'm doing by the cursor or the mouse by the selection pane. I'm selecting certain region. Let's say I've selected from this to this. I've selected. Here I'll give a border. From here I'll do select all the columns and I'll give a column color for here. Let's say blue. I'll make it bold. I'll make all the data center aligned. So I am selecting it over here by the selection pane, and let's say I'm making all of them center aligned, and that's it. This is what I want to do in the macros, and I'll stop it. How I can stop it? I can stop it from here. So a macro has been created, a macro has been executed. Let's see I want to repeat a macro task which has been done over here on the week 2 data. Now, as I have shown you that the data starts from B3 over here the data starts from B2. Here there were 7 records, here there are 10 records. The column count remains the same, but is it going to affect when I repeat this task again on this sheet? Let's try to see. So, in order to run a macros, how should I run the macros? Here in the view option, you can see the macros option. Now we can go in view because we have recorded a macro over here. So when I go in view, you can see highlight as a macro being created in this sheet. So if I want to run it, I can run it. But when I'm executing this macro, don't you think so there is possibly an error which has occurred over here? What is an error? Now when I started recording, after starting the recording, I selected the region. So whichever cells I have selected with the cursor, with the mouse, that cells has been captured. So here if you see, the first step which I did was I went in over here in B3. So when the macro is being repeated on another sheet, you can see it has started again from what? Again from B3. So this region has been merged. Now here you can see it is starting from B5 to B12. So here also you can see it's starting from B5 to B12, even though there is more data that has not been captured. So what happened over here? When you started recording a macro, wherever you select a cursor, wherever you have dragged certain region, only that part has been captured. If you want to see how, let's see. Let's go in macros. You can see, you can go in view macros. In that highlights, you can go something into edit. Now, once you go into edit, you'll get this. You'll get this. Now you can see highlight. What is the comment which I have added? The macro highlights the data provided to us. You can see the selection has started from range of cells B3 to D3. I have selected it. Then I did center alignment, I did bottom, I did text orientation. All those things are there. I have merged them, so that has also been captured. Here you can see selection of font. The rows which I have captured over here, that has also been selected. Column width, row width. You can see range of cells. It's from B5 to G5 for the column part, which is there. So, and B5 to G12 for the rows. So here you can see only this region part has been highlighted, because when I was running a macro, I had selected only that particular set of cells, and because of that, it has only selected that cell when a macro is repeated again on a newer sheet of data. Now let's try to create another macro where I'm not selecting a particular cell by my mouse or cursor, but I'm trying to use certain shortcut keys for the same. Let's see how, and let's see how the macros is now executing. So I can close over here. Now in order to remove this format, I cannot do Control Z, because for a macro, undo as an operation is not being possible over here. So if I want to remove all the format, I will select everything. I'll go in the home tab. In there is an editing option given as clear. In that, I'll do clear all formats. If I select clear all, it is going to clear all the data. I don't want to clear all. I want to clear only the format. So I'll do Control Z. It will bring back the data. So just clear the formats over here. Similar thing I'll try to do over here. So here also, I'll try to clear all the formats. Now, let me keep it starting from B3. So let me keep this also B3. So Control Shift plus to add a row, and the row has been added. So it's starting from B3, it's starting from B3. Let's create another macro. Now I'll show you an approach of creating a macro from here. You can see I can go over here and I can select this part, and creating a macro option is again available. So I'll give data. Now remember, space is not an option when you give a macro name. You have to give underscore, no special characters as such. So data formatting is a new macro name which I am creating. So data formatting, if you want to give a shortcut key, you are free to give a shortcut key. And if you want to add a description, you can add a description, but I'm not doing anything as such. So I'll do OK, and the macro recording has started. So I'll go over here, shift, arrow key, arrow key. So it will go 3 times over here. Let me make it this color, make it bold, merge it, then make it center line, a little big in font. Here if I go, now instead of selecting this way, because if I select this, it is selecting from B5 to G5. I don't know how many columns are there. I want to go to all the columns. So what I'm doing, Control, Shift and a right arrow key, which will select all the columns starting from there. Similarly, I want to select all the rows. So instead of selecting a particular section, I'll do Control, Shift and down arrow key. So it will go to all the rows in that particular range of cells. So that till the time data is available. So here you can see this is how it has been captured over here. So I have done it. Now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to add a color. I'm trying to add it center, Control, Shift, right arrow key. I'm trying to add a color, then this. Here I'll try to add a thick border. And that's it. I'm done with the macros. Let me stop it over here. So I've stopped it. And let's try to run this macro. Now, how should I run this macro? You can go in developer now, because we have seen view tab, how a macro would be seen over there and how it will be recorded. Let's see the developer tab, which has everything related to the macros or the Visual Basics part. So over here, there is an option of macros. I can go over here and you can see 3 macros are possibly available for me. The first one is the data formatting. I'll do run. So when I run it, you can see a macro has executed the task within a fraction of seconds. So I didn't need to repeat the task which I did in sheet 1 to the sheet 2 data. And you can see in the initial approach, it was just selecting only this region, only from B5 to B12. But here in this, instead of selecting that particular section, I have done Control, Shift, right arrow keys and down arrow keys, and that's how it has captured the data over here. Let's see how it has executed and how it has understood by my Excel in the Visual Basics. So I can go over here, data formatting, I can go into edit, and when I open the edit option, you can see this is available for me. The macro name is data formatting macro. Now you can see it has started from B3 to D3 for the merge option. Here it's there. Now you can see it started from B5. Select started from B5 and selection starting from B5 to what? To the Excel to the right, means extreme end toward the right. So I did Control, Shift and right arrow key, and that's why it went into the extreme right of the data. So similarly, you can see I did Control, Shift and down arrow key. So it went into the extreme low or the extreme end of the number of records which are being provided. And the selection error which was there, that I selected only that particular region, B5 to B12. So that has been avoided over here. And that's why even if I give 100 records in the data, the macro will be executed for all the 100 records, because instead of selecting only that particular section, I have done Control, Shift and down arrow key. So this is how my macro is being executed, and this is how it has been understood by my Excel. I didn't write any of this code. I don't know how to write VBA. But still, by recording certain set of actions, these actions are being converted into the Visual Basic language, which my developer tab, the Visual Basic applications understand, and that has been repeating accordingly. So this is how a macros is being created over here. So let me close it, and you can see a macro has been generated over here. Let's try to create one more macro, which is, let's say, if I'm taking this, let's try to create it from here now. In the developer tab, I'll go in record and I can go in charts. So charts insert is the macro name, and I'm giving a description. The charts are inserted by this macro. So I'm giving a description and I do OK, it's being started. So I'll select this, I do Control Shift down and Control Shift right. So these 3 columns, I know weekly these 3 columns are going to come into my data. So let me add a chart by going into insert, and I'll add a combo chart over here. I'll add this. You can see I'm changing a data color over here. In the home, let's change the color of the data, or let's make it a bit better. This, I don't want this value, so I'll delete it. I don't want the chart title, so I could delete it. I don't want the grid lines, I could possibly delete it. And I want the data labels, I could possibly add it. Now I'll add this and make it bold. I'll select this and make it bold. Same goes for here, and I'll make it bold. And this is how my data looks like in terms of analysis. And I'm done with the macros. Let's stop the recording and let's see, is it being recorded over here or not. So instead of going in developer tab, running the macro again and again, let me add a button like action over here, so that when I click the button, the macro will automatically be executed. So how should I do it? Let's say I'll go in insert and there are illustrations. Let's go in shape and let me add a shape. Any shape of my choice. So I've added a shape over here. You can see shape. So shape fill, if you want the shape color to be changed to something. Let's say this is a shape color which I want. Shape effect, if you want a shadow, let's say I give a shadow over here. And I write a name. Charts macro. That's being executed. Now I can increase it. I can increase the size. I can go into this. I can change the color. So here, if I select entire thing and let's change the color of this and make it bold, and I've changed the color. But when I click on this, nothing is being executed because no macro has been assigned. I've just inserted a shape. So in order to assign a macro, I'll go on this and I'll right click. When you do a right click on the shape which you have inserted, you can see there is an option of assign a macro. I go over here, and what's the macro which I want to assign? I want to assign a chart insert macro. So I've selected it and I do OK. So when I click on this, you can see there is an error being encountered over here. So maybe that when I did the macro, it has not captured all the set of instructions correctly. So what you can do in terms of this, you can go into the VBA, do the changes, or you can delete the macro and run it again accordingly. So here, as we saw, that we can also insert our macro and do those analysis. So you can go in debug in order to understand. So when you're adding a chart element, there is an error when the shapes or the charts are being added, and that's why it is not helping us to give a proper analysis over here. So what you can do, as I said, you can debug it over here if you know how to write VBA, or else you can create a chart or the macros again. So I don't want it. So okay, so I've stopped it, and this is how my macro has executed till the time it was executing properly. So this is how certain macros are being created. Let's see one more example for the same. So as we have seen in this macro, there are certain errors which are encountered, and when a macro is executing, the errors do encounter. What we can do is we can go into the debug part and we can debug the macro in terms of minimizing the errors or eliminating the errors which have occurred, or else we can go and create a new macro with a fresh start so that a macro is being executed properly. So let's see one more example of creating a macro with different approach. Now I'm not going into the debug part as of now. Let's try to debug it in the next coming part. So let me eliminate it. So I'll do delete, and let's try to run one more macro over here. What kind of macro do I want to create it now? Now the macro which I want to create it over here is, I want to go to this particular cell, and when I run a macro, this cell needs to be highlighted. If I select this particular region and when I run a macro, this particular region needs to be highlighted. So that's the set of tasks which I wanted to do. Let's see how a macro will help me to do this task. Before starting and executing a macro, I will first select a cell. Because if I start running a macro and then select a cell, it will capture that I'm capturing or I'm selecting only that particular region. So what I am doing is, I'm selecting a cell first over here and then I'm running a macro, so that a cell which is being selected is not being captured. It is just capturing the task which I am doing. So let's see how it executes. So if I go into this, I can go over here, run a macro. So I can see highlight selection. I'll do highlight selection over here. So this is a macro name which I have created, that is highlight selection. If you want a shortcut key to be added, you're free to add it. Now it highlights the selected cell or range of cells. So what does it do? It highlights a selected cell or a range of cells over here. And I do OK. So when I do this, I have selected this region. What I'm trying to do is, I'm going over here. Let me highlight it with this color. Let me make it a bit bold. And let me bold the data, whatever it is there. And I've done it. And I'll stop it. I've not done anything. I've selected the cells before I created a macro. And then what I have done, I've just selected a cell color, and then I have given that I want thick border to that particular range of cells, and I want a bold format for the same. Let's see what a macro has understood over here when I have done this action. So I can go in developer, I can go into macros, and you can see there is a new macro created by me, that is highlight selection. I'll go into edit and see. So what is a macro doing? Highlight selection macro. Highlights the selected cells or range of cells. What it is doing with selection, whatever is the data, it will go to the interior and it will make it a solid color. Then pattern, whatever pattern needs to be there, shade, tint, it is given the color which is being added over here. And then end with, here you can see dialog box. If you want to change the formats, orders, nothing is being created. Borders, you want to give a top borders, thick borders, everything has been selected. So here you can see that's whatever I have written, that's being selected, and the text or the font which I want is in bold format. So that's being created over here. Now let's see how does this macro execute and how it is going to help me in terms of achieving what I wanted, that when I select a particular region, it should highlight it. So let me minimize the screen and let me assign a button to the macro again, because I don't want to go into the developer tab, go into macros and start running it again and again, because it's a difficult task for me to go into the developer tab again and again. It's better that I assign a button and that button is helping me to do this macro part. So we have seen from the insert illustration how a button could be added. Now let's see in the developer part, there is also a button option, how that could be helpful for us. So if I go in the insert option, there are form controls, and in the form controls, there is an option of button. A basic button is what I'm going to add over here. So I'll select it and I just have to select a region where I'm doing a button. When I do this, the button name is button click 1, but it should have a macro assigned to it. What macro do I want to assign it? Highlight selection. So I've selected the highlight selection macro which I want to assign, and you can see what is the description of the macro. Highlights the selected cells or the range of cells. So this macro is doing this task for me. I'll do OK, and you can see a button being added. What I could do is I could give a button name. What's the button name? I'll give the button name as highlights. I can give anything. I can maximize the size of the button, and that's it. Now, if I select this region and I click this button, now clicking this button means executing the macro which we have created. Let's see if it is highlighting the selected cells or not. When I click this button, you can see the action which I did has been highlighted. Now, why it is highlighting that particular range of cells and not that where I have used the highlight option? Why? Because I have selected the cell before starting a macro. So no cell has been captured, only the highlighting action has been captured. So when I run this macro, whatever is being selected, that's being highlighted. So here, if you see, if I select only this and run a macro over here, you can see that would be highlighted with this particular part. So if I select this region and I highlight it, you can see it's being highlighted. If I select this, control this, so there are two regions being selected. And if I run this macro, you can see both of them are highlighted over here. So you can see if I want to highlight certain sections, I don't have to go again and again to the home tab and insert the highlight, or I don't have to use the format painter again and again. The instruction or the task or the action which I wanted to do has been repeatedly done when a macro is being assigned to it. Macro has recorded the steps or the instructions or the actions which I have implemented over here, and that has been repeated over here for the same. So this is how a macro is being helpful for us in terms of doing certain repetitive tasks. So as you saw that this is how a macro is being created and this is how a macro is being executed, which is repeating my task again and again, which are being recorded over here, and it's being converted into the Visual Basic part. Now, when I started creating macro, you can see this option is coming to me over here as a save as. When I do Control S, now remember one thing, that whenever you create a macro or you add a macro or you do anything related to the VB approach, you should never do Control S, because when you do it, it will obviously save it into the Excel extension, that is XLSX. And when you try to save it into XLSX, the macro would not be saved. So when you share this file with anyone, so a macro is not going to be shared and the macro is not going to be executed, which you have created. So what should we do? We should obviously go into something called as save as. So what will happen over here? You can go into the file whenever a macro is created. Keep that in mind, never to do Control S. So I'll go in save as. So when I go in save as, you have to go somewhere over here where your data is there. Let's say any location where you can go. Let's say browse it and the data is available into my downloads. You can see this is a file name. I'm giving macros and VBA. I'm giving it macros and VBA, and you can see by default extension. The by default extension over here is macros workbook, but I don't want Excel workbook, but I don't want to save it into Excel workbook. I want to save it into macro enabled. So whenever you have a macro being created, one thing and the most important thing which you have to notice, you never have to save it into Control S and never do auto save, because the macro would be gone and it will be storing it into XLSX extension. Macro extension is XLSM, that is macro enabled. When you have to store a macro, you have to go in save as and you have to change the file type from my Excel worksheet to Excel macro enabled worksheet. So when I do OK, so this file will be saved as macro enabled for me over here. So if I see that when I go into the downloads, there is a file being created and you can see it's a macro, Excel macro enabled worksheet. This file is Excel worksheet and you can see this is Excel macro enabled worksheet. So whenever a macros is there, this is how you have to save it. Right click, you can see the properties of the file. Let's say the file is still open for me. So let me close the file and let me show you over here. Right click and the properties. You can see the extension which has been added over here is .xlsm. And whenever the macro is being created and macros are being added into your sheet or into your workbook or anywhere, the extension should never be XLSX. It should always be XLSM, so that a macro is being activated into the sheet, and when you're sharing with other person, this sheet will also have a macro being shared with the same. So this is how macros are being created and this is how macros are helpful for us. Let's try to see what are certain benefits of a macro. So if I want to talk upon macros, macros has several benefits taken into consideration. First is it is allowing me to automate my task where I don't want to repeat it n number of times. I just have to store it and I just have to do one click and my task would be automatically done. So automates the task, eliminates the requirement to perform redundant action. That is, it will not allow me or it will not ask me to do action again and again. Once you have done the action, it will record it accordingly and it will execute it in a later instance. Execute complex and multi-steps task with a minimum number of clicks, which means I'll just record it once and I just have to click it once. So once I click it, the task would be automatically done. I don't have to do it again and again. Complex, I can do n number of tasks with this. Multiple steps, as you have seen in the different macros which we created, there were multiple steps being added into the same. And minimum number of clicks, this task is being done. Saves times, allowing room for innovation. As you can see, I had week 1 and week 2 ka data. The time has been saved in terms of formatting them so that I can think what are new changes I can do in terms of repeating the task again into the newer sheet. Allows uniform formatting and automated reporting. As you can see, the format which I applied on week 1 ka data, the same format has been applied to the week 2 data. So the format looks uniform, there is no changes in the format. Over here does not require coding knowledge. So as you can see, when we go into the edit, there is lots of code which is being available and I don't have any idea how this code is being written. I just have to record my steps. Macros will automatically convert it into the code language of your Excel, that is into Visual Basics, and removes the chance of errors. The error chance we get is lesser as compared to what we do it manually. Now obviously we got an error and we will see how to debug the errors and the same. But this was all about the macros and this were the benefits of creating a macros. So I hope you all understood what is a macro, how do we create a macro, and how a macro can automate our task in terms of doing regarding the data. So this was all about macros. I hope it's understandable to you all.
Like this video, subscribe to our channel, and comment on the concept you want to learn next.
So now we will be discussing about something related to the dashboarding aspect of Excel. Now obviously when a data is given to you in lots of numbers or categorical information or the information which is provided to you into files, it's difficult for you to analyze into tables or value individually. Some or the other day you have to visualize it into a proper format. Now, when you're visualizing the data, you obviously convert them into charts and so on. But what if you want to combine all the charts together and show it as one report, which helps you to tell story or narrate analysis from your data? So, for that particular aspect, we will be understanding the dashboarding bit of Excel. Now, dashboarding in Excel is helpful for us in terms of narrate multiple visuals, multiple analysis, and in order to generate favorable outcomes from my data. So for that, we will be understanding the dashboarding bits of Excel. With respect to dashboarding, let's try to also clean the data, because there might be instances when the data is given from the client. The data might not be into its appropriate format, and that needs to be cleaned further before proceeding with the dashboarding aspect. So we will be understanding about data cleaning and how it will be converted into a dashboarding bit of Excel. So let's get started. So if I show you the data which I have, this is the data given to me by the HR of an organization, which has details related to several factors, several features. As you can see on my screen, there are two sheets provided to me. The very first is related to the employee base information, which consists of the name of the employee ID, the designation, the department in which the employee is working, the date on which the employee has been hired, the age of the employee, as well as the salary in USD, that is in US dollars. So this all things are given to me. When I see this data, by seeing it, by observing it, I can understand that there are discrepancies into it. Now, what level of discrepancies are there? Firstly, in the full name, the data is not into proper format. So it needs to be converted into a proper format as such. If you see in the hiring date as a column, now it is a date related variable. It's a date related feature. But if I see on my data, the date is not clearly into the format in which we need or in which we required. So this kind of data, if I take it further for my analysis can go wrong. Similarly, in the salary as a column, you can see there are missing values available for the same. Now the data which I have, and if I take it as it is into the dashboarding bit of Excel, my analysis might go wrong. My analysis will have erroneous outcome. My analysis will not have appropriate result sets. So before going further, we will try to clean it. Now, let's try to have a look on the another sheet which I have given. Now, employee ID and the employee performance which is given to us. Now, the employee performance over here is between a score level of 1 to 10. Now, the employee performance has been evaluated and this has been tracked down over here. Let's see how I can use both these data together in order to create dashboarding part of Excel. First, let's try to clean it and make it into a proper format, make it relevant for our use so that we can have a proper analysis of our data. So, if you see, I have employee base where lots of information is there. There is performance table. So, this performance score needs to be created over here. That is a major requirement which I want, because let's bring all the columns which I want for my analysis into one sheet. So, how I would like to do it? If I see that there is a performance score over here and then there is an employee base, if I want to bring that score, if I want to search, let's say S1001. So for this particular employee, the score is 4.5. So if I want to manually write it, it is a big task for me because I don't want to do any manual changes over here. I don't want to insert any manual values over here. Let Excel help me to do those same. So what I would like to do, I would like to use something called as lookups, where the value would be looked up and it will be extracting the information for the same. So I'll try to use lookup. I can use an in general lookup as well as VLOOKUP. So both is fine for me. So if I do lookup, let's see how it works. So lookup, as you know that there is a lookup value and there is a lookup vector. So now lookup value is the value which you want to search. As we know, we want to search the element into the next sheet on the basis of what? On the basis of employee ID. So this is the lookup value which I want to do. Now, I can have a lookup vector or a table array for the same. Now, I want to look for this value, search for this value where? I want to look for this value, search for this value over here. So I can do Control Shift down, Control Shift right. And let me fix this column by absolute cell referencing, because when I drag this values, drag this formula below, I don't want that selected table to change its reference position. So I'll do F4 over here, and there is no need of mentioning that which column information I'm trying to fetch, because lookup, it looks for a value and by default it is trying to get the end column value, and my end column over here is performance score. So if I do this, you can see 4.5 and so on is being extracted. If I drag this formula below, the score has been given to all the employees, as we can see. Let's try to see if this lookup has given me a right result sets or not. Let's randomly check for some of them. S1002, it's 6.5. S1002, yes, it's 6.5. If I check S1005, it's 6. If I go and check over here, S1005, yes, it is 6, which means it has extracted the data appropriately for me. It has searched for the data, looked for the data on the basis of lookup value and given me the result set over here. If I don't want to use lookup, I can use VLOOKUP for the same. Control Shift down. Let me delete this by the delete key and let me use a VLOOKUP. But when you apply a VLOOKUP, you need certain requirements. That is, the lookup value must be the first column of your lookup table. That is, the employee ID which you are trying to search. The lookup table is the performance table. The employee ID column must be in the first column of the lookup table. And as we saw that yes, this criteria has been satisfied over here, so I can use a VLOOKUP. Lookup value needs to be sorted in ascending order. So there are several criteria for this. So if I do VLOOKUP, you can see I have lookup value, table array, column index number, range lookup, that is there. So what is a lookup value over here? The lookup value over here is this, because on the basis of this value, I'm trying to search certain elements into my data. Now where I'm trying to search the element? I'm obviously trying to search the element in another sheet. So in order to select the table, I'll go over here in the performance and you can see in my formula, the performance score is being calculated. So how to get to know that you have selected a different sheet? The sheet name and an exclamation mark will come over there. So I'm selecting Control Shift down and Control Shift right. And obviously, as we did referencing over here, similar kind of absolute referencing is required, because by default it's a relative, and when you drag this formula below, the selected cells are also going to be dragged relatively. So I'm doing F4 where absolute referencing is being occurred. Here, the next factor which is asking is column index number. Now, the column which I want to fetch, employee ID is the column 1. So, performance score is nothing but the column 2. So, I'll fetch the column 2 over here. And you know that we have to find an approximate match or an exact match. Obviously, if the exact number is found, if the exact search is available, then and only then I'm going to find out the element, or I'm going to extract the performance score for the same. So I'm taking false as a parameter, and that has been considered, and you can see if I drag this formula down, the performance score is being calculated. Let's write the performance score over here. So performance score as a column name, and a performance score which was ideally available in different sheet has been brought in one sheet so that it's better for my analysis. Now let's try to clean it in a different way. What is another approach which I would like to clean the data into? Now if you can see that here the name of the employee, John Smith, Jane Doe, Michael Johnson, Emily Brown, David Wilson. So there are different names which are given, but the names are not in proper format. There are certain names which are in proper format, but there is a font alignment issue which I can see, or the font case issue which I can see. I want to align it into proper element, and I want to give a proper result set for the same. I want the names to be there in proper case. So as we have studied in the text function, there is a function known as proper. So I do equals to, there is a function name as what? Proper. If you can see, converts a text string to a proper case, that is the first letter of each word to uppercase and all the other words into lowercase, and that's what I require. So I have to proper, I'll consider this, and you can see the name is in proper format which was required. But if you can see over here, there seems to be an extra space between this name. So let's try to trim out the extra spaces over here by applying an approach of trim. So how will I do it? Ahead of proper, I like to add trim. So I've added what? Trim over here, as you can see. So it will trim out any extra spaces if there are any. So all the extra spaces, if there are into the name, has been trimmed out. So that level of duplicacy has been, or that level of error, not the duplicacy, that level of error has been removed from here. So if I want to use this name, I cannot create another column with full name, because it will have a complexity issue on me. It will make me confused that which column should I use. So let's try to paste these values over here. How? If I do Control C and if I do Control V, obviously there is going to be an error. Why? Because if I do Control C, that is copy, and Control V, that is paste. So it is pasting everything, that is formula, the references, the format, and the value which is there. If I do Control Z, if you can see in this cell, what it is doing, it is having a reference, the reference of that particular column. So when I'm copying the value and pasting it over here, the reference is also being copied, and that reference value is not being found, and that's why the error is being occurred. So I just want the values to be pasted over here, but the formula, the format is not required for the same. So what I could do, instead of doing Control C and Control V, normal pasting, I will do something called as paste specials. As you know, when you do paste specials, only the values, only the format, if you want to copy and give it to the another range of cells, could be possibly available. So if I do Control Shift down, Control C, instead of going over here and pasting it with Control V, let's right click. So if I right click on the same, you could see that there is something called as paste values. So when I paste values over here, you can see the values are being pasted correctly without any formula being referred, and that's why it's not giving us any error. So it's not always required that you do Control C and Control V. Sometimes paste specials can also be helpful for you. Now there is no requirement of this data because the data is now into its proper format where the names looks
evenly aligned. So what I could do is Control Shift down and delete, because I don't require that values elements now, because I have the data into proper alignment. So here you can see we have tried to deal with the cleaning approach for the same. Now one more cleaning approach is required, that is regarding the hiring date. Now in the hiring date which is there, you can see that the date is not into proper format. If I keep my cursor on that cell and if I check the format over here, it's talking about to me in general, which means it's not into its date format. And when I'm trying to use any date related functions, the answer could go wrong for me. So what I would like to do is I'll go into over here and I can convert it into short date. So here you can see a general text, a Unicode which was given to you has been converted into a proper name, a proper date format. So if I double click it down, you could see that is there, or Control Z, just copy pasting the values for the same. So what I could do is Control C, Control Shift down, that has been considered, and I'll go over here and click on the short date. So all the Unicode has been converted into a short date element. So from a general text alignment, from a general format, the date has been converted into date format. How you got to know that the date is in date format? Because when you keep your cursor over here, the format which is available over here is for us is date. So date related operations would possibly be available for us for our analysis. So that is the another cleaning approach which we tried to take over here, which we tried to consider over here. Now, as you can see, there are missing elements into our data points. What are the missing elements? The salaries are missing for certain individuals. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So at 5 places, the salary seems to be missing. Now, I don't want to take this blanks data, empty data and create my analysis. So what I would like to properly do over here is handle those missing elements. Now, how would I handle it? Let's try to see. If I go over here, if I do Control Shift down arrow key, as you know, Control Shift down arrow key will select the cells till the value is available, and you can see it got blank and it has stopped over here. I can again click on Control Shift down. It has selected again. I'll go till the end. Now Control Shift up. So all the cells are being considered over here. Now what do I want to do? I want to highlight the missing cells over here so that I can fill only the missing cell elements and not others. So what can I do over here is I can go to only the blank cells. Now as I'm saying go to, we all know that there is a shortcut key for the go to option, that is Control G. If I do Control G, you know that it will ask us to go to a reference cell. But why I am using this go to option in order of creating that reference cell, and why not I can use another option to do? Because if you go over here, it will ask for you to mention any cell reference. The cell reference which is asking over here is D3. Now it's not possibly known that D3 is going to have a blank cell. So let Excel decide where it should go on the basis of blank elements in the selected cells. So what I can go do is over here is I can go to the special option, and there is an option available known as blanks. So if I select on the same and I do OK, you can see in the selected regions blank cells are being highlighted. As you can observe over here, the blank cells which were possibly available in those selected regions of cells are being highlighted. Now how I would like to fill them. Let's say in order to fill the blank cells, I write equals to, and I say the salary is going to be 50,000. Now, if I do Control Enter, you can see all the blank cells which are being highlighted
are being filled with 50,000 as a salary. But do you think so that all the cells which are missing will have 50,000 as a salary? If you want to fill all of them with the same value, you would press Control Enter. But what if I want to individually fill them? So I can do Control Z, and here, if I do equals to, and I say that for this particular employee, the salary is 50,000, and I want to jump into the another cell, which is blank. So I'll just press Enter, and you can see at that position 50,000 has been filled, and it has jumped to another position asking another salary. So if I do equals to, and I say 82,000, and if I do Enter, Enter will fill the value at that position, and it will jump to another position where there is a missing or a blank element found. If I do equals to HR assistant, let's say the salary is 48,000, and if I do Enter, here you can see operation assistants. I want the salary to be 45,000 for him. I do Enter. Here R&D assistant, and I want his salary to be 52,000. I have to write equals to and 52,000, and I Enter, and you can see all the missing elements are being filled over here. Now, if I go back and remove all of them, you could see one more time. If I want to show you that if you do Control Enter, let's say 55,000, if you do Control Enter, it is going to fill all the blank cells over here, because Control Enter will go to all the cells which are highlighted by the Go To option. If I do only Enter, it is going to be entering at that specific position only. So let's say I want to use that only. So let's say HR assistants, let's say 45,000. Your operation analyst, 48,000. Now R&D assistant, let's say 52,000, and that's it. So here you can see now there are no blanks available into my data, and the blank cells have been completely filled. So another level of data cleaning has been performed over here very well. Now I have hiring date of that individual. I don't know how many years this individual has been completed into my organization. So I want to create another column for this analysis. And in order to create another column, what I would like to do is Control Shift Plus. As you know, Control Shift Plus is a shortcut key in order to add another column. Now I can write number of years in org. That is how many years in org. Let's say, instead I write years in org. Now how many years this individual is into organization, and here on the basis of the date which is available, let's find the date difference with respect to year as a factor. So I'll do date diff. As you all know, date diff, it's a function which will take a start date. What's the start date for me? The start date is a date. This date. What's the end date? The end date is today's date. So till now, how many years this individual has completed into the organization? So I want to find the analysis on the basis of years. As you can see that this is given, but number of years should be in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why it is showing you into date format? Because the date as a data type is formatted over here. So instead of doing it like this, let's make it general. So here you can see that 1 year, 0 year has been considered over here. So how many individuals have completed 1 year has been given, as well as 0 years has been also been given for me. So this is the data which I have. So I made it a bit ready for my analysis.
So let's try to go further and create certain analysis. Let's see what all features I can add into my dashboard, and let's try to create it the same way. So as you can see, employee ID, full name, department, designation, age, hiring date, years in organization, annual salary, and the performance score. If I am a data analyst of a company and an HR gives me this data and she wants me to make a dashboard so that it can be presented into the performance meet of the individuals and get a clear analysis for the same. So what all key factors are important over here? Let's try to note it down and let's try to create it one by one. Let's try to create one visual related to the average salary. Now, the first thing which I would like to create is the average salary and how many employees are there. So, total number of employees which are there into the organization. So that is another thing which I would like to create. Now, what is the average performance score? So what is the average performance score which I would like to showcase for the same? Now, what is the next factor is number of employees hired in each month. As we know that the data belongs to 2023, so I can see the monthly analysis or the monthly hiring pattern, that how many employees are being hired into the organization in each month, in order to see which month where the employees were hired the most and which was the month where the employees were hired the least. Now, department wise performance score. I would like to see what was the department-wise performance score of the employees. Now, I can also see top 5 employees based on performance. So, top 5 employees based on performance, as all the employees' details are provided to us on the basis of 2023. So obviously some of the employees have completed 1 year and some of them have not. So I want to analyze 1 year completion percentage of the employees. So these are certain factors which I would like to add into my dashboard when I am creating it for the same. So let's try to get started with the same. We'll try to create one by one at a time and let's see how this dashboard will look like. As you can see, we have noted down the matrix which are primarily required for us in order to show the narratives of the data which is provided to us. So let's see how this would be created with the help of Excel, and how this will help me to understand what data is given in order to betterly represent this data to stakeholders and get certain insights from them. So if I go into the data over here, I have this. Let me create another sheet which will have info, or let's say tabular info. I'll add this sheet. Let's say contact info, and I would like to add a sheet which is related to dashboard over here. So dashboard has been added over here. So in this contact info, I would like to add another column which will be on the basis of this. So let me add this details. Let's say this. Control shift down and shift right. I've selected this 2 column, Control C, and in the contact info, let's say I want to generate email over here for the employees.
Let me format it over here for all the employees. Now I could do with the help of flash fill, I could do with the help of the concat formula for the same. Let me do it with the help of flash fill over here. So what I want, John.Smith @xyz.com. So XYZ is my organization name that has been considered. I'll select all of them and I've selected it. I'll do Control E, which is a shortcut for flash fill. So this sheet is majorly having the employee IDs, full name and their emails, which I would like to direct from my dashboard if any of the individual wants to see the email ID and the details regarding the employees. So I have this dashboard as a sheet available to me. Let me create certain things. Now I'm selecting this region over here, certain cells, and I would like to give a color to it. Let me give a color over here and let me add a border, a thick border for the same. You can see it has been added over here, and I would like to add things in terms of images and so on. So I'll go on this and I would like to add employees images icon. So I'll go over here and let me take any icon for the same. So images. Let us take this, copy, and I can go over here and paste. So I'm bringing this here. Let me align it properly. So I have kept this over here. So this is an employee's information which I would like to show. And I would like to show contact details. So let's say contact images icon. I'll go over here. Let's say I'll write mail in a simpler term. So let's say mail images icon. So if I want to go and find the mail of a particular individual, let it find it out. I'll select this one. So Control C, I'll do copy image and I'll go over here and paste it. So I'll bring it short, and this is where I want this image to be there. So a mail related aspect. So a mail related aspect will be shown over here. So the contact details, the mailing details. Now let me remove the grid lines. I don't want the grid lines to be there. So grid lines are being removed from my data. Now in terms of insert, let me add an illustration. So I want to insert a shape over here. So I've added this, and let me make a color appropriately. Let's see, this color seems correct. Now outline, I can give no outline for the same. So this is how it looks. So this is how it looks. Now if I want to change a shape, let's say I want it in this particular format. So this has been added, the curvy borders, and I would like to add it with this. So employee performance analysis. Let's say I give this title over here, and I'll do Control A. I'll go in home, make it big, bit, change the color of the font. Let's say make it black, make it bold, and this has been given. So employee performance analysis. Control A. Let's say I'll make it a bit more bold. So this has been given, and this is what I require. So I'll do Control C, Control V. Let's say I'll take the shape and I'll add few details, as we have to add the count of employees over here. I don't want this, so Control C, Control V. I am making a text alignment for the same. So I've added over here. Let's say I'm adding this. Control C. Let's try to add shape, and then let's try to adjust it accordingly. So I have tried to add a few over here. Let's see how this helps us for our analysis. So I've tried to create a template over here for the same in order to help us analyze the data into proper manner. So this is a basic template created, which will try to add in the factors which are there. Now in the tabular info, let's try to create the tables. Let's try to create the analysis. Let's try to create the base information which will be converted into the graph, which can be added into our dashboards. So if I show you over here, average salary is what is required. First, let's try to see how we can add it. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to do Control T for this, and I'm going to convert this into Excel table format, and I do OK. So this has been converted into Excel table format, and I want to name it. So I'm naming this data as employees. So I would like to go into tabular info, and I would like to add a pivot table over here. So instead of, I'll go in pivot table, I'll go from table range. So what is the range of table which I would like to take is this. This is the entire table considered. That's my employees table, because I have converted it into Excel table format. Now existing worksheet, new worksheet, obviously I'm going to do it in existing worksheet. This is where I want to find it out. So I'll do enter and I'll do OK. So as you can see, I have added it as a pivot table over here, and I would like to make some analysis or changes. the first thing which I primarily required is the average salary. Now, how I'm going to analyze it over here? I have salary in USD. I'll take it as values, and you can see it is showing me sum of salaries, but I don't require sum of salaries as such. I require average. I can double click on this and go and find out the average for the same, and I do OK. So average has been considered over here. The average salary is around 55,360. Now I would like to format it. I'll go in home, give a dollar symbol for the same. I don't want the decimals to be added, so the decimals are being removed. So the format has been given over here. Now another thing, what is the next factor which I would like to see? The total number of employees. Let's see what are the total number of employees which are required. So I can go and again create a pivot table, or else I can just copy it and paste it over here. Instead of this, what I would like to do, I'll remove this and I'll add employees ID over here, and here value field settings, if you see, it's count, because S1001, S1002 was the value, and for that sum is not ideally calculated. So when you have a categorical data, count would be calculated, and that's it. But if you see the count which they are giving, dollars are not required, so you can go over here and you can type in as general. So how many employees do we have? We have in total 50 employees with us in our data. Now, what is the next analysis which we have? Average performance score. So, what is the average performance score of the individual? That's what I wanted to see over here. So, let's see what is an average performance score. So, I'll copy it. Let's say I'll copy this because it is having average. So, I'll do this. I'm having this. What is the average? Instead of average salary, I'm taking this performance score. So performance score is being considered over here. So it's sum. What do I need? I need an average. So I'll double click. I want what? Average, and OK. But this is not into custom format. So general. So when I take it in general, you can see 7.34. is the average performance score of the employees. That's there. I can also find out the average age of the individual. So I can do control C, and I can do control V. Although I have not mentioned average age of the individual, but I can add it into my analysis. So age as a factor, let's say I'll add it. Instead of sum, I would like to add average age and do OK. So here I don't want rounded off, so I don't want decimals, so I will round it off and I'll remove this decimals. So I have created 4 measures. First is this, second is this, third is this, fourth is this. Let me name this pivots which I have created something so that I know what is this pivot talking about. So I'll go over here. There is pivot table analyze given to me, and here I go, instead of pivot table 1, I'll write average salary as the name of this pivot. I'll go over here. You can see it will mention as pivot table 2 because it was the second pivot which we created. Now, total employees. That's what I'm writing it over here. I'm changing the names of the pivot table. I'll mention you why in the later part. Year 3, average performance, and year I go, and in the pivot what I would like to add, average age, that is there. So these are the 4 factors which I have created. Let's try to add it into the dashboard. So here I wanted to show, let me lower down the values. What is there? The first factor is average
salary. So that's the average salary which I would like to show. And in this insert, there is an option of inserting, let's say, a text box. Not over here. I'll go in this and I will try to insert a text box. So let's say I would like to insert a text box over here, but a little alignment, not for this one. Let me try to adjust it. Yeah. So here you can see in this I will write equals to, and this equals to will go into this tabular information and it will fetch this data which is there. And you can see when you have this, the formula is missing a range value or a defined name. So that needs to be treated. How? Let's try to deal with it first. Let's remove it. And what I could ideally do over here is I'll go over here in the tabular info and I'll write equals to this value. So this is being considered. I'll add this, no dollars required. And in the dashboard, if I go, I'll do equals to what? Tabular info, and this needs to be selected. Dashboard, let's say not over here. I'll write equals to, and here if I go, this is being selected and you can see the salary is being added. Let me make it a bit Control A, bit bold, let's say bold into a format, and that's it. As you see that in the shape format, shape fill, you don't want any fill, so the shape will not be filled, and this is a salary which is considered. So this is the average salary. Second, and let me add shape outline, no outline. So there will be no outline given to it. So the first factor which we required was the average salary has been added. So the rest of them would also be added in that manner. So I'll go over here. Just a second. So I'll do Control A, and let's say I want to change the color. Into some different format, and let me increase the size. So this is the average salary being considered. Same I would like to create for what? I tried to copy and paste it over here, but so instead of average salary over here, I would like to create the count of employees. So how I would add it? This with this, so it will refer this value, and here if you require, I'll go in tabular info. This is the part, and you can see a 50 has been added. The format, Control A, format painter, you can see for this, let's say I'll make it manually. This is bold, which is there, and let me make it center align.
So I have to select this. I'll do Control A and I'll do it center align, or let's say left align for the same center. And then here I'll write number total. Yeah, I'll write employee count. Employee count. Obviously, this data is like too huge. Let us see what's the format available. Control A. So I'll do format painter. I'll do it over here. So wait a second. Control A, and there is a format painter. Let me copy what is the format. Let's see, this 10 with bold. Let me do it manually. So I'll do this, and it's 10 with bold, which is there, and this is the employee count which we have. So total employee counts are 50. That's the average salary. And the next part which we saw over here was related to the performance score, the average performance score. This is what I'm considering over here. So the average performance score is this. Let me write it down by taking it as 10. And here, let's say the average performance score. That's the detail which I want, and let's say I'll copy this and paste it over here. I'll keep it here, and instead of equals to this, it is copying the value over here. That's being considered. I'll do this, make it this color bold, a bit more visible. So that's an average performance score which I have. Now the next part which I can add is the average employee age. Average age of the employee. I could make it 10 because 10 is the format which is required over here. I'll do Control A, or let's say I'll do Control C, and I'll do Control V. So that has been pasted over here. So first I have to see this equals to what? Equals to this. This has been considered, and I would like to do this. So here, what it is doing, it is considering this, and 31 as an age is being considered. Control A, make it with bold. So I have created 4 factors. I have created 4 KPIs for us in terms of analysis for the same. So there is average salary, there is an employee count, there is performance score, and then there is an average age, which has been considered over here in terms of creating our analysis. So with respect to this is what I required: total number of salaries, total number of average salary, total number of employees, and average performance score has been calculated, and that has been given over here. I have also considered one more, that is average age of the employee which is in the organization. So the next factor which I would like to create is number of employees hired in each month. Let's see how I would create the same. So I'll go in tabular info, I'll copy this, Control C, and I'll paste it over here. Now here, count of employee ID on the basis of hiring date. I'll put hiring date on rows, and you can see as the data is belonging to all of them. So here you can see hiring date, months and days. Let's say I don't want days, date, I only want months to be considered over here. I don't require a grand total, so I'll go over here in design, grand totals of rows and columns, and I would like to create a pivot. This is a pivot created. I would like to create a chart. So I'll go in insert, and in this I will create a line chart, and let me create an area chart for the same. So this is the number of employees being hired. I don't want this. So right clicks, hide field buttons. This, right click, hide field buttons. If you see this, I don't want. This, I don't want. Say grid lines. If I go over here and I want grid lines, no. Let's say chart title, not required as such. Let's say, and access titles are not required. Data labels, yes, I required it. Now I require them as a data callout or more option. Let's say instead of using this, let me add a line chart, which will be better. So I'm adding a line chart over here. Now this, not required. Okay. So this is what I have considered. I'll select this and make it bold. I'll select this and make it bold, and let me change the size of them. Bit increasing. Now let me change the size of the line. Let's say format. That format, let's say this line. Here, if I go, so here if I go line outline, I can add a color. Let's say I'll add this color to this. And here in this text, I would like to add different color. So here, as you can see that we have formatted the data correctly. Let's try to make the changes into the text. This is a text. Let me select all of them. Select all of them, and let's try to change the color. Let me add a color as red for the text, and I've added it. Let me make it a bit more in size, and that's what I've added it. So I would like to change the positions, the alignment, so that it looks proper. Just a second. As you can see, this is what I'm changing the position of them, so that when I am exploring this data, it looks appropriate for me. This is in terms of May, this is June, this is July. Let's say I'll add it in this. This is for the month of November. And this is for December. This is how it looks. This has been added. Now let's try to bring this into my dashboard. Now I've created this. Let's try to bring this all things into my dashboard. How? Let's see. So I go in this dashboard. This is a file. This is a place where I would like to add this column. So I take this, I take it as Control C, and let me add it over here as Control V, and you can see I've added it. Let me adjust it accordingly. So when I am adjusting it, you can see the changes which are happening. Now, obviously, I need to align the box also appropriately. So I have aligned it. Let me take this text and make it here so that it's properly visible. And I don't want, let's say I'll add this. I don't want this to be taken ahead. And I don't want this background. I don't want this borders to be there. I'll go in format. In the shape fill, I'll do no fill. In the outline also, I'll go over here and I'll do no outline. And this has been considered. This is a data. This is a hiring pattern which we can see on all the months. As the data is belonging to only 2023, so I'm not considering year-wise analysis, but the month-wise analysis for the same. So, number of employees, I'm writing the name as number of employees hired is this. So as you can see, this dashboard, this analysis will tell me how many number of employees are being hired into the organization in each month. Now let's try to add another analysis over here with respect to certain few more factors which are there. So if I see this, all things are being covered, let us highlight them in some color so that we get to know that this is what we have completed. Now what is the next thing which I would like to show? Department wise performance score. Now I have several departments, and on the basis of several department employees, the performance score is given. And obviously I need to see the performance score of the department. Means which department you think so has been performed good, which department has performed bad, and let me take the average performance score of each department. So let us see how we can add it. So I can go over here in that tabular information. Let us remove this because it's not a use of any use for us. Let me copy this. I'll copy it and I'll paste it. So instead of months, I'm removing the months. I'm removing this, and I want departments. So I've added rows and departments, and you can see performance score into the values, and it is showing me sum. Obviously I don't require sum, so I can double click on it and I'll do average. That's it. And here if you see that I want one value after the decimal. So this has been formatted. So this is a score on the basis of each department. Let's try to add a chart for the same. So let me go in insert, and I would like to add a column chart for this. So I can add a 2D column chart for this, and let me format it again. This is not required, so hide it. Department is not required, so let me hide it. This value is not required, let me delete it. This text, let's say I go in home and I'll make the format as 7, and let's see, the format has been changed. Instead of this, let me align them. Oh, this is not helping us. Text up, text down. So this looks proper. I don't want this total, so let's delete it. I don't want the title, let's delete it. I don't want the grid lines, let me go over here and let me remove the grid lines for the same. But I do require data labels for them, so I have added data labels and I have made all of them bold. And let me change the color to red, and let me change bar of each color. So I can change it manually. I'll go in human resources, and let's say for human resources I want this color. Let's say for human resources, I require this color, but my background is same. Just a second. I require this color. And for sales, let's say for sales, I require, let's say I'll go in more colors and I'll take some color from here for sales and I do OK. And I'm manually adding colors. So let's say for finance, I'm going and adding a color related to money, that's green. Information and technology, let's say I'll try to add another color, yellow. Quality analyst, let's say I want to add a color, which is this. Now research and development, let's say I'll go and add another color, which is this. Production, it's gray. Marketing, let's see, I'll add this color. Customer service, let's say I'll go in more colors and I'll try to add some color from here and I do OK. And here let the operations be in this manner. I'll do bold for all the text which are being provided to us. Let me select it and let me make it properly aligned. So this is being created. Let me copy this graph and paste it. So I'll do Control C and here I'll like to paste it. Let me remove this and let me add it properly. So as you can see, this is trying to add in properly and here it is trying to fix itself properly. And there is in format, I don't want any shape fill, so no fill for the same. And in format, I can go and do no outline, so no outline for the same as well. So a graph would not have any outline being considered. So this has been considered and I would like to give a heading for the same. Let's say make it 14. So what is that? Department wise performance score. So we can see the department wise performance score is being evaluated over here. Obviously you can change the colors of the graph if it is not looking appealing for you. Let's say for me this graph is not looking this, so I'm selecting only this particular graph and I'm changing the color. So with more colors I can go over here and I can change it into any color which I require. Okay, and this is how it looks. So for all the departments, the performance scores are being given and a bar chart is created for the same. Now let's try to create another analysis which is required. So this is also done for us. Let's say I'll do select this and I'll highlight it that this is also done. So now top 5 employees based on the performance, that is what I required. So let's see how top 5 employees based on the performance would be considered. So I'll go in tabular info. Now this is not required. I'll take it, delete, and let's say Control C and I do Control V. Here in pivot table analyze field list, you can get these fields. Let's say instead of departments, what do you require? The employee name. So I'm considering the full name of the employee and this would be the actual score of the employee. Right click. Let's say I want to sort it to largest to smallest. So an employee has been sorted from largest to smallest, and if I go over here, label filters and value filters are there. So instead of label filters, I would like to add value filters of top 10. So I would like to see top 5 values on the basis of the performance. So here you can see these are the top 5 employees which are being considered. Let me write the name over here. So employee name, and instead of writing this, I would write performance score, and I'll do OK, but performance score as a column is already available. So score is what I would like to add, and I'll do OK. So this is being created, and I'll add it as a table over here for us. Now I'll take it, say equals to, I'll do equals to, and this is being considered. This is what I have created. What I would do is, I would like to make it all borders. I would like to give colors, let's say highlight to them. With this, let's say the shape fill option, not with respect to this, but let's say brown, and let me highlight the color into black with bold, and let it make center align, and this is the score which is given. Let me add this, Control C. So I'll go in dashboard and I'm adding it this as a data, and you can see this is being added over here. So top 5 employees. Let me make this as little aligned properly. So the employee name and the score which is given, let's say if you want to align them in center, you could have aligned them properly over there, and then this analysis would have made. So these are the top 5 employees on the basis of that, and this is what we have created it. So let's say I've added this. And what is the last thing? So we have got top 5 employees over here. What is the last thing which I require? That is top 5 employee based on the performance that is being created. Analyze 1 year completion percentage of the employee. So I want that analysis to be there. So if I go over here and I would like to add this, Control C, and I'll add it over here, Control V. Now instead of this, let's say full name and this, I would like to add years in organization in rows, that is zeros and ones, and let me try to put it in values. Instead of this, I'll go in value field settings and I would like to bring in count. Do OK. So right click. You can see summarize values as percent of grand total, which is there. So 90% of the employees which are there in the organization has completed 1 year and 10% have not. So let me create a chart on this, and I'll do insert, and with respect to this pivot which I will like to create, this is a pivot, or else let's say I can change the chart type, format, or let's say I can change the chart type. Instead of pivot, let's say I can add a donut, and I do OK. This is being added. Now this donut could have data labels, but shown in a proper manner with a data call out. And this over here, this is what it is shown. Let's say you go over here and you don't require legends, that's it. You don't require chart title, that's it. You go over here and you don't require this, so hide value field settings button. So 0 and 10% has been considered over here. Instead of that, let's say only show could have been possibly available. I can uncheck, only do show. Let's say this particular values, I want to go in home, make it black in color, make it a bit bold, and I would like to change the color over here. So I'll go in fill and only for this. So I would go in fill. So completed are, let's say, in this color, or let's say this, and have not completed. I go over here and this color needs to be added. Just a second, I have to select it properly. Let me format this. But this is there, or let's say I would like to format it in this. And let me bring them together. So you can see 90% have completed and 10% have not completed as such. Just a second. I'll add this data and you can see over here this is being considered. So 90% of the employees have completed and few of them have not. If I don't want this kind of analysis, what I can do is I can remove it off and I can bring in a text box over here. First, let me format the donut, format plot area, let's say region, or let's say shadow. In the donut, so let's say I'm formatting this chart itself. So chart type, your size, let's say scale width, scale height. If you want to format, you can. Let's say I want to format the size at 4. So this type of formatting would also be done. No fill. So there would be no fill which will be considered. So this is a chart which we have created. Let's try to add it into our data. So there is design, there is format. Let's say in insert, let me add a text box. This, let me add a text box over here, which will have a text box, and let me adjust it. I've added a insert, just a second. So here I have added a plot area for this, and let me try to bring in data, which is this over here. So it's like insert, again this text box. I've inserted a text box over here and it is asking me equals to of what, not this, equals to of this, and you can see this is the issue which can be caused into our data. So what we can do is I can do equals to over here, and it is going to give me in percentage, so I'm giving it in percentage. So that's 90%. I'll add a text box now and you can see this will work. So I've added a text box Let me shift it accordingly. I'll add equals to of what? This 90%. You can see. Let me align it in center. Make it a bit bold. Make the font size big. That is 90% of the employees have completed a year. Let's say Control C. I'll take this in dashboard. Let me remove it. And I would like to take it over here. So this is what I would like to fit in the data into. Donut explosion, let's say. Donut explosion I don't want. Let's say donut hole size. I want this. I want the donut hole size to be a bit bigger, and you can see a donut hole size is being adjusted over here. So that's being adjusted. If I go over here, there are no data labels which I require, no outlines which are required as such. So I'll go in format, here, shape fill, no fill. If I go shape outline, no outline, that is being required over here for us. And this is what is being added. This is what I would like to adjust, and you can see I have tried to adjust it properly over here, and this has fitted. Let me try to insert. So I'll go in insert, and a text box is inserted. So as it didn't came, which we inserted over there, so let us try to insert it here itself. So I'll do equals to in the tabular information. I want this 90% to be added, and I would like to add it properly. So center, make it a bit bold, and if I want to format it, let's say I'll go in shape format. There is no shape fill, there is no shape outline for the same, and in home, let me increase the size. It's too big, so this became appropriate. So what does this states to me? Just a second, I'll do Control Z, and this will help me to understand how many employees have completed 1 year in the organization. So for us, how many employees have completed 1 year in the organization? That is around 90% of the employees have completed 1 year in the organization. Let me adjust this again. Just a second. And this, I would like to shift it appropriately. So let me add a text. So number of employees completing a year in the organization. So I'll do Control A, and let me lessen down this, and this is what the analysis looks like for us as of now. So this is a simple dashboard which we have created. With those, let's try to add some visuals, some bits over here to make it a bit more attractive. So I'll go and try to search for images. Let's say salary as an icon. I like to select. So I'm trying to bring in the pivot over here, and you can see the pivot has been brought up. And So when you want those pivot wise changes to happen, so this, let me remove it. Let's say if I select February, select March, those changes should happen, and this is not going to change. Why? Because these performances are going to be fixed for that particular part. The salaries you can see are being changing over here. So let me try to make this properly as your picture is being considered. So let us try to make it properly, and let me try to analyze and keep filters of departments. We do and clear all the filters, and then let me delete it and try to add the filters of departments. So I can go over here in this design, pivot table analyze. I can add a slicer on the basis of what? On the basis of department, and I do OK. So there are several departments given to me. So there are n number of departments which are being added, and that's what I require to be there. So here you can see these departments are available to me, and I want this to be used as a filter. So this one, if I add it over here, let's say I want to see the finance department, what is being changing? Nothing is seen that what is being changing. Let's see where the slicer is being activated. So I can go in slicer settings, I can go in report connections, and the slicer is activated on top end. But here the top end is what? A picture being added, so it will not be calculated for the same. Let's say in the month, I want to see the percent amount, I want to see the average age, average performance. I don't want to see the department performance. I obviously want to add this slicer into average salary, then monthly hire in terms of finance, top end, let's say, or total number of employees. This is where I wanted to show. So if I select finance as a department, how I would like to now narrate a story, because now this is helping me to analyze it in better terms. So I have added what? A slicer over here. So I can go in slicer settings, and I don't want the headers to be there. So I do OK. Let's say the department names are not there. Let's say if I select finance as a department, we can see the average salary of an employee in a finance department is 63,000. There are total 6 number of employees who are working in the finance department. The average performance score of a finance department is 6.8. The age is 31. How many number of employees have completed 1 year in the organization? Almost 50%, which means 6 employees are there, so almost around 3 have completed 1 year in the organization. How many employees are being hired in the last year? In September they hired 1, in October they hired 1, and in November they have hired 4. So for the finance department, the employees were hired more frequently in the month of November. The chart is not changing on the basis of this slicer. Why? Because the slicer is not connected to this report. Now this is an image which is being added, and that's why this is not also changing. Now let's try to see this. Let's say I'm trying to add information technology. So IT, information technology as a department. What is the average salary of the employees over here? How many employees are there? What is the average performance score? You can see the average age, and how many employees have completed a year. Almost all the employees have completed. Let's say for an employee with quality assurance as a department, you can see this is being added. Now human resources. So as the slicer is changing, you can see the reports or the analysis or the narratives which I have created are also changing. So when I create this dashboard, it is easy for the person or the other individual to explain the textual information or the numeric information which was particularly earlier into the tabular format to be mentioned in terms of graphs, charts, and the reports which are being changed on a very frequent basis. So this was all about the dashboarding bit of Excel. Let's try to add a contact list over here, because from this dashboard, if someone wants to go and get the emails of that individuals, so how they can go? So here you can see we have added this image. Let's try to add a hyperlink on this. So I'll right click and I'll try to add a link. But obviously I don't have a link of this page which I want. I want to add it to the documentation. So place in the documentation. So where do I want it to go is in the contact info, and I do OK. So when I click on this, when I click on this, you can see it is reaching to the contact info. When I click on this, it is reaching to the contact info. Let's say if I want to add any narratives on the tables for the same, so I can add a link. The link is related to, let's say, the employee base, which will show me the employee base related information which has been captured for this data. And I do OK. Here, if I go and select this, you can see I'm reaching to the data sheet from where the data has been captured for the employees. So this is what dashboard analysis will help us to do. This is what dashboard analysis will help us to create the analysis upon. Here I can go in slicer settings. Let's say I want this department names, I want the slicer to be there, and I do OK. You can see slicer part is there. I can remove all the filters, and this is the data, this is the report which I have created. So the data which was initially available for us has been converted into the visual formats with the help of certain narratives which could be given with the data, with the help of certain information which could be given to the data. There were certain filters used with our data which were not applicable on all the visuals which we created, but was applicable on certain of them. So this is how dashboard is very helpful in terms of Excel. But there are certain limitations which Excel can also have in terms of dashboarding. We have other tools which are also helpful for us in terms of dashboarding, such as Tableau, BI, QuickLook, Data Studios, Google Data Studios, and so on. But Excel will also help me to analyze my data in terms of dashboarding and reporting, just to create a good narrative of the data and showcase it as a storytelling approach. So this was all about the data dashboarding and the cleaning up approach of our Excel. So I hope this is understandable. So now we will be understanding something about VBA. In the initial approach, we have seen what are macros, how the macros are created, and how a macros is executed by Excel. We also saw how the back-end processing of macros work. So there is a VBA code written by the macros, and macros are just the recorded step, but all the steps which I had recorded are being converted into the coding approach of VBA. So let's understand what is VBA, and let's try to see how it would be implemented with certain set of examples and the use cases of VBA. So if I want to talk upon VBA, VBA stands for Visual Basics Analysis, also known as Visual Basics Application. Now, when it comes to VBA part of Excel, many people think that it's only based on the coding approach. And that's correct, because you have to be known with the code approach or the coding scenario with respect to Microsoft Excel. It comes into the developer tab of Excel, and it helps in the development of processes in terms of automating the task, in terms of creating certain processes for our day-to-day activities, which could be not executed again and again, and it could be automatically created with the help of VBA. Now, VBA needs a good set of understanding of its coding background as well as a good set of use case for the same. So, we will see what are VBAs and how Excel uses VBA in terms of generating certain outcomes. So, when I talk upon VBA, as said, that Visual Basic Analysis. Excel VBA in Microsoft Programming Language. It's in all the Microsoft software which is there, and it helps us to create human readable codes, to create programming language, and that programs the human readable codes which we have written could be edited, could be changed, and they could also be created in the form of macros. So we have seen in the earlier example that how a macro is created and how the macro approach was converted into the VBA code. Now let's see how a VBA code would be created. But before going to creation of VBA, let's understand few terminologies which are required to be known when we are creating a VBA. So when I go on this, few important terms and key concepts are of primarily known or are of primarily important to be known when you are creating something called as VBA. So here are certain custom list of things which needs to be known. The very first thing which you all must be known is modules. Now what are modules? Modules are nothing but containers. Now as you know that when I want to store something, I will create a container. So module acts the same into my Excel or the development part of Excel in the VBA. So it will act like a container in terms of storing things. It stores lots of codes, lots of functions, lots of processes. So modules are containers of VBA code where procedures and functions are stored. When I talk upon objects, now as said, VBA is an object-oriented language. Now what is the meaning of object? Everything, every element is known as what? An object. A thing where the data is being stored, or an object which specifies something. So when I talk upon Excel being object oriented, which means every element of Excel is an object. So if I want to access my VBA, obviously I need to open the app, then I need to open the workbook, then I need to go to the tab, then I need to open the module, and then I will access the VBA for the same. So one below the another, that things are what? Objects. Workbook is an object, worksheet is an object, tab is an object, the container, the module which is created is also an object which will help me to access the same. So objects are building blocks of VBA. They represent elements like workbook, worksheets and cells because all of them have been a part of the data, and that's when the data is stored and could be manipulated the same. So that's what an object is. Now when I talk upon procedures, as the name suggests, procedure means there will be some process, something which will happen. Now when I am creating procedures, obviously I will do step by step. So procedures are step by step instructions which you give to your Excel in the development part in order to create that logic. So procedures are the block of codes, that is the step by step approaches that perform specific tasks. Let's say if I want to perform a task of inserting a value, if I want to perform a task of applying an if else, so that line of code which I will write is nothing but my procedure. So procedures are nothing but block of codes that perform specific tasks, often categorized as sub procedures or functions. So they are known as sub procedures or they are also known as functions. So in both the way we can create the procedures. Now then comes statements. Obviously statement is something which you want to give, some instructions which you want the Excel to perform, the VBA to perform. So statements are the instruction within a procedure. Means what do you want to perform? What type of statements, what type of outcome do you require over here? So these are the instruction within the procedure that tells Excel. Now it's not particularly Excel because as we know that VBA is not only for Microsoft Excel, it could be done with Microsoft Word or Access. So here it tells my Excel or Word or Access what actions to perform, means what I need to do into those procedures. Now variables. Now you know that variables are nothing but helping me to store certain data value, to give certain data value. So variables store data that can be used and manipulated within your codes. And then comes your logical statements. As we have studied about logical statements, it will help us to make some decisions and it will also help us to give certain result sets. So they will include operators such as and, or, and not. So these are certain key important factors, these are certain key important words which needs to be created, which needs to be known, which needs to be understood when you are working and understanding something about VBA. Let's try to see how the VBA works.
and how the VBA would be created. So let's get started. If you see my file, which is available, obviously when I open this file, I have this data available. I have a dataset which is saying employee IDs, salesman, total sales, remark, apply remark yes for the salesman having total sales greater than 30 lakh, 3 lakh, and apply no for salesman less than or equals to 3 lakh. Now in order to do this, what do I need to write? Obviously, I would like to write a logic of if else. Now, why if else? Because I have one criteria to be satisfied. If the condition is satisfied, do some task. If not, do some another task. So, if you can see in this data, I need to do. But before going and creating a VBA for the same, let's try to see some simple approaches of creating a VBA. For that, we need to have a developer tab with us. So in the developer tab, we'll get something called as VBA. If you guys don't have developer tab, how to get it? You just have to click anywhere on this ribbon, just right click, and you can see customize ribbon as an option. You can go over here. For me, developer tab is open because I want that developer tab. If you don't require it, you can get it done. Let's say I have got it over here and I do OK. So a developer tab is available to me. When I go into the developer tab, you can see there is Visual Basics given, which will help me to give a user interface. There is macros as an option. So record macros, use relative referencing, macro security, that's there. There is an option of add-ins which I require into Excel and many more. I would like to go into the code region of my tab where I would find the VBA approach. Now I can go and click on here in terms of opening this. Now my VBA was already open, so that's why it is showing this. Let me close it and open it again for you. So if I go and open it over here, as you can see, this is how the VBA looks. Now, as you can see, this is a project area where you can find the code file or the Excel file on which you are working upon. So here you can see VBA project. Here my file name is macros in VBA and you can see the same name of file is being opened. Now, as I said that everything in VBA is object oriented. What is the meaning of object oriented? If I would have not opened Excel, I would have not gone to this file. So Excel workbook, Excel as an application is there. And then when I open this workbook, here you can see there are Microsoft Excel objects. Object is that is holding something. Now you can see what all objects do we have. You can see I have objects such as sheets, sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, sheet 5. So this workbook, you can see it is talking all about this workbook. So when I am hovering on each of the sheet, you can see something below is changing. What is this? This is nothing but the properties part of my VBA. It will talk upon the properties associated with each sheet. And as you can see, sheet 1, it is naming me the sheet, the name of the sheet, macros 1. You can see sheet 2 as an object is telling me that macros 2, VBA 1, VBA 2, function and so on, and the properties are eventually changing for the same. Now it's not about only objects of sheets, but there is something called as modules. As I said, modules will help me to store my codes, to store my logics, where my logics, codes, functions, procedures would be stored and kept. So here you can find modules. If you are starting from the very first time, you will not get anything which is created below. I had created few, so that's why it is showing me this. Now imagine that I open another Excel workbook. Let me go over here and let me open. So if I do Control O,
it is asking me to open another workbook, let's say the data cleaning part which we used, or let's say the practice data which we used earlier. So that is what I have opened over here. And if I go into my VBA now, you can see how many objects are open. The first object, the first project is what? Is the macros VBA. And then later on, what do you have? There are modules which are there. You can see there is a second project because we opened second worksheet. So all the things associated with that worksheet are being found over here. So here you can see there are multiple objects, such as we have different sheets as data navigation, this, data validation, and so on. So each sheet information is there, and there are no modules being created in that sheet. So there is nothing related to modules. So as you can see, all the things, as you open another file, that will also be shown over here, and multiple sheets would also be created for the same. So let me close it, and you can see changes happening over here. Let me close it over here. I'll do save. And when I go over here, you can see it is only showing that particular workbook for me. That is macros and VBA. So this was the object part, where if you don't open your workbook, then don't open your worksheet, you won't be able to access over here. So each object needs to be opened or needs to be accessed in a particular manner. If I go over here, this is the properties. So sheet 1 VBA, sheet 2 VBA, everything is mentioned over here. If you don't want it, you can remove it. Let's say if I go in insert, you can see, let's say view, properties explorer, properties window, it will be given to you. If you don't want it, you can remove, let's say view, and from here you will get the properties window, and there is a shortcut key given for the same. Let's say I want to open my VBA not from here. There would be some shortcut key associated with the same. So for that also we have a shortcut key. The shortcut key is Alt and F11. Now my function keys are accessed with the Fn key associated in my keyboard. But for some of them, you can directly press Alt and F11. So I'll do Alt, Fn and F11, and you can see the VBA part, the VBA tab is available to me. There are lots of options available to us, that is file tab, edit, view, insert, format, debug, run, and so on. Let's try to create something with VBA. And here I'll go and create modules. If the modules part is not available over here, no need to worry. You can go in this insert and you can get something called as module. So if I click on module, you can see there is a module given and the name of the module is given. The name of the module is module 2. Let's say I remove from here and I'll write it as basic. And I enter. You can see basics as a module being created. Now, if I want to write some codes, how will I write it? I'll go over here. I'll start the code as sub. Now, what is the meaning of sub? Sub means sub-procedures, sub-routines. Every function, every logics, as I said, there is something called as procedures, processes, which will store my lots of codes or lots of logics or a block of code which I would write into the development part of my Excel over here. So I'll write sub. In this sub, what I would like to write is basic insert. Now, no need to give any space into the function name. Now, after this, I'll give brackets. These are curly brackets, the function brackets, which we call known as parentheses. And when I press enter, you can see something called as end comes, because if you're starting a procedure to be created, it should also be ended. So when you press enter, this will be shown. Message box. You can give a prompt for that message box. You can see message box as a value is available to us. So So message box, and you can give a prompt. The value is 5. Let's say I do this, and let us have this approach, and let me execute it. So when I run it, you can see a message box is given to us. That is, the value is 5. If I do OK, if I write the value is Excel, and I'm running it from here, you can see what it is mentioning. The value is Excel because I'm writing a function logic of message box. So message box is created for the same. Now I can do OK, and let me remove this, and I would like to write something else. Now I wanted to add a comment. Now what is the meaning of comment? Comment is something which will be a human readable approach, but my Excel development part or the coding bit is not going to understand it because it will be ignored when the code is being executed. So in order to add this comment, you have to write the logic is based on Excel. So this is a comment being used, and you can see it's highlighted in green color. So when things are highlighted in green color and there is a quote, a single quote followed by it, and this is known as a comment. Now comments are something in the development part or the coding bit of the programming language that it is just for the humans to understand, not for the machine to run and execute. So this is also the same. So if I write active cell, I don't know which cell is active, dot value. So active cell dot value, which means whichever cell is active, wherever my cursor is, I want to put up a value of 10. Let's see, and let's execute it. And let's see into my file. This cell was activated. This was my active cell, and the value has been inserted as 10. If I go over here and I run this code, let's say I go over here and I execute this code, what it is going to show me at that particular position also, it is going to show me a value of 10. So at that active cell, at that active position, it is going to insert a value. And what is the value which I would like to insert? It is going to be what? 10. So I've inserted it. Similarly, if I want to insert the code is for testing, let's say I insert a text and I execute it. You could see it has been replaced because what was there? There was an active cell. Imagine that I don't want to replace something at an active cell. I want to see something at G3. I want to write something at G3. I want to write something at G5. So let's say if I go over here, instead of this active cell, I write range. Range is, I want to mention cells. G3, that's the cell which I have, G3 dot. Now with this cell, what do you want? You want dot value. What value do you require? I require the value as, let's say, 55. And I execute this code. When I execute this code and I go over here, you can see at G3, the value has been inserted. Now if I run this, if I keep my cursor over here and let me change the value, let's say 100. And if I'm going to execute, if I see over here in the data file, it's executing at that particular location. It is not executing where my cell is actively available. So what does that mean? These are two different functions. Active cell as a function will work wherever the cursor is activated at that particular instance. It will throw out the outcome wherever the cursor is there at that particular instance. Now, range as a function was taking a particular cell position. What was the cell position did I mention? The cell position which I mentioned was G3. So no matter what happens, I'm going to different cell positions, my value is going to change only for that particular cell. So that was the use of range as an approach. Now, if I go over here, and if I write range G3 dot value, instead of dot value, let's say there is something called as interior dot, and if I want a color to be added, which color I would like to add? Let's say if I go over here and I'll go in home, in this color part, you can go, and it is asking for gold accent 4. Let's say this color which is there. I can add any color for the same, or there is a color known as VB green. Let's see if it works. And when I execute it, you can see at that particular position the value has been replaced as 10, and at that particular instance the color has been given as green. So this is how I can execute, this is how I can write the code, the basic VBA codes which we have written over here. So this is how a simple approach of writing VBAs are there. Obviously, you need to be known with the coding aspect. You need to be familiar with the coding part of your VBA in terms of what all values are there, how the functions are being used, what is the purpose and what is the use of active cell, range, and what more new things are there apart from this. So this was just a simple introduction of how a VBA code is written. So now this sub as basic insert, this is a procedure. Procedure also known as subroutine. Now what does it say? It is a procedure which has some process stored into it. Some process in the sense, some task, some code logic stored into it. And this is one step which is being stored. So I can go, let me remove this over here and let me run it one by one. So if I run it directly from here, what it is happening, all the codes are running, all the codes are executing, and then the changes are observed. Imagine that I'll go in run, let's say this debug, and in this debug I have something called as step into. This could be accessed with F8 key, that is a function 8 key. Now if I do step into, you can see how the process is starting. It is starting, the first step, the first task which will be executing is sub insert. Now if I go in this and again I click on it, what is the next step after that? Step into will execute things step by step. Now if I go and see my data file, you can see it's there. Nothing is being there. Now if I go in debug and do step into again and see my code file, you can see the first step has been executed. So 100 is being executed. The next step where the highlight is there into my code is giving it a green color. So I can go over here, and if I go in debug and do a step into again, you can see a green color would be given. You can see a green color is given, and then if I go over here in debug and do step into the code has been executed. The code is done. So this is how you can run your logics and see how it is being executed line by line, as well as you can also run all the codes similarly in terms of just running it by run. So when you do just run, it will execute all the codes at once, but when you debug and run it one by one at a time, what it will do, one by one the code would be executed line by line. So this was the basic introduction of creating a VBA. Now we will see how few more Now, as we have seen this, these are some basic approaches of using VBA in terms of just showing you that this is how a procedure is created and this is how it would be executed. Now, let's see few more examples of creating VBA and let's try to solve the approach which we all had, a question which we saw in the initial approach or the initial part. Let me close it as such and let me open it again. So, as you saw over here, what is the question? Apply remark yes. For the salesman having total sales greater than 3 lakh. And apply remark no. For salesman less than or equals to. Apply remark no less than or equals to 3 lakh. This is what I wanted to do. So if I wanted to do something like this, how I would do it? So I'll go and open Alt F11. So I have opened it over here and let me create another module. I can right click over here instead of going and inserting from here. I can also right click over here and then there is an option of what? And insert. Now with this insert as an option, I'll go in something called as module and let's try to create some approach. So as we are starting a module creation with something called as sub what? Let's say with this sub, what I'm trying to do is if, okay. So I have to write if else logic. I'm writing the name of the module as if else logic and I'm giving a parenthesis. And when I enter, the sub would be created and it would be ended. Now what do I want? I want, let's say, if, what is the criteria? That is, let's say, range. C, what is the range value? Let's see. What is the criteria over here? This, D5. So let us write if D5 dot value. If the D5 cell dot value is equals to, but it's not equals to as per the condition, it should be what? Greater than 3 lakh. So it's greater than 3 lakh. What you have to do then you have to do range. Now which cell I want to replace with? So in this cell, what I want to write? I want to write yes. So what is the cell number over there? E5. So if I go over here and I write E5 dot value, this is what I want. Range D5 dot value is greater than 3 lakh. Then range E5 dot value equals to yes. Yes, the salesman would be rewarded with the incentive. If not, I'm going to write something called as else, which means if this condition is not satisfied, I'm going to write the value as no. Now, if I'm writing if else, this is very important. When you're writing if else over here, indentation matters. Now, what is the meaning of indentation? Indentation is the space. As you can see, there is the space which is given, which makes sure that things are into if. But let's say when you want to come out of if, you are coming out of that indented space. So when you come out of that indented space, the else should be just besides your else. The else should be just besides your if. So if I write else and then I write range e phi dot, let's say I write something called as value. Value is equals to what? No. This is what I want. So as you can see, else, this is how it's being added, and I can take it into indentation again. Now when an if is created, there is else. The if creation has started, but you have not ended it. So this code is still incomplete. So what you have to do is, all the indented spaces are done. So you have to come out and you have to write end if. So the if would be ended over here. So this procedure has been created. This is how a simple if else is written. Not only in VBA, but in few of the programming languages such as Python and all. If else has some approach of writing, and this is how a syntax of writing if else is. Now what is syntax? Syntax is nothing but a structure, a basic structure of writing if else. As you can see, I have created a subroutine, a sub-procedure, which is named as if else logic. And in that if else logic, I have written if the range of that D5 is greater than 3 lakh, then E5 cell will be named with the value of yes. Else, if that condition is not satisfied, go to else. And with that else, range of E5 dot value is going to be what? No. If I do this and if I execute it, let's say it is executed, let's see how it has happened and what it has given me as an answer. It has given me as an answer as no. Now what does no means over here? The no over here means that at that particular instance, that value is not being considered over here. It is stated as no. Now, what should I do? Let's say I want to change for this part as well. So for this, let us try to run the code which we have created in VBA. Now, if I want to go over VBA, then run it, then execute it, it's a big task for me. So what I can do is, let me close this window and I can go in my developer part. In the macros, you can see if else logic, which we did, which we created. So that is also in the macros, that is also a code which is being executed with the name of an if else. You can get it from here and then you can try to run it. Let me remove it. And then let's say I want to do it over here. So let's say I go in macros and if else logic and then run it. Why it is only executing at that part and not in the rest of the cells? The simple logic over here is that it's a simple if else logic. And when you have written if else logic, you have used range function, and in that range function, you have specified the cell position. The cell position over there, which you have mentioned, that is E5. That is, it is changing in what cell? It's changing in the E5 cell. So no matter which cell is activated, it is going to change in what cell? In the E5 cell. Only at that particular position. Now, let's see. Let's try to change or edit the code and see what all changes we can see. I can go over here and in this code, instead of range.e5 value. Now checking criteria, range d5 means at the d5 position, the value should be greater than 3 lakh. That's what I require and that's it if I want it. Then range e5 dot value. That is at the E5 position dot value, it should be what? Yes. But I am not writing that. It should only give at E5. Let's say whichever cell is active at that position, it should give me E5. So I can write active cell dot value. So active cell dot value is going to be what? E5. Same goes over here. I will write active cell dot value, and when I do control S, this is being saved, and I go over here, the code has been edited, executed. If I go over here in the macros part, if else logic, and I run it, you can see I keep my cursor over here, go into macros, if else logic, and then run it. You can see at that position also it is showing me no. But yes, the no is valid over there. If I take the value over here, that is 3,50,000, and let's see if it is giving me yes or not. So when I go over here, I'll go in macros, and then if I do if else logic and execute it, it is still giving me no. What would be the reason of giving me no? Is into the criteria, it's into the condition which we have been using. Now what is that? Let's see. If you see over here, what is the value? That is range D5. It is always checking at what? Checking at D5. No matter whichever cell you select, but it is always checking a position value. The if condition is being always looked for D5 as a cell, and that value is being compared, that is it greater than 33 lakh or not. If it is not, then it is throwing me as yes. If it is, then it is throwing me as no. Sorry. So if the value is greater than 3 lakh, it is throwing me as yes. If the value is less than 3 lakh, it is throwing me as no. So as you can see, D5. What is the D5 value? So D5 is this. Is it greater than 3 lakh? The answer is no. And you can see over here. But when I see for this, if you see in the function, it is still asking for which cell? D5 cell. And at that position, it's still what? It's still no. And that's why the answer, even if at this position, the value is greater than 3 lakh, it is showing me as no. Why? Because in the criteria, in the condition, the cell being used is my D5, where the position of the value or the actual value which is stored is less than 3 lakh. That's why you can get no over here. So if I want to solve this logic, I cannot use a simple if else logic. I need to use something called as loops. So we will see how the loops will execute, but the main intention to show you if else logic, that this is how an if else logic is created, this is how an if else logic is executed, and this is how you can look and take help of the code in terms of creating few functions, few values, and you can also write certain logics for the same. So this was all about the if else logic which we saw, a simple if else logic which we saw with respect to our VBA. We will try to enhance this further with the approach of for. So I hope till the if else part you are clear with the same. As we have seen in the earlier example of if else, that we were able to write an if else VBA logic, but it was not being executed for all of them. Let's try to use and apply logic for all the cells with the help of a looping criteria. Now, what is the meaning of looping criteria over here? Looping criteria is nothing but the looping structure which I would like to add in over here. Now, in terms of creating loop, there are certain steps needs to be taken into consideration. Let's see how, and let's try to learn a new approach, a new thing related to a procedure which we have created over here, or the VBA logic. So when I go into the VBA bit which is being created, so a VBA bit which is being created, as you can see what it was doing and what were the challenges being faced. Earlier the challenge was that it was only changing at the E5 cell, and replacing it, what we did, active cell dot value is equals to yes, that's what we did. Then active cell dot value is equals to no, that's what we also did over here. But the only criteria, the only thing which needs to be there is range d5 dot value. Why? Because it was only checking at d5. It was not checking at all the cells which were there. So in order to ask to all the cells which are there, let's try to see how we can do it over here. So we would like to create something called as dim. Now dim as an approach is helpful for us in terms of creating a variable. Now what is a variable? Variable is something which will hold some value with us. Now what is the meaning of some value? Some value means some data element. Now let's say I'm creating a variable known as x. Now what does that mean? That I am creating a variable, a parameter or a container, let's say, with named as x, which will have some value. But when we create variables in our VBAs or in our sub procedures, subroutines, you need to mention the data type. So x as what? Now x will hold what? That you need to mention. So in terms of mentioning that x is going to hold what we are going to do? X as. Now as what? As an integer, as a value, as what type of data it is going to select. Now, how will I get to know that what type of data would be selected over here? So, there are certain data types which are available in Excel VBA. As you can see on my screen, the common data types declared with dim include, the first one is an integer. Integer is nothing but a whole number, a whole value. Then there is long. So a larger whole number, a longer range whole number. Then there is double. Double is nothing for the decimals. Then there is something called as string. String is nothing for a textual data as such. Booleans, which will have something such as true and false. Range, which will take specific ranges of cells into consideration, and then there is something called as variant. Now variant is one of the flexible type of data when it comes to giving or assigning data types to variables, and it's by default available, which means if you don't mention a data type, it will take it by default as variant. Now variant means it will exist according to any type of data which you give. So over here, what it is giving or what it is trying to say. So variant, a flexible type of data, can hold any data type automatically. It is set when no type is declared. So these are the various data types. Let's say I want to go from one particular cell to another. So if I want to go from one particular cell to another, I want the cell numbers not to be long. Long is a longer range of cell numbers. No, they are small cell numbers which are there. Let's say 2, 3, 4. It's a small number. It's not a big number as such. So I can use integer. I will not use decimal or let's say double over there because it's not a decimal. The number of the cell is a finite value which is there. So I'll not use double over here. I can also not use string because string as a data type, I don't think so will be helpful for us because we are seeing if the number is greater than 3 lakh or not. Obviously, the data needs to be in number. It should not be in string because for a string, greater than 3 lakh or not would not be a justifiable condition. For booleans, let's say true and false, I'm not checking the data for true is greater than 3 lakh or not, or false is greater than 3 lakh or not. No. Range of cells, I want to see one position at a time. So range of cells is also not being an importance over here. And variant, it will hold any type of data. So for me, I would be selecting integer as a type of data for my dimensions. And x is a variable being created which is going to hold what? Hold an integer for me. So let's see. So if I say x is what? X is integer. Now you can see x as integer. Now as over here means alias. What is the meaning of alias? X as means denoted as an integer. So x is being aliased over here and I'll write x. Let's say small x equals to. What is the range of cells? From where till where I want to repeat it. So the cell number over here is 5, the row number over here is 5. And then it needs to go till what? Till 14. So here from 5 to, let's say something called as 14. So when I give x from 5 to 14, this is not an ideal condition which needs to be given. And if you do something like this, it will give you compilation error that the statement is ended and this is a wrong type of code which you have written. But I want to run this code from 5 to 14. So how will I do it? We'll have something called as for loop. Now what is the meaning of a for loop? For loop means it is an iterative loop. Now what is the meaning of iterative? What is the meaning of a loop? Loop in simple terms is a block of code. It is a programmable construct which execute a given set of instruction n number of times. Which means the logic which I will write, that logic is going to be repeated n number of times. So that is a simple approach of what? A loop. Now, which loop would be helpful? We have different types of loops and I would be expecting to use a for loop. And as I said earlier, iterative. What is the meaning of iterative? Iterative means it traverses, it travels, it goes to each and every element of the sequence. Now, what is the meaning of each and every element of the sequence? Let's say I want to run this logic from D5 to, let's say, D14. So I want this logic to not only be executed in D5, which we saw earlier, or with respect to D5, which we saw earlier. I want this logic to travel from D5 to D6, from D6 to D7, D7 to D8, till it reaches D14. And in order to achieve that, I would use something called as for loop. Now, how does a for loop helps over here and how it would be executed? Let's try to see. So I will write something called as for x is equals to 5 to 14. So I have x starting from 5 to 14 and here the indentation again matters. If I have to mention that these things are happening within this, I have to mention something like this, active cell, else to be a part of this. Let me remove it and write it again. Let's say I write if. Now the approach of writing if also slightly changes. How? I'll write cells. Cells from what? Now when I'm using cells as a function over here, what it is asking? It is asking me a row index number and a column index number. Now what does that mean? I am mentioning the loop should run from 5. So if I go into the sheet, it should run from D5 to D6 to D7 to D8 to D9 till it reaches what? D14. So my loop, that is my code logic, is being executed n number of times from D5 to D14. So I know the row number over here. The row number is what? The row number is 5. So let x be that row number because x is going to be changing from 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8 and 8 to 9. So I'll write something called as x over here because x is a variable which holds value from 5 to 10. The initial value over here is what? It's 5, comma. Now what's the column index number? Now it's if. Now what is the meaning of if? If will help me to test a condition. Now what condition needs to be tested? X, that is 5, at D, that is column. Now I cannot write D over here because column index is being asked. Now what is the meaning of index? There is a difference between a column name and a column index. Index in general in terms of programming is nothing but a position of element. Now what are the different or various positions available for the elements? Let's see here. What are the positions? This is position number 1 of column. So the index position over here is 1. This is position number 2. This is position number 2, this is position number 3, and this is position number 4. So what is going to happen over here is, if I want to check at D5, so X is obviously 5 for me. Now, for D being taken into consideration, I cannot write D. But what is the position of D? The position of D over here is nothing but 4. So, the column index, as said, index is nothing but the position of data. So, what is the position of that column? It's nothing but 4. So, I would like to add something called as 4 over here. 4. So, X dot 4. Now, what is the value of X? X is nothing but 5. 4 is nothing but D. So, when the code executes, it will check at D5. It will check at D6, it will check at D7, it will check at D8, it will check at D9 till it reaches D14. Dot value, obviously, and this value needs to be checked greater than or equals to 3 lakh. I have written this, and then when this condition is mentioned, this condition is satisfied, you can see when I press enter, this value has been sorted very nicely. So if cells X comma 4, now what is the X over here? X is nothing but the row number and 4 is nothing but the column number. Now D5 is being considered. If it's greater than 3 lakh, what do I want to do? I want to print at a particular cell. Now I'll write cells again. Cells with cell X and 5. Now why I have written 5 over here? What is the reason behind it? If I go into my sheet, this is the 4th column. This is the 5th column where I want the value to be printed. I want the value to be given as an outcome. So if I want to use it, what is the position of this column? It's 5 because D was at 4th position. So I will write something called as 5. What it is doing, D5 dot value equals to, I'll write equals to as yes. So what is happening in this code? I know it seems to be complicated, but if we understand things one by one, we will be able to understand what we have done. Let's try to think again what we have done till now from the beginning, as we were earlier having a code of simple if else, but it was only checking for D5 cell as a value and the condition was given as an output. But I wanted it to check for all the cells. Now what is the cell number which is there? It is starting from 5 and we have to check till 14. So if you see in our data, the information is starting from D5 for the particular amount or for the particular sales value which were there, and it is going till D14. So I want my logic, I want my code to run from D5 to D14 and give some outcome in E column. So for that, I am running a loop. Now as I said, what is a loop? Loop is a programming construct which runs or executes n number of times. How many times I have to run? I have to run from D5 to D14. So whatever cells comes in between, for all of them it would be executed. So now I have created an integer for the same because X is going to be a value 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. Why I have considered integer? Because it's going to be a cell number for me, and cell number is a whole number. It's never a decimal. Now if I write for the loop, I want to execute from 5 to 14. So it's a for loop executing from 5 to 14. Now after that, what do I require? I require to check the condition. What is the condition which I want to check? That is cells. Now why I am considering cells as a factor? Because now it is intersecting position. Now what is the meaning of intersecting? Intersecting is checking the position. If you go over here, if I want to replace something over here, I need to check that is it greater than 3 lakh or not. So if I select this, if I do control this, so which cell I want to use and look for is D5. After that, I have to look at D6, D7. But cells as a function is not taking column name, it is taking column indexes. Now, what is the meaning of column index? Column index is nothing but the position of the column. This is column 1, this is column 2, this is column 3, this is column 4. So, it needs to check at 5, 5th row and 4th column. So, as I am repeating it again, it needs to check the data at 5th row and 4th column. So, as I have written cells x comma 4, what is that x? X is the value of cells which will be changing as it executes one after the another. The initial value of x is 5. So, it is checking 5 comma 4, that is at D5, and it will be giving me the value. Now, value needs to be printed where? The value needs to be printed here. Now, what is the cell position over here? The cell position of column is 5 and of row is 5. So, let x be over there and the column position is what? 5. So, x comma 5 is being there and I want to print it as yes. So, this is what I have written till now. Let's try to write an else condition when this criteria would not be satisfied. So I will write something called as else. Now make sure your else is not coming over here. When it comes over here, which means you are out of the loop. The loop has been ended. You are out of the loop over here. So you have to be inside the loop. So just below your if, your else should come. Because when your if stops executing, you have to execute your else. Else what? I'll write cells x comma 5 dot value equals to what? No. This is how it there. So it will check at 5 comma 4, that is D5, and if it is greater than 3 lakh, it will mention 5 comma 5. 5 comma 5 means it is going to be at E5. E5 is going to be replaced with yes. If the condition is not true, then it is going to go and execute something called as else. So if will be executed only when the given condition is true, and else will be executed when the given condition has been proven as false. So if I go over here and I'll write end if, because the if logic has been ended over here. The if has been ended over here. You have to maintain that indentation because this indentation plays a primary role. And I want to write something called as next x. Now what is the meaning of next x over here? Next x means after 5, I need to go and execute for 6. After 6, I need to go and execute for 7, 8, 9, 10, till what? Till 14. So this is a code which we have modified with the help of for loop. So if I run it, you can see the code is being executed. If we go on a cell, the outcomes are here. So in order to create this simple approach, we need to write a VBA code, and the VBA code logic was having lots of factors taken into consideration. So I hope you understood that how a for is working. Let's see and let's debug one by one. So what is happening? Let me show you over here. And let me write cells x comma 5. Let's say x comma 5 dot, it's not having that color, so let's be like that. So I'm having this part, and let us run this code one by one. So let me first remove this. So I'll select this, put delete, and I'll go over here. This is there. I can select this and run this. simultaneously all at once. I'll save it. And in this debug, you can see in debug what it is going in step into. For that, shortcut key is there, function F8. So let's say F8 key, it's not executing for me, function F8. Yeah. So here you can see what is the first part, what is the first step which needs to be executed over here. This is the first step which needs to be executed. Subject if else, which is there. Is there any changes happening? No, as you can see. Now, if I do F8 again, you can see it's asking for x is equals to 5 to 14. So it is considering that cell. Are there any changes happening? No, as you can see. Now let's see in our code, if I press Fn F8 again, it is checking the criteria. Now in this step, it is checking the criteria. Now, is there any change happening over here? No. Let's see. If I do Fn F8, you can see it never went into this code or this statement. Why? Because the first condition which was there was false. Now what is the meaning of that? That when the data went over there and checked, this was the criteria. When it went over there and checked, the value was less than 3 lakh. So if statement was false. So instead of going into cell dot the values as yes, it jumped into else. Because when the condition is false, it will jump to else. It will never execute if. So here, if I press Fn F8, you can see this is what it is trying to print now. If I do Fn F8, the if else has been ended. And when I see my code, you can see it's going to print me as no. If I go here again, what it is going to do, Fn F8. You can see next. Now what it is taking, after 5, it will consider the row number as 6. So if I take Fn F8, it's going over here, Fn F8. Now after the first condition, it is coming to the else. It will execute when the given condition is true. Let's see what is the condition, what's the value over here. What's the value over here? It's 3,20,000. Obviously, it's greater than 3 lakh. So this condition is true and that's why it jumped to this. When I do Fn F8, you can see the if has been ended by printing what? Printing yes. Similarly, you can go over here and it will go now to next. Next means after 6, it will check the 7. So here you can see for some of them it's going into if. When the condition is not met, it is going into else. So this is how line by line the code is executed. And this is how it's being printed for us. So here, when you press F8, you can see the debug part of code where step by step the code is executing. And the code has stopped. Let's see if all the values are being done. Yes, all the values are being done and the code has stopped executing. So this was a simple example of what? Simple example of a for loop. So this is how a for loop works. This is how a for loop is executed and this is how a for loop is being created into our VBAs. So as I can go and remove this and I go in macros and execute it. Let's say if else logic and it was running, you can see the outcomes are given for us for the same. So this is all about something called as VBAs created with if else logic, where we understood what are dimensions. Dimensions are creating variables which will hold some value for us, and how a looping structure is created, how one after the another execution would be created with the logic which you write in your Excel. So this was all about a for loop logic into our VBA. I hope you have understood the same. So that's all for the for loop approach. Now let's see how we can create a nested if else. Now you all must be knowing nested if else. If I say that this is a criteria being given, total sales is greater than 1 lakh, let's say 10 lakh over here, the incentive percent is going to be how much? 30% incentive. Now it's greater than 5 lakh, greater than or equals to 5 lakh, then the incentive is going to be somewhat, let's say 15%. If it's greater than 3 lakh, greater than or equals to 3 lakh, it's 8%. And if not, it is going to be what? If it is less than 3 lakh, the incentive percent given to the sales executive is going to be 0. That's what we want to see over here in terms of this. Let's try to execute it with the code which we will be creating. Now let's try to create one by one how the code would be executing, and let's try to create the logics for the same. So incentive is a column where I want to run this code over here. Now let's try to check the positions before proceeding further, because you know that we understood the column indexes and row indexes over here. So what are the row numbers from where we want to execute the code? From 3 as a roll number, I want to execute the code till 12. So row indexes is this. Where I want to check? I want to check in D as a column. So what is the position of the column? This is column 1. This is column 2. This is column 3. This is column 4. You can see it's written as 4C. So 4C means 4th column. Now, where I want to print this value? I want to print this value at 5th column. So 5C. That's what I require. Let's try to see how this logic would be executed in our code. So, if I go over here, let me create a new module, because we have lots of things going on into this module. Let's create a new module for us. So, I'll go in insert, and in the So let's try to create a VBA for the same. So if I go here in the Visual Basics, this is the logic which we have, but let's not try to change it over here. Let's try to create a new module for the same. So if I go and insert and insert a module, you can see a module is being inserted. Now I'll name this module as incentive percent. I can name this module. So let's say the module is being named as incentive person. So when I open this workbook, I need to go to the developer tab and I need to select this module as incentive person in order to see this VBA. So that's it. And if I go over here, let me create a module. Let's say subroutines, sub procedures. It will help me to create a processes. Now what is the process name? Incentive. And in this, let me add parenthesis. Now parenthesis is required over here. So after this, you can see creating a sub is incentive, and then there is a logic where it ends the subject, the subroutine which we have. Now what is the logic which we want over here? That is, it needs to create. What it requires to create is, you can see we have this logic and we have this logic as well. Both the logics are there. Now, what is the criteria? What's the condition? That it needs the incentives to be created or incentive percentage to be given for a particular individual, a salesman, but by checking sales. Now, it's not checking sales like it did earlier, like greater than 3 lakh or less than 3 lakh. There are various stages where the check is being happening. That is, if the sales is greater than 10 lakh, or if the sales is greater than 5 lakh, or if the sales is greater than 3 lakh, or else the sales is less than 3 lakh. So those all changes are being happening, those all checks are being happening, and let's see how we can execute the same. As we saw earlier that the ranges is from 3 to 12, and we are going to change at E by looking at D as a column. So 4th position, 5th position. Let's see how will I do the same approach which we did earlier. That is, I'll try to use something called as dim. I'll use x as, I want this x as in what? As an integer. As you can see, it is acting as an integer. If I take it, now from where till where? This ranges is happening, this selection is happening from the cell or the row position of 3 till what? 12. So let's try to do it. So for x equals to 3 to 12. So this is the position being considered. Now here I am writing if else. So if I write if, let me add some space. I'm taking reference of the first routine which we created, the procedure which we created, but we will be doing some tweaks over here as well. So if, as you all know now how the procedure was created, cells, we know that cells, what is a row number? Row number is going to be my x. What is the column number? Now where I want to see, where I want to find, or where I want to check this condition, I want to check this condition as column D. And at column D, the column position is what? 4. So I will check it over here, and what will I write? I'll write 4. 4 dot value, and this value needs to be checked what? Now as per the first condition which is given, the value needs to be checked that is it greater than or equals to 10 lakh. Then and only then the incentive percent is going to be what? 30%. So let's see, if I go over here, value greater than equals to what? 10 lakh, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Then what is going to change? An indented block. Now indented block, what it will make sure? That if the criteria, if the condition which we have given is true, then it will give something in output. What is the something which I want? Cells x, 5 dot value needs to be equal. Now I will write 0.3. 30% is nothing but 0.3. I can add a format later on. So let's say that's the first condition, and after that, if I write else, as per the first condition which we have written, if I write else and I write cells x, 5 dot what? Value, and if this condition is not met, it's going to give us what? 0. If I do this and if I end my if as we did earlier in the first example which we saw before this, I did this and I do next. Next x. If I do this and let's say I'm executing this code over here. Now you can see the sales were greater than, like less than 3 lakh. So it's 0. 3,20,000 is 0. 5 lakh as a sales is 0. 15 lakh as a sale, not even 15 lakh, 1,50,000 is 0. Now if you see 3,50,000 is 0, then 2,20,000 is 0. 1,21,000. Not 1 lakh, it's 12 lakh, sorry. So it's 12,10,000. It is going to give me 3. 31,30,330. It's going to give me 3. Now if you see 2,30,000 is going to give me 0. 6,46,000 is going to give me what? 0. Now for certain of the ranges the value seems to be correct, but for certain of the values, certain of the sales amount, the value doesn't seems to be correct. Why? You can see over here. What was the criteria which was set? That the value if it is greater than or equals to 10 lakh, it will be having an incentive of what? 30%. If the value which you have, if it is not greater than or equals to 10 lakh, check that is it greater than or equals to 5 lakh or not, which means between that particular range. So is it at that particular instance? If not, then you check that you have 15%, then you have something called as 30%, then you have 8%, and then you have to give 0 for the next criteria when none of the criteria is being met. So the approach which we used with the simple if else needs to be modified a little bit. Now, how we would like to modify it? We would like to modify it with the help of something called as nested if else, which means one more if else or elif would be added over here. How will we add elif over here? So, let's go. Instead of adding else, I'll add something called as else if. Now, when I add else if what it is asking? Cells x comma 4 dot value. Cells x comma 4 dot value, is it greater than or equals to 5 lakh? Then, okay, you can write expected then. You can see this errors needs to be handled very carefully. So if I do cells x comma 5 dot value is going to be what? 0.15. That's what the percentage which we have written. So if I execute this code and I see into my data, you can see for this, the value is greater than or equals to 5 lakh. It is being given as 0.15. So elif is being added over here. Now, what if I want to also check that the value is greater than or equals to 3 lakh or not, and then give a final criteria as if none of the criteria is being met, then give what? 0. That is less than 3 lakh. So I can go over here and I can write something called as else if. Else if what? Cells x comma 4 dot something called as value needs to be greater than or equals to 3 lakh. Then it needs to have values, that is cells x comma 5 dot value is equals to 0.08 because it's 0.8%. So I have to give 0.08. And this is what it's done. And when I execute this code now, you can see the changes which are being observed over here. So as you can see, the sales value is what? It's 2,50,000. So in this criteria, it's going to be in this condition, that is less than 3 lakh. So it is going to give me what? 0. Then 3,20,000. So in this criteria, it is coming over here between 5 lakh and this. So it is going to give me something like this, that is 8%. You can see it's 5 lakh because as it said, it should be greater than or equals to 5 lakh if it is not greater than or equals to 10 lakh. So it is going to give me what? 15%, 0, 0 and so on. So I can go over here, I can go in home, I can apply a format of percentage and you can see the percentage amounts are being given. So this is how a nested if else could also be helpful for us in terms of writing those analysis. So this was all about a VBA, how a VBA would be created with a simple approach of routines, then with the help of normal if else, with the help of nested if else, with the help of for loop as a criteria or a condition, and then we also try to use if else, elif logics over here. Then we can see that we can also add an AND condition. Now many people say that how will I add an AND condition? It will check it, that is it greater than 10 lakh or equals to 10 lakh, and I can write AND cells dot, not dot, x comma 4 dot value is less than, what it should be less than 5 lakh. That's what it is going to consider over here. Okay, and then needs to be going over here. So here if you can see, then should not come below. So then you have to go at that particular criteria. So as you can see, first it will check that is the condition greater than or equals to 10 lakh and what less than or equals to this. But and will never happen over here, so it could be or. So you can write and or logics in this manner. So I'm trying to remove it. Just this was an example to showcase you all. And this is how my code is being done. So this was all about the VBA approach. And this was all about how the VBAs would be created with different set of logics. As we now saw, creation of multiple subroutines or sub-procedures which were helping me to store certain logics. But what if I create functions? Now you all know what are functions because we had a simple and yet effective definition of functions, that is a pre-created code logic which we would like to use over here. So why not create a function for the same and execute it? Let's try to see how this function is working and how function will be helpful for us in terms of doing certain tasks. So if you see that I have this cell and I have to create a total. Now total of what? I have price each, that is price of each item. I have data related to multiple particulars. Particulars is multiple products such as mouse, keyboard, scanner, printer and so on. And you can see they are belonging to different brands. Now price of each. Let's say mouse of eyeball is being bought by me. It's going to be costing me 400 each. But what if I buy 2 mouses? That is quantity in stock. I need to find out the total, which means the total amount which was paid by me. So instead of writing total, let me write it out as total amount. So total amount paid by me. So similarly, I tried to buy certain or I tried to purchase certain products with respect to different brands, and then each price was given to me and then the quantities was given to me. For this, we can simply use a function. Now, what function did we use? We used a function such as, let's say, product. You remember this function. Now, product as a function, what it was doing? It was taking number 1, comma, number 2, and it was doing the task of giving me what? 800 as a value. Now, you can see I just have to simply drag in and the task would be done. I can remove and I could also apply a formula. Now you know there is a difference between function and formula. Functions are pre-created code logics and formula is you will write it, you will modify it, you will use it as per your requirement. So if I go over here, star, this asterisk is for multiplication. If I use it over here and let's say it's going to show me the same value. What if I want to use certain logic and with this total amount, I want to add 2% GST or let's say multiply 2% GST over here. So 2% GST which is giving me what? This value. See, it's giving me this. Or else I can add 2% amount over here and this is how it is giving me. So let's not go into over here and let's see how we can modify this value. How? Let's try to create a function for the same. So if in order to create a function, again I'll go in developer tab. I'll open Visual Basics. Now you have lots of subroutines, sub-procedures created. In this only, we will create something called as function. So how will I create it? I'll go in insert, I'll insert a module. But as I said, I am creating a function. Then why I've inserted a module? Because in a module, you can create a sub-procedure or a function. Let's say I write a function I've written a function. What is the name of the function? Let's say I give the function name as total amount, same name which I want. Now what's the first value which will be? How many values it will be considered? So let's say quantity is the first value it will be considering, or the price is the second value which it will be considering. And here you can see functions, parameters. You all know that when we execute, when we take help of function, it is asking for some value. So when we will be using this function, it will ask us two values. First is quantity and another is price. Let's see how it works. So I will write something called as total amount equals to, which means the answer would be equals to quantity into price, which was there. This is what the function should consist of, and I'll write some comments. Now comment with this. The function finds us the total amount spent based on quantities and price. This is what we have written, and what you can see over here, it's in green color. Now whenever things are in green color, it's a comment. Now when I execute this function, when I use this function, when I utilize this function, what it is going to do, total amount is the name of the function. Now it will take two values, it will accept two values. First is quantity, another is price. And then when the outcome would be given, outcome would be total amount is going to be equals to quantity into price. So this is a function, output which we want. I will save it. And let's see, I can find this function or not. I'll do equals to, and I will write total. You can see total amount as a function is being used. So the function which we created is being used over here. So total amount is going to ask us what? This. And when I only pass this, it's going to throw me value error. Value error why? So a value used in the formula is of wrong data type. Why? Because it was asking for us how many values? Two. So let's say total amount, comma. What is the next value which was asking is quantity in stock. And you can see here, let's say I'm removing this percentage. It's a general because initially I used this. So it's going to show me what? 800 over here. What if I want to modify this function? So I can go over here, I'll remove these values, I'll go over here and I say after doing this, so let me put this in brackets, it will multiply by 0.2. Now 0.2 is 20%, and if I save it, let's say if I go over here, if I take total amount, what it is going to take quantity into price, and then what it is going to give me as 160. Why it is giving me 160 over here? Because it is being multiplying the values. If you see, if I have 400, if I have, let's equals to, I have 400 into 2, and if I do into 0.2, it's going to give me what? 160. So if I add this, so it's going to give me this value. So when I change the formula over there, change the outcome which is required in my function which I created, the similar change has been happened over here when I try to execute the same. So this is how a function would be created. So let's go over here and make it as I wanted, quantity into price. As the function being used, I'll do Control S and I'll use that function similarly over here. So if I do equals to, I'll use total amount, and then I want this to this being used and utilized. I'm using it as a function and then executing it over here. So if you can see, this is how we have created functions. Now you can add n number of logics while creating a function. This was just a simple explanation of how the functions would be created. We have seen pre-created functions or predefined functions which we use, such as sum, product, SUMIFs, averages, VLOOKUPs, HLOOKUPs, and so on. But we can also create functions manually according to our logic, whatever we want to execute in terms of getting some outcome. So this is how a function is being created. So this was all about how an Excel use VBA procedures or a coding bit of Excel in terms of doing certain tasks. We saw that what is VBA, how a VBA would be created, a VBA window, how the VBA coding pane would be given to us, and how those values would be executed. There are certain errors which can come, there are certain errors which you can eliminate as well. So this was all about the VBA approach of Excel in terms of understanding its use case and in terms of the example which we saw. Now there are few more examples which you can also explore in terms of understanding more about the VBA bit. So this was all about this session. This was all about VBA. I hope this is understandable.
So as we have discussed about sorting and filtering, and we have one more operation, that is the other data operations which is there. Now what is about the other data operations? So other data related task is what we are going to study. In terms of understanding the other data related tasks, we will be understanding what is a text to column feature. Now imagine that in a cell you have been given multiple values. Let's say value 1, value 2, value 3, value 4, and so on. And what you wanted to do is you wanted to convert each comma separated value into a new column. So there is a text in a cell which you want to convert into a new column. So for that particular operation, Excel provides us the way to do it. So the way to do it is text to column feature, which is possibly available to us in terms of Excel. Now text to column wizard helps to separate simple cell content, as I gave you an example, which was value 1, value 2, value 3, so on, into multiple cells specified by a delimiter. Now what's a delimiter over here? Delimiter is nothing but a separator. Now when we call a separator is being used, imagine that I mentioned you value 1, value 2, value 3. So the each value which I am mentioning is separated by a comma. So comma is acting as a delimiter or a separator between each element into the value. Now imagine for the next thing. Now imagine that let's take one more example and let's consider a name. Now obviously when we write first name and last name, we give a space within it. So space is acting as a delimiter for us. So if you can see, such as first names and last names which are separated by a space, so that space is acting as a separator or a delimiter which will help me to separate my names into different columns. So a delimiter option or the separator option or a text to column feature is available to us in a data ribbon, and we will do the task accordingly. So if I show you with an example, if you can see that there are certain names which are given to us in that image and they are separated by a space. And we will open the text to column wizard and do certain operations. Now, instead of understanding this over here, let's try to practically see that how does it works. So if I go into my data sheet, you can see there is a column named as full name. And in this full name, you can see that there is a first name, there is a last name, and then there is a space with which each name has been separated. Now, what do I want to do? I want to convert a text to column feature. Now, what it will do? That the first name would be separated in one column and the second name would be separated by the another column. But this separation will happen with the respect of space, because space is a delimiter or a separator over here. So how we can proceed is, we will select this. Now, as you know that we can use shortcut keys. So Alt, when you press Alt, you can see there are lots of options available to us. So in Alt, we have to go in Data tab. So you can see that we went into the data tab, and in data tab there is text to column feature available to us. So if I go Alt, then the data tab, T, and then we have V. So over there, I'll repeat this. So if you can see, we have shortcut for doing this operation, for converting the data from text to columns. So in order to do the shortcut, what I will do is I'll first press Alt. Now when I press Alt, you can see that a value or a number is associated with each tab. Obviously, this operation which is available to us, that is text to column, will be considered from data tab. So I'll consider A over here. So when I go to A, that is a data tab, in the data tools, we can see a text to column feature. And to reach that text to column feature, we have to press in E. So when I do this, this text to column wizard dialog box is available to us. Let's try to do further. So we can do it with the help of shortcut keys available, or you can directly go into the data tab. Let's say I'm in home, you can directly go to the data tab and you can see data tools as a group. Now, as I have mentioned earlier, that ribbon groups or the data tools group will help me to do data related operations. Now, in this data tools option, you can see that text to column feature is available to us. Now, what it will do, it will split the text which is available into multiple columns on the basis of a separator. So I'll go to text to column features and a dialog box or a wizard is available to us. In that we can see that you have two options. First is delimited width and the second is fixed width. Now let's go with delimited because we want to separate it on the basis of separator. So if I go next, you could see that a tab related approach is available to us. You could see that by default, this is an approach which is available to us. Now, you don't see that the data is separated because in the data preview option, you could see if you use any separator, the data will show that how it will be looking, the preview of the data or the view of the data before those changes happen. Now, tab in general is a tab space. Now, the text or the value which I am wanting to separate or convert into columns is not separated by a tab space. So because of that, the data preview is not showing me multiple columns in general. Now, if I unselect the tab, if I press semicolon, obviously the separator over here, the delimiter over here is not a semicolon, and because of that, the separation has not yet happened. Now, if I select a comma, once again, the text which I am using is not separated by comma. So it will not convert from text to columns. But let's say we have a space. Obviously, my data or the values are separated from each other with the element of space. And when I selected the space as an element, you can see in the data preview there are two columns being created. First is John with respect to the first name, and the next is Smith with respect to last name, and the values are proceeded further. So as I discussed that in my data or in my content which I am sharing, there is a space which is separating the values or separating the text into multiple columns, and we can possibly see in the data preview that how does it looks. Now others is a customized version. Let's say I don't have anything. Let's say someone has selected or separated the data with the respect of hyphen, semicolon, or exclamation mark, question marks, hashtags, and so on. So based on this other operation, I can give multiple new such of separators or delimiters over here. But as of now, we have stick to space. We have to stick to space. So if I go next, you could see that general, the data type remains general over here. You want text. We also have date related operations and then do not import. So that's there. Let's say I select text and you could see destination. Destination is B1. So what it does, by default, if you select like this and do finish, you could see that the data already exists. And if I do OK, there are two new columns being created. First is full name and the next is name, because at the same place I wanted that delimiter to act. So this is how I can do with the basic approach, but let me do it again and let's try to create new columns for this. So I'll do Control Z. What I'll first do is I'll select over here and if I select over here and I do Control Shift plus, so it's adding a column over here, but I don't want it over here, so I can do Control minus. I'll select this. I want 2 more columns to be added. So Control plus is a shortcut key to add columns. If someone is not having a plus key separately, you can use Control Shift plus. So I'm using Control Shift plus, so you can see 1 column being added. I'm using again, so another column. Let's say I'll write first name, and let's say I write something called as last name. So over here, I want this whole name to be separated as a first name and the last name, which are separated by a space. So how I could do? Same thing I'll do. Control Shift down arrow key to select the entire range of cells. I'll go to the data tab. Data tab mein there is an option of text to columns. We'll select the delimited. Next. Now obviously it is separated by space, so I've selected space and then I go next. Now instead of adding a destination at same place, now it's B2. I don't want it at same place, so I'll go over here and you can see destination is this, because I want to create this text to column feature over here. The answer needs to be separated over here. So I select this and I do finish. You could see that the existing data still remains the same, but separated elements are added into the another columns which are possibly available to us. So this is how we can use text to column feature in order to convert a text element into multiple columns separated by a delimit. Now, for an example, I can show you different use cases for this. Now imagine that I have certain products, say milk, sugar, ice cream, coffee, which is available to me. Let me increase the width. Milk, sugar, ice cream, coffee, then tea, chocolate, and let's say I take coffee, tea, milk. I took this. So if you can see in an example, this is a text. I want to convert each element which is after a comma into another column. So how I will do? The same thing which we'll do. I'll select this and we have the shortcut key, that is Alt A, and we have to go to E. So when I go over here, you can see the data text to column wizard is available to us. When I do next, now it's not separated by space. So you can see a data preview is not possibly available to us. The data preview, if you can see, if you select a space, it's not possible there. When I select a tab, no preview is available, no changes happening into columns. Semicolon, no. But if I select something such as comma, you could see that each element is separated by comma and a new column is being created over here. So I do next. Now if I want to do it at the same place, I'll do it, or I can select the next destination. I do it over here and I do finish. You could see that it has finished the certain values, and the elements which were possibly available over here, which were separated by commas, that has been converted into new columns. Similarly, we can do, let's say, the book belongs to me. And here, if you can see, there are delimited, which is a hyphen, which is not possibly available to us in terms of the by default delimited elements which are there. So I'll select this and I go in data tab. Similarly, text to columns, delimited. Next, now I cannot select a tab. No preview is available to us. No semicolon, you can see no semicolon related approach. No comma separated, you can see the preview still remains the same. The data is not separated, not even with space. I'll go with others. And what's the other element to me? Once I give that hyphen, you could see that data has been separated. A vertical line has been added, which means each element after a comma is being separated over here. And I do next. So where do I want? Let's say I don't change the destination. So you can see the text which I wrote. So each element was separated by a hyphen. And with respect to the hyphen, the elements are being separated over here. So this is how text to column feature works. So if you have multiple text stored in one particular cell separated by certain delimiters, and if you want to convert those values into a column format, you can use this text to column feature which is available to us in terms of Excel. So this was all about the text to column feature which we can use and utilize in order to separate the text into multiple columns. So now we will be discussing upon a newer topic which is data validation. Now with respect to the name of the topic, what do you understand? That there is a data, there is a value, there is an element, and we are going to validate it. So with respect to this topic, what we are going to understand? First of all, what is a data validation? Second, why do we require a data validation? And third, that how do we implement a data validation with certain restrictions? So first of all, what is a data validation and why do we require it? Imagine for an example that this is a table. Now in this table that I have certain columns such as ID, name, age, location and salary. So this data is related to the employee's information, and in those IDs that I have number of the IDs, that is 101, 102, 103, 104, 105 and so on. But if I possibly type in A in the ID wala part, that information seems to be incorrect. But with respect to the basic approach of Excel, a sheet, a cell can accept any value which is there. So we won't be applied to restrict that A would not be possibly available at that particular position by default. So here you can see when I enter A over there, it's a wrong information which is there. So now you can see name, Ria, Raj, Eric, which is still fine. Now if you see age, now in that age, you could possibly see 1000 as an age is obviously not possible for an employee to have. So that age element is incorrect. That cell value, even though it's a number, it's an incorrect element. If you can see 23 as an age, okay, it's fine. If you see minus 10, employee's age obviously could not be minus or a negative element. But I am entering a number and Excel cells can accept anything within them. So location, if you can see, I have location as Mumbai, I have location as Chennai, but do you think so I will have location known as Priya? Obviously that element is incorrect over here. Salaries, if you see for an example that 1000 or the salary is into a negative element or 0.6, that possibly value is incorrect over here. But how does Excel understand that these values are incorrect? This values needs not to be there, or we don't allow this kind of elements or this kind of value. So at that particular approach, we use something called as data validation. Now, if I want to talk and discuss about data validation is a feature in Excel which is used to control that what a user wants to enter into a cell. Because by default, a user can enter anything into a cell. But if you apply certain rule to the cell, user can specify that what you want to enter and what that cell will ideally accept as a value. So you can use data validation to make sure a value is a number, a date, or has a certain drop down menu or anything of your choice which is required to the user. So data validation, as the name suggests, the values, that's the data, it will be validated. Validated means before entered, it will be checked. Now checked on the basis of what? On the basis of restrictions which we require. So for that, we will implement certain data validation which will show me a correct tick if the value is correct or a cross tick if the value is incorrect. For an example, we could use data validation to make sure that the number is between 1 to 6. We can use date occurs with respect to the next 30 days or make sure the text has less than 25 characters or anything. Now data validation can also simply display us an error message, a warning or some input guidance that what we can validate and what we can use in order to telling and specifying user that what is the restriction which is available to this cells. So when I talk and discuss about data validation, obviously it's a data related operation, so it's available to us in the data tab. So in that data tab, you can see data tools and then there is a validity check, the validity group or the control which will help us to apply this data validation. If you can see the symbolic representation of that, there is a cell block and then there is a red stop icon and then there is a blue tick, which means if the value is correct, it will insert it correctly. If the value is incorrect, according to the restrictions, it will stop. It will not make it enter. So that's an option. Now in that, we have 3 more options. First is settings, that what restrictions we want to give. First is settings and what restrictions we want to give. Then there is an error message. Then there is an input message, which we will see eventually. And this is how certain rules are implemented. And here you can see with an example that as a message said that please enter a 4-digit number from 1000 to 9999 and so on. But when the person is entering 106, it is restricting. It is not allowing it to enter as such. So this is some level of data validation which we will try to incorporate. Now with respect to data validation, we will try to solve certain questions which I have. The very first is employee IDs must be between 1001 to 2000. The age of the employee must be greater than 21. The employee joining date must be less than the current date. The departments must be from the provided list. The contact number must be a 10-digit number. Email of the employee must contain a domain which is like this. Gender must be only female and male, and the project code which is possibly available to us must be a 4-digit letter starting with A. So you can see there are lots of validation, lots of restrictions which are required. But let's try to see one by one. But if you see all those questions are related to the HR data. So let's create all these things from scratch and let's start. So as I discussed that data validation is something which will help us to restrict the elements which are there. But if you see by default, let's say I create employee ID, which is the first restriction which is required. And let's say we have this name, we have this email, we have this departments, and we have the rest of the elements which are there. So let's say we have gender and so on. So let's say there is age and so on. So you could see these are the columns which are required for us in terms of data validation. Let me just use the home tab in order to do this. Let me fix the width of them. So I fixed the width of them over here. Do it from this. That is fixed accordingly. So this I have fixed. So it's my preferred approach in order to give borders or colors to the cell so that it helps me to distinguish that these are the headers of my data. Now, one thing, if I say that, as I discussed with an example, 101, obviously a cell can accept. If I write A hashes, it can accept. If I write this, is my cell accepting? Yes. So if you can see, by default, any value is being accepted into the cell. but I don't want any value to be accepted over here, because certain of the time I want the data to be appropriate. I don't want any errors or mistyping into the data or data typing errors which could possibly occur, and that can make my analysis wrong. So at that particular instance, I will add something called as data validation. So how I will do, first of all, let me select this and press the delete key. Now you know that when you press the delete key, all the selected cell elements will go. You don't have to press a backspace because it will just remove from the first cell. So it's my preferred approach that till the element you apply data validation, please try to put in borders. Reason, because it becomes very easy to determine that till this the data validation has been implemented. Obviously, I can drag down if I have implemented on certain cells and it will be proceeded further. But I don't want to randomly select cells and give data validation over here. So I have selected this region and I've pressed in the borders, and you can see I want to implement data validation only till here. I don't want to implement for the entire sheet. Why I have given this borders and why I have selected this? Now it's a preferred approach. You can try to avoid it as well, or this is just and not a mandate approach as such, but you can do it so that it better up the task in terms of data validation. So if I randomly select certain cells and then apply data validation, and then after that I forgot that till when I applied or till where I applied the data validation. So later stage, if I'm working on the sheet, it becomes difficult for me to understand that why these errors are coming, because I don't know what is the restriction until where the restriction has been implemented. So it's my preferred way that I select a range of cells, and till here I am implementing data validation. So till there I have given borders to the cell. So it becomes very easy for me to distinguish that here the data validation is there and for the rest of them it's not. But you can ideally avoid this process and you can directly do by selecting the cells. So if I do this, if I select this and I want to implement data validation. Now, as I said, as the task is related to data. So obviously in Excel we have some data related tab which helps to do the same operation. So we can go with Alt into the data tab. So Alt and A, which will allow me to reach the data tab. And you can see in the data tools option we have to go. So there is V where we'll find the data validation. But I'll press escape and it's gone. So you can also select from the menu bar that, let's say you're in home, you go in data, and then there is validation rules. So when I click on this, you can see it itself mentioned picks from a list of rules to limit, which means it will pick up from the multiple rules which are possibly available to us in terms of limiting the type of data that can be entered in the cell, which means what type of data is required within the cell. For example, you can provide a list of elements like 1, 2, 3, or only allow numbers greater than thousands, which are there as valid entries. So that's there. So we can use it. Now let's say I've selected this cell, I go in data validation. And you could see that same options are available. First is settings, then there is an input message, and then there is an error alert. But let's go in the one step-by-step approach. I'll go in settings, and if you can see the validation criteria, the allowment criteria, by default what it is there, it's any value. Which means when you were trying to use it, initially when I was typing 101, it was accepting. When I was typing A and slashes, it was accepting, because the by default use case of a cell is to accept any value, any cell elements. But now I want to change this rule with respect to any value to something different. So when I click on this drop down, you can see multiple rules are available. First is a whole number, second is a decimal, third is a list, date, then you have time, then you have text length and customized option. So that is there. So you can see that multiple elements are possibly available to us. So what is this? So any value, I don't want it. I want what? A whole number. So you can see when I selected a whole number, there is a multiple options related to data. So your data needs to be between this to this, not between equals to, not equals to, greater than, less than, greater than equals to, less than equals to, and so on. And then if you select a between, there would be obviously a start value, that's a minimum value, and end value, that's a maximum value. If you go with not equals to, obviously you can see those value elements which are available, that not equals to what is the value which you don't want the data to be not equals to. So that is there. So as you change the data rules, the value implementation or the value restrictions will also change. So let's go on the question that what we want to find. So if you could see what we want to find, the employee IDs must be between 1001 to 2000, which means the employee IDs which are given to each employee, obviously starting from 1001 and the end employee number is 2000. I don't want any IDs with after or apart from this range. So I cannot use the basic rule. So I cannot use the basic rule of implementation. Obviously, I need to go in data validation. So I cannot use the basic rule over here. I need to go in data validation. So I've selected this cell. I went into the data tab, in the data tools, the data validation, and then you can see a value, but I wanted a whole number. Why I have selected a whole number or not any other option? Because 1001 to 2000 and ID cannot be 1001.5, 1001.35, 36. It could not be. So obviously I will use a whole number because IDs are going to be a whole number, and they are between because I don't want an IDs apart from 1001 to 2000. So what I am doing, I am writing a minimum element. What's the minimum element? It starts from 1001. So 1001 being inclusive in nature. Now what is an inclusive? That is start value will be included if you try to input. You can do 2000 over here. So that's the range within which I want the data to be accepted. So I've selected this and I do OK. So here you can see no changes seen, but let's try to enter certain values. 101. Can you see a message popping out? This value does not match the data validation restrictions defined for the cell. Why do you think so this has came? Because I have now set up rules for those set of cells or those range of cells that it is going to accept only the values between 1001 to 2000, as 101 being an element which is not into the restricted cells or the restricted rules. So that's why it is throwing me an error. So you can see the value does not match the data validation restrictions or the rules defined for this cell, for this range. So I can do retry. Let's try 1004. Is it going to accept? Yes. Why? Because it was 1001 to 2000. So let me randomly pick in 1006. You could say it's dollar. So let me make it general. I can go and it's general over here. So you could see that these elements are there. So obviously I'm trying to incorporate over here. These are the elements. So if I try to enter over here, again this rule arises because it's not a part of the restriction. So is 1001 accepted over here? The answer is yes. So you can see 1001 is accepted. Even the 2000s would be accepted. 1200, 1298, 1678. I'm randomly inserting these elements. So these are the employee IDs. which I want. I cannot give this. So here you can see. So these are certain employee IDs which I have tried to insert, and all were having these data restrictions. Now if I drag this element down, you could see it's there, but if I try to implement 3000, is it allowing me to enter? No, because when I drag the element down, as I have mentioned earlier, the cursor, as I've mentioned earlier, this cursor, in order to drag or bring the elements down, what it will do, if the formula is available, it will copy the formula. If the value is available, it will bring out the values. If the format is available, it will bring out the formats which are there. So you can see when I drag this, the validation has also been dragged to certain cells. So it's not like once you have selected the range of cells and only till there the validation is applied. If you want to extend it, you can extend it like this. So I hope this is clear. So this was the first rule in terms of data validation, that how you can implement a data validation. But what if this file I am using and now I am sharing with you that I want you to enter the data over here, but obviously there is a data validation implemented by me and I know what is the rule being set. But do you guys know that what rule has been set? So how you will get to know that this rule has been set? Or when you are entering values, you are getting errors, but how you will determine that why these errors are coming? You obviously think that there is an issue in the file, but obviously not. There is no any other issue in the file. The issue or the problem is lying into the data validation restrictions which you have implemented. But there is no message being throwing that this is what you want to enter. So if we want a message to be there which makes the task easy in order to enter the data, in order to suggest the other person who will be using this file, so that he also understand that some restrictions are being available. So how we can input a message over here in order to make sure that what data needs to be inserted. So I can go in the data tab again and select the data validation option. So when I select it, I will not be into the settings anymore. I will go to the next option possibly available, that's an input message. Now what's an input message? What is the title which I'll give? Let's say I give a title as correct data. So I can give any title as such. So the employee IDs must be between let's say between 1001 to 2000. So this is a restriction, but I am personalizing a message over here. If I don't want it, I can do clear also, it will show. So show input message when the cell is selected. So let's see how does it look. I do okay. And you could see when I'm in this cell, what it is, a pop-up is coming to me that correct data. It's a title of that pop-up, and what it is, the employee IDs must be between 1001 to 2000. So input message as a feature into data validation makes it good in terms of explaining or giving a personalized message when a data validation is implemented, so that when another person is working on the same, he or she will get to know that what data needs to be inserted over here. So as now I am using it, I know that the data must be between 1001 to 2000. So this is how we solve the very first question in terms of implementing data validation. So now, as we discussed about the first question in terms of implementing a data validation with respect to the basic rule of whole number, let's try to understand the second question, which is age of the employee must be greater than 21. Obviously, that age as an element would also be a whole number. You can add a decimal, but it's fine that you can add a whole number over here. So how we can proceed with this type of restriction? So how we can proceed with this type of restriction? So if I go in this and age as a column is where I want to implement the restriction. Now what's the restriction? That the age must be greater than 21. So I write 23, it's accepted. I write A, it's accepted. Why? Because by default still it has any value as an element. The restriction or the data validation which we had tried to implement, it's only on this certain cells, and when you see, so the restriction and the data validation is only applicable on this certain cells. So when you see, when I go and select this cells, there is an input message being popped up that this is the correct data which you want to enter, and this is restricted only and this is restricted only to those limited cells or limited cell ranges. When I go on the next cell, there is no certain restriction being implemented, which means it can still accept any value. So if I go in this, you can see that A has been written and A has been accepted. If I write -0, that is still being accepted. If I write minus a bigger number, you can see this is being accepted, but I don't want this values to be incorporated over here. So what I can do is, I'll first select this, I'll press a delete key to remove all the cell values from the selected cells. I will go into the data tools and I'll implement a data validation, and I'll go in the settings. You can see by default what it is doing, it is allowing any value for us. I'll go in any value. Now you could select a whole number, obviously age can be a whole number, but let me show you that a decimal could be used like this. Now you want it between or not. So you want it greater than what? Now, like between as a data selecting operation, like between over here, there is a minimum and maximum. Minimum and maximum means between a start value to an end value. But I don't want a between. I want that now it should be greater than. Greater than what? Greater than the value, the minimum value which I am implemented over here is 21. That greater than, it will obviously not take 21 over here, because it's an option of greater than. If I would have selected greater than equals to, so it will consider 21 as well, because I'm writing greater than or equals to. But I'm just mentioning greater than, so the values which are greater than 21 would be accepted. And I do OK. So you could see that 21 would not be accepted, because this value does not match the data validation restrictions defined for the cell, because it's greater than 21. It's not greater than or equals to. So let me try it again. So if I write 23, is it accepting? Yes. If I write A, which I mentioned earlier, it will not accept, because there is a restriction still being implemented. But I implemented a decimal type of restriction. So will the decimal be a part over here? Let's say some individual write 24.5 is my age. Is it accepted? Yes. If someone writes 67 is my age, is it accepted? Yes. If I write 34 as my age, is it accepted? Yes. If I write 23 point, a floating value, so it will be accepted? Yes. But if I go on this first restriction which I implemented, which was between 1001 to 2000, if I try to write 1004.5, if I try to write decimal, so it will throw me what? An error. Why an error? Because a restriction which was selected over here was a whole number. But the restriction which I tried to select over here, when I gave it for the age as a column or age range cells, it was a decimal, which means it will accept an integer value, a whole number, as well as a floating elements, that's a decimal number into it. So you could see with an example that yes, it is accepting a whole number for me as well as the decimal ranges for me. So this is how I have implemented. I can also input an input message over here. So I can go over here. You can see that the settings are being implemented. I can insert an input message. So correct age. So I'll write the age of the employee must be what? Must be greater than 21. So, and I do OK. And you can see this dialog box is opening, this input message or the input box is opening for each cell till where I have implemented the data validation. If I drag it down, what do you think so? Is this input message being repeated over here? Yes, because when I drag it, the values, the formulas, the format, the validation, everything is being copied down. So you can see this is how I can implement a decimal related operation. But age, as in general, you can also implement a whole number. There is no such restriction, but I just wanted to show you how the decimal as a restriction would work as compared to the whole number as such. So when I select this range of cells where I have implemented this, and when I try to insert a value over here, let's say I want to insert 45 and it's giving me error. If there is an employee whose age is 20, when I try to enter, obviously it will show me that it does not match the restrictions defined for the cell. Now what do you think so? Should I customize this error message according to my requirements over here? So how I could possibly do, let me do retry and remove it. I'll come out and in the selected range of cells, what I'll do, I'll go in data validation again. We saw settings in which we can implement the rules and restrictions. We saw that input message. In that we can give an input message in order to let know the user that what is the correct value which will be incorporated. And then there is something called as error alert, which means I can customize the error. So there are multiple symbols such as stop, warning and information. Let's say I use stop and the title. Error, and let me type in the error message. The age you entered is incorrect. So I write this that the age which you have entered is incorrect and I do OK. So when I type in an age over here, let's say the age, the next age which I want to use is 30. It's accepted 20. It's an error because it's greater than 21. So here you can see it's not the by default error which is shown, which was shown earlier. Now you have customized this error message in terms of how you wanted in the outcome. You can see the age you want or the age you entered is incorrect. So I can do retry. So this is how I can customize my error message into my data validation when the data is not specifying a certain rule which needs to be validated. So here you can see that this is how it works. So this is what the data validation with respect to the second question which we wanted to solve. The question was that the age must be greater than 21 and this is the data validation rule set over here. So this was all about the second question, the second data validation implementation. Now let's proceed further and understand what is the next validation which we want to implement. The employee joining date. Now obviously employee must be hired, employee must be joined on a particular date in an organization. So the employee joining date must be less than the current date. Now what kind of rule do you think so I will implement over here? Now you can see that the employee joining date, as per the rule, what is the rule? That the employee joining date must be less than the current date. So obviously I'll try to insert a column known as joining date. So I'll do Control Shift plus because I don't have a plus key separately into my keyboard. Again, if you have a plus separate key, you can use Control plus. Now what I want a column known as joining date. Now in this, what I want to restrict that the joining date must be less than today's date or the current date. So I select this range and I go in data validation. I'll go in settings, and in this settings, as you see, there is no validation implemented on those cells and any value is being selected. I go over here. Now there is something called as date as an element. Now I don't want date to be between this or between that and so on. So I want the date to be less than. Now less than what? I can insert a date. Let's say what's the date today? 16th of October 2024. When I insert, so let's say I write 10 13 2024, it's accepted. Now if I write 10 19 2024, that is 19th of October, obviously it is going to restrict me because I mentioned that the joining date of the employee must be less than the current date. So what do you think? So this is a date related restriction which we can implement, but the thing is every time I need to change this function. Why? Because every time the current date is going to change. So I cannot keep a static value because when I select and I go in data validation, you can see this is a static element. So this is a fixed date. And always, let's say tomorrow I'm opening this file and I'm trying to insert the data, it will obviously look for a date to be inserted after this. Or let's say tomorrow I'm opening this file and I want the data validation to be implemented. So the date will obviously look that it should be less than the given date. Obviously it is going to look that it should be less than 16th of October 2024. But I don't think so that I want 16th of October to be a fixed value. I want this date to be changing on a daily basis. So you know that there is a function known as what? Today, which we have. Now today, what this function do? The function helps me to get the current date of my particular day. So here if you can see I have entered today, and here when I type it 10 and let's say I give 20th and I do 2024. So you can see it's restricting because the today's date is what? If I just type in today separately over here, you could see the today's date is what? Today's date is 16th of October 2024. Now the restriction which is asked over here is less than the today's date. Let's say tomorrow I open this file, this date is going to be what? This date is going to be 17. After 10 days if I open this file, this date is going to be 26. So every day this date is going to change. Why? Because today feature will exactly grab the current date when the file is being used. So in this formula, if you see this question, what it was asked, the question was the employee joining date must be less than the current date. So if I give the rule with respect to the first option which I tried, it will have that static date of 16th of October 2024. So every day if I open this file, I need to change the date element, but I don't want to do it as such. So I have used today as a function which will give the date in general on a daily basis for the file, and this will allow the restriction of this data. So this is how I have implemented a date related operation, and we have seen how do we implement or how do we solve the third question with respect to the data validation, which was that the employee's joining date must be less than the current date. So as saw that we have discussed the first three questions, that how I can insert and employee IDs between 1001 to 2000. Age must be greater than 21, and the employee joining date must be less than the current date or the today's date which is happening. So now the fourth question focuses on the department related information to be filled. So the department needs to be from the provided list, which means there is no specific department names given to us. There is a list of department names which is provided to us into a sheet, and we want to make sure that whatever we try to implement must be within those sheets. Now you must be seeing this kind of approach into the Google Forms, that when I try to select certain regions, such as Mumbai or Chennai or Bangalore or Delhi, you could see the elements or the ranges with respect to that particular cells. So you would not be able to select something apart from this range of cells which are there. So how you will try to do, or how you will try to select or create those kind of approach where you are selecting only, or you are allowing only those elements from a specified list of cells or list of elements. So if I go over here, as the question suggests, that the name of the department must be within the provided list. So here you can see there is a sheet known as drop down, and you can see there is a department names given to me, that admin, HR, finance, marketing, sales, and IT. So I want the restriction of the values to be inserted within this range of cells only from the list of elements which are provided. Now what are the list of elements which are provided? The admin, the HR, the finance, the marketing, the sales, and the IT department names. So this is what I want to restrict. Now this restriction is something slightly different from the rest of them. So I'll select this range of cells till where I want to apply the restrictions. I'll go in data validation over here, and instead of any value, now we have seen how a whole number works, we have seen how a decimal works, we have seen how a date related operation works. But in order to just select the range of values, the range of cells, only from a specified list of elements or specified numbers or specified values, what you will do is we have an option known as list. Now in this option known as list, you could see that when I do list in cell drop down, so in this, how you will do is, I want the list of elements, let's say now these are values which I want, so I'm giving it into quotes. Now what is the first elements which I want to give? The first element is, let's say the first department which we had is, let's say I write sales, I write IT, I write marketing, then there is finance department, and then there is an HR department, and then there is an admin department. So here you can see every department value I have separated with a comma. So this is the first element, comma, the second element, the third, fourth, fifth, and so on. So these are the specified names from where I want to select. I don't want to give any between element. I don't want to give less than or greater than. There are certain set of restrictions where I just wanted to select the rules or the values only from the list of elements provided. So I've selected it and I do OK. So you can see a box which is available to us. This box is known as a drop down box. Now what's a drop down box? That when you click on this, you could see that these elements are available. Sales, IT, marketing, finance, HR, and admin. So could you see over here that this is how it looks? Now I'm giving in quotes. So this is available to us in quotes. I can change the elements. I can go in data validation, and instead of giving it into quotes, I can give such as sales, IT, marketing, finance, HR, and then there is something called as admin. So I can give that there is a drop down list. You can see there is sales. You can see I can select something from IT. You can see something from marketing could be selected, something from finance could be selected, and something from the HR and admin. But if I try to insert a value apart from those list of elements, let's say I have a department known as research and development. So is it going to accept? No. Why it is not going to accept? Because now the restrictions are limited, that it will only allow the limited set of values which I want. So restricted or specified values which are available to us in terms of drop down. So this will not be accepted. If I write it in small case, it will still throw me error. Why? Because it's not required for us in terms of small case, because you see the sales elements which is possibly available to us in is the S is capital over here. So this is how this restriction follows. But I will not go over here. Let's say there were very less number of departments, so I was able to write it manually. But let's say there are 30 departments, 40 departments, 50 departments as such. And you must have seen in the real world that when you go and select a drop down list, you get n number of elements into that. But if someone sits and type it manually, it becomes very challenging task. So in order to do this, how we do it? So I'll go in data validation. I will remove the elements. I'll select the data validation part. Now instead of typing each element over here, I know that in this feature or in this sheet, there are values, or there is a column where the values which I want to restrict into that cells are possibly written down or noted down. I want to select only from those ranges. So how I will do it? As you can see, I am in the data validation. If I change the sheet, in the source tab, you can see the sheet name which is possibly available with an exclamation mark. Now, this is one of the important question, that how you will get to know that the element is being selected from a different sheet. Obviously, this is a restriction, or this is a way you will get to know that how an element is selected from a different sheet. So there is a sheet name and an exclamation mark. So as we want to implement on the data validation sheet, if I come on the data validation sheet where I want to implement, there is no thing written into the source. But when I shift the sheet, or when I switch into another sheet, you can see the sheet name and an exclamation mark. Now, as you know, with this cursor, I am trying to select certain cells, and you could see the cells are being selected. Now, what's this dollar symbol? We'll discuss it later. But you can see the range of cells is being selected. And I just have to do OK. So here you can see the same thing is possibly available to us. Sales, marketing, HR, and so on. So here you can see if I want to give IT, you can see that IT is also possibly available. Now, if I go into the sheet from where I have selected the region in order to create that drop down, and instead of, let's say, sales, I added a department known as research. Now, is it going to showcase the changes into the part where the validation is being applied for the list of elements? You can see, yes. So instead of sale, what has been mentioned? It has mentioned research. Why? Because I have not written the value statically, which means a fixed value in the drop down list. I have selected a range of cells from where it will copy the values which are being stored into those range of cells. And over there, if I do the changes are obviously going to reflect into my drop down part. So there are certain instances which can happen, and we don't want this to happen. So what I can do is I can log those cells, I can hide this sheet, or I can restrict that no one can see this sheet. So I can protect this sheet as such, but I try to log those cells. If you can see now in data validation, if I go, so these are the fixed department. I don't want anyone to come and change the values over here, so that it won't be reflected into the data validation drop down. So what I can do, I just want to fix this cells, which means log this cells entirely. Now locking over here, which means that I want to protect those cells in order to make changes or in order to make the value entry which is there. So how I will do it? First of all, I'll select the entire sheet. So this arrow will help me to select the entire sheet, or anywhere within the outside cell I can do Control A. But what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to select it from this small triangle which is available over here. So I can select the entire sheet and I'll press Control key. Now with the Control key long press, I'll select the regions what I want to lock. So these are the cell ranges which I want to lock. So I've selected those cell ranges which I want to lock, and I'll press Control and 1. So Control and 1 will give me formatting cell options. I can select from here, or what I could possibly do, I can go in Home tab and then there is this option which will help me to get the same thing. So Control 1 is a shortcut key for getting the format cell options, formatting options. Now in this, I don't want to go in number formatting, alignment, font, border, fill. I don't want to go into this. I want to go in protection. Now you can see protection mein there is something called as locked, because I want to lock these cells. Locked, and I do OK. But it's still not done because I want to go into the review tab and go into the protected sheet, and then there will be two options selected that you have to lock those cells, and when you select it, it will unlock the cells. Now I'll do OK, and here if I change the finance into research department, you can see that these cells are being locked completely. So if you try to change the values, it will not possibly help us to do. So this drop down list which we have created on the basis of this range cells is not going to change, which we saw earlier, which was changing. So this is how you can create a drop down list. First, by implementing the values individually. Second, by selecting the range of cells. Third, by locking the range of cells so the values within the range of cells would not be changed. So this is a drop down list related to the fourth question which we were trying to solve. Now what was that question? That the departments which needs to be inserted for those employees should be amongst the given list of departments which are possibly available to us. And this is how we have restricted the value to be entered over here. So this was all about the data validation with respect to the drop down elements. Now let's try to understand the next question, the fifth question, that contact details of the employee must be a 10-digit numeric value. Now what do you think so? That if I have a contact detail, or I being an employee, and I have to share my contact detail with the organization, obviously I will share it in terms of numbers, and contact details is a 10-digit number. If one digit is less, one digit is more, it will be incorrect number, and I won't be getting any mails or any messages which are coming from the organization or anything as such. So if I want to restrict that when a person enters the data, that data needs to follow the format that it should have a 10-digit contact number. So I'll try to insert a column over here again with Control Shift plus, and let's say I'll write contact number as a column, and here I'm trying to apply restriction. So when I go over here, I select it. I went into the data tab and go into the data validation. Instead of any value, I am selecting something called as text length, because now I want to calculate the length. As we have studied the length as a function earlier, what does length do? Length will calculate number of characters in the given element. Now, I don't want between, I want equals to. Equals to what? I want the length to be matching equals to the 10 numbers. And I do OK. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there are 9 elements. What is the error message coming? The value does not match the data validation restrictions. Why it is not matching? Because the value which I require is a 10-digit length character. So let me do retry, and if I enter 0, you could see it's entering. So 3, 4, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4. If I enter, it's entering, let's say 9, 9. So if I'm trying to enter, it's entering. So it will not allow. Okay. So that's fine. But if I allow anything apart from numbers, take it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you can see anything apart from numbers is also being accepted. Because what is a restriction which I try to incorporate over here? That the contact number must be a 10-digit number. So, but here when I try to implement the data validation, what it had implemented over here, that the length must be 10. Did I mention that it will have number, it will have text? I didn't mention anything as such. I just mentioned that the length must be what? 10. So this rule is complete. It's not completely applicable. It's halfway there. Why? Because it is just checking that the length of the data which you enter, is it matching to 10 or not. It is not checking, or it is not accepting that it is only the number, or it should only accept numbers. So the restriction rule seems to be incomplete over here. So let's try to complete it. But before implementing, let's see what operations we can do over here and how we can implement the condition which we want. So if I have a number, let's say 996906981. Let's say I have this number which I want, and I'll do equals to. I'll do the len of this. So what is the len of this? It's 10. So if the condition over here, if the length of this cell is equals to 10, the condition is true. And that's why the data validation which we implemented over here was accepting this rule when the value was 10. But if I give any number, let's say A over here, is it changing? Is the true changing? No, because still the length is only being checked. The length of the characters over here is what? It's 10, and that's being accepted. But what do I require? I require that it should only be number. So we have one more function known as isNumber, which is used to check. Now, whichever functions are associated with is means, is it according to the criteria or the condition? So it will obviously give us the answer as true or false. So I will write is what? Is number. You could see checks whether the value is number and returns true or false. So it is just checking, is it a number or not? So is number, and I pass in the value, and you could see that it's giving me false. So as per the question which I want to implement data restriction, what is the question? That the phone number must be a 10-digit character, that is correct, but it should also be number. It should not have any other part apart from number. So if I insert 90 over here, can you see both the conditions which are true? So I want both the conditions to be true when I am trying to insert any value into the cells and that restriction I want to give. In order to do this, we have studied logical operations. Now you must be knowing logical operation test the condition either by giving the answer as true or either by giving the answer as false. And it will do something else. If the true is satisfied, it will give something else if the false is satisfied. We have also studied an approach of AND. Now what does AND say? That if we implement multiple conditions, all must be true. Then and only then the final answer is going to be true. That's what we want over here. The first statement which I want to check, the first condition or the first logic which I want to check, that is the length of the number equals to 10? If yes, okay, fine. Then check the another logic. What is another logic which I want to check? Is the set of text which is given to it all are numbers or not? This is what I wanted to check. So over here, how I can do is, I will select this range of cells and I'll implement the data validation. But here, as you see, the approaches which I used, what was the question which I said? That the length of the characters or the length of the elements which is being passed must be 10. That's the first logic which I want to check. And the next logic which I want to check is nothing but the elements which are being passed needs to be numeric. So how I would check is, I will not use only the length over here because I don't need to just check the length. I need to check the number as a factor over here as well. So here I cannot be only reliable on text length. I need to use something called as custom. What is a custom over here? Now if you can see the list of values, the list of restrictions which are provided, I can select any ones among them. But what if I want to customize the restriction approach and I want to proceed further? So for that, we will use something called as custom. Now when I do custom, I don't want this to be there. So what I'm going to use in terms of custom is, I'll use equals to because I'm using a formula. Now what formula I do want over here? That's AND. And now AND with respect to what? Now the first part, what is the first logical test which I want? I want length of this. So length of this element must be equals to what? Must be equals to 10. So that's the first condition which I want to check. The first logic which I want to check with the element which is being passed. It could be true, it could be false. If it is true, then check the another logic. If it is false, the final answer is going to false and it is not going to accept this range. Now, let's say the length is what? Is 10 for that particular character. But I want to give one more assurance. That one more assurance or one more logical testing is it a number or is it a numeric value? So I'll give a comma. That will add one more logical test. Now, what is a one more logical? Now you don't need to write equals to over here. So what is the another logic? Is it number? Is number. So I'll select this and I'll close the bracket and I'll do OK. And when I try to enter, let's say 998767560, it's not, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And let me give one more character. Is it accepting? Yes. But if I give A and then I pass a number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. So here if you can see the length of the element is 10. But it's not a number. So both the conditions are not being satisfied. Here we have not just seen a basic approach of implementing a len function or a text len, but here we saw that how we can customize an approach in terms of data validation. So this is how it looks. So as we saw now that how we can implement a data validation restriction where it is not accepting only one criteria, but there was one more criteria which is being asked or which is being said. Here, we try to customize the approach how a data could be validated and not by the basic approaches of validation. So this is how we saw that how a customized approach worked. But let's try to see one more question over here, that email ID of the employee needs to have a domain as @xyz.com. As you must be knowing that employees have an IDs or the values which are there when you enter their emails, the email formats look same, that the name @ and after that the organization name.com. So that's what I wanted to check, that there is a specified format which needs to be maintained with respect to the email IDs of the employee, that it should search or it should find that @xyz.com is possibly available or not. So I'll escape, and here, so what I'll do, I'll try to implement. Now we have this email as a column. Now what does this email as a column needs to be searching? Needs to be searching @xyz.com. So here, how we will do it? Here I have selected this cells. I'll go in data validation and then instead of any value. Now I don't have anything. Let's say there is no list of elements. This is not a whole number. This is not a decimal as such. There is no list of elements which I want. No drop downs as such. Date. No date related element. Nothing related to time and nothing related to text length as well. Obviously, I have an approach of what? A customized option. Now, customize in terms of what? Now, this is, I want to find a element into the range of cells. So we have something called as find, we have something called as search. You must be knowing before implementing find and all, you know that if I do equals to and if I do find, you can see it starts to find a particular string from a length of string. But it's case sensitive, which means if you give XYZ, it will find only that. It's not if capital X is observed, that will also be found. So this kind of approach I require. There is something called as search, which will also search the element from the text which you provide, but it's not case sensitive, which means instead of small xyz, I typed in capital XYZ, it will still search for it. So I'll use an approach of what? Find over here. So I will select this range of cells and I'll go in data validation. In this data validation, I'll go in custom, and in this custom, what I will try to do, I'll try to use something called as find. Find what? Find @. Now @xyz.com is what I want to find. Find from where? Find from this cell. And I do okay. The formula currently has error because it's blank. If there is a blank, it will show you that. So if I write, let's say my name @xyz.com, will it accept? Yes. But if I write some other name, let's say @ and if I write mathematicus.com, is it going to accept? No, because the search element, the finding element which I want over here is what is related to @xyz.com. So I am searching only that particular domain into the text range which is there. And that's why any other part or any other domain email element, if I add, it is showing me a restriction which is there. So Here I have again tried to customize an approach in terms of data validation, but this customization is respect to the text element. We have an option known as find, which will find a particular text string into a big range of strings. So it will find for an element what I'm trying to find @xyz.com. So that I'm going to find over here. And then after that, why I'm using find is because I want the case sensitiveness to be there, which means it needs to be in small case xyz.com. And why I'm not selecting a search operation over here, because when I try to do search operation over here, obviously it is going to search the data only basis of the value, not on the basis of cases, which means if I give capital xyz.com, still it will accept it. And if I give small xyz.com, it will still accept it. I don't want that approach to be there with respect to search. So I have used a customized approach with respect to find. So this is how we can customize that I want to search a particular element into the text which is there. If it is there, it will accept. If it is not there, it is going to reject for us. And as we can see in the example that when I passed in my email ID, jagritipaushe@xyz.com, it was accepting. But when I typed rashijain@immarticus.com, it's not going to accept it. Why? Because the domain which I was trying to search was XYZ, not immarticus.com. So this was all about the restriction which we want to apply with respect to find. We can also apply with respect to search if you don't want the case sensitivity to be there. So this was the question which we tried to solve. Now let's try to look further for the next questions which are possibly available to us. Now if you could see the next questions which we have, the next question is, gender column can only consist male and female value entries, which means the column of gender can only have male, one of the value, or female as another value. Nothing apart from that. Now we have seen that with the departments as a column that only specified values are accepted. Apart from that, nothing is being accepted. So the same approach we'll try to take it over here. So let's see how it works. So I go in gender as a column, and in this, what I want to do is I want to implement a restriction. Now this restriction will only be that I will accept gender as male or gender as female. So two categories could only be possibly available to us. So in order to do that only specified value needs to be there, I need to create a drop down list. So I'll go in data validation. Instead of any value, I'll have a list of elements. Now, instead of going to source, because there is no source where those values are available, they said that it would be either male or it would be either female. So I can just type in that male, comma, female. And I do OK. So here, if you could see that it is asking me male, it's fine. And then another drop down is what? Female. That's fine, but here the spelling is wrong. So I can go over here. I can go in data validation and change the spelling. So female. And I do OK. And you could see female. And here, if you could see what it is accepting, female, which is there. So these are certain rules according to which we can implement the data validations. So we have tried to cover the 7th question which is there. But here, if I want any other value, it will not allow. Why? Because I have restricted that it is going to be only male and female. And in this, when I try to implement validation, I don't need to lock any cells or anything. Why? Because when I tried to insert, these are the fixed value which I gave into the validation rule within. So it's not replacing any value because I've not selected any cells. So I don't need to lock any cell, protect the sheet, or anything as such, I can directly write the values which I want into the list of elements to be accepted, and that values would be accepted. So this is how we try to solve the 7th question with respect to we have to only accept those genders which are either male or either female. So this was all about the drop down list. So this is how a drop down is created. Now if you could see the another question which we have, the project code must be a 4-letter starting with A. So it must be a 4-letter character. Now let's say I'll have a project code A103. So it's a 4-letter element or 4-letter string, but the first letter must be an A. That's what I require over here. So if I want to give that kind of restrictions, how I would give? First of all, before implementing that, let's see how we can break down those questions. Imagine that project code is A103, A104, and then there is A109. Now there is B106. Obviously, what is my restriction? That it should be a 4 letters code, and in that 4 letter, the first letter must be A. So the first letter must be what? A. And let's say I say that the rest of the 3 must be a number. So how I can check? Obviously, in order to give those kind of restriction, I have to customize, because I don't have anything which will give me this kind of restriction. So I definitely need to customize an approach. But before customizing directly, let's see how does it will be happening. So first of all, what's the first criteria? That the length must be, so the length must be 4. So the length of the text which I want is what? It must be 4. Now the next criteria which I want is, first, if the length is 4, check the first letter. Is it A? Second, if I want to check that the first letter needs to be A, I have checked. Now, the next criteria which I will definitely check is the last 3 elements must be number. So that's the criteria which I have said. That now you can see, first of all, I want the length to be 4. Secondly, I want the character at the first position to be A. Thirdly, and very important, that I want the values to be a number. How I could do it? So you must be knowing that we have certain functions which we can use, and all the 3 conditions needs to be true in order to insert those values. So how I will do is, I'll write equals to, according to the first condition, I'll check what the length. So what is the length of this? It's 4. If I add one more element over here, that's 5. So you could see the length is being found. Now I'm trying to compare. Now what's the comparison which I want to give is length of this element as per the condition. What's the condition? Length must be 4, which means the outcome of this, if I select this range, you could see it's showing me what? 5. I can do function and F9. It will show me what is the answer coming from this function. It's 5. I'll do Control Z to go back again to the function. I want to apply a test. What's the testing logic which I want to apply? Length must be 4, which means this value, this outcome needs to be matching with what? 4. If I do this, what it is telling me that it's false. Why? Because A1047, the length over there is not 4, and that's why the condition is coming false. So the first condition is false, the rest of the condition doesn't matter over here, because I want the letter length to be 4. So here I have tested. So here you can see in the rest of them it's showing me true. Now let's check the another criteria. First letter, is it A? So I want to check the first character, is it A or not? Now how I can get the first character from the text which I want? We know the text function, right? We have left and right. Now first means starting element. Needs to be what? A. So obviously I will extract the data from the start. In order to extract the text element or the values or the elements from the start, what we use a function known as left. So returns a specified number of characters from the start of the string. Now, left. What's the left of this? So if I don't pass anything, by default it is taking the first character. So can you see that by default it has extracted what? A for us. So this is being extracted. Now, if I write 2, it will extract what? It will extract the first 2. First 2 is what? A and 1. That will be extracted. But what's the condition? First letter, is it A? That's what I want to check. So I'll write left from the start of the text. Consider the first character. So what's the first character? A. Now it's coming. I want to compare. Is it A? Is it means I want to check. If the outcome is A, it will be true. If the outcome is not, it will be false. So I'll do equals to, and in quotes I'll check that is it A. So you could see that yes, true. The condition what it is there, it's what? It's an A. True. Now you can see over here it's false. Why? Because the first condition, the first letter over here is not A, it's B. Now the next element, the last element must be, the last 3 elements must be numbers. Now I got to know that how I can get the text from the start. How I can get the text from the end, that end will also be last 3. So how I would check? Last 3 would possibly be the right element which is there, because right extract the elements from the behind or from the end. So I have some function known as right. So returns the specified number of characters from the length of the text string, from the end of the text string. So what is there? The last 3 elements. So I want to do is what? Right of this. And what are the last 3 elements? Last 3 elements needs to be 3. So what are the last 3 elements? 0, 4, 7. If I extract this is there. But what it is telling me, the last 3 elements must be number. I can say yes, they are numbers, but I want to give a validity that is it true or not. So in order to check that, we have something called as is number which we can use. So I'll write is and number. So if I do this, if you see is number, right of this. What's the right of this? You could see over there. It's in strings. It's in quotes. 0, 4, 7. Obviously, it's a number, but why it is showing me in string? Because it was collectively written with a text. So the entire element is a string. If you want to see what it is there with respect to extracting this, I'll do function and F9 key. You could see that what it is showing me, quotes 047, which means it's not a number, it's a text being thrown. So if I do Control Z, so if I see the final answer of this, is it number? Because if I write 047 into strings, obviously it is going to be a text. It's not a number. And the answer over here comes as false. But what is the question which I asked, or what is the criteria which I want? The last 3 elements must be number. It's a number, but it is showing me what? The outcome is false. So if you see, the outcome is what? The outcome is false. What I want to do over here is I want to use another function. Now what's the another function which I want to use is, here what I will do, I'll use a function known as value. Now what does value as a function do? It converts a text string that represents a number to a number. Because into my text there is a number and I want to convert it into a number because by default it is shown it into text. So I will use this and I'll close my bracket over here, that this entire answer, the answer which I give from the right, needs to be converted into a number, and you can see now it's being converted into a number format. So when I do enter, you could see that it's showing me true, and then there is true, true, true. Now as per the criteria, as per the condition, what I wanted to check is, first is the length must be equals to 4. So for the first value, the answer is false. Now, if the length is not equals to 4, how does it matter that the first character is A or not? Because the criteria is not met. So, this true doesn't make sense. But if you see the next example, A109, if you can see the length is true, yes. The first letter is A, yes. And the next element which is there is what? It's yes, that it's true. So all the condition is true, so that value needs to be accepted. Now if you see over here, length must be 4, then this text character must be false, and then this over here, it's not a 3-digit number. So here you can see the first condition that the length is 4 is true. The second condition that the first character is A is false, and the third condition, which is the length of elements, that the last 3 are numbers, it's true. But all the conditions, all the criteria are not true. The second criteria, that the first letter must be A, is false. So how I can proceed? Now you know, still I'll use some approach known as AND, because if all the conditions are met, at that particular time, I can say yes, the value would be accepted. If any one condition falls, then the value needs not to be accepted. So how I will use it? Let's try to use it over here. But this I wanted to show separately before implementing the formula in general. Why? Because if I directly implement the formula, it will be complicated in terms of understanding. So how I will do it? Let's say I'll create one more column known as project ID, and I'll drag it over here. So what's the criteria which I want? Now in terms of giving this home, I'll give a border over here, and in this what I wanted to do is I want to implement a formatting, a validation. So if I go over here, I cannot use whole number, decimal, list, date, time, text length, nothing. I have to use something called as custom. Now in this custom, I will customize it. So how I will customize it? I'll write equals to, and I'll write an approach of what? An and. So with this and, what I'm trying to do is, I am first checking according to the criteria which we mentioned. Just check it again. What did we first check? That the length must be 4. The second check, the first character is A. The third check, the last 3 elements must be number. So let's go check by check. So here I have selected the range of elements. I'll go in data validation. Instead of any value, I'll go in custom. And in this custom, in this formula, I'll write and in this and, what is the first check? That the length must be equals to 4. So I will write len as a function, and in this len as a function, I'll select this cell, and this cell length needs to be 4. So if the answer is true, it will proceed with the next logic check. If the answer is false, no logic check is required for the further. Why? Because it's and. If all the conditions are true, then and only then the final answer is going to be true. So the length of the code which I implement needs to be 4. Now, what is the next check which I wanted to do? that the first character needs to be A. In order to set the first character, so I'll take and extract the first character from left. So I'll select this. From this text, the first character, that is a starting character, would be fetch, and this needs to be what? This needs to be A. So that's the next logic check. So if the project code is having a length of 4, then check is the first character A. If then it is true, then proceed with the next check. If it is not true, then stop it over there and don't accept the value. That's the criteria. So now if you can see, this is there. Now what's the third check? I want to see that the last 3 elements, are they number or not? And we saw how it is checked. So I'll write is and I'll write what? Number. In that is number, I used a value function. Why? Because A104 which I used was showing me in general a text. But it's not a text, it's a number. So if into strings there is a number but it is showing a value as text or the data element as text, I can use a value function to convert that text into a number. So I'll use value. And in that value, I want to extract from the end. End means from the last of the string. So we have something called as write. Write is, I'll select this. Write what? Last 3. So I'll close the write bracket. I'll close the value bracket and I'll close the is number bracket, which is there. So here first what it will do, it will extract the last 3 elements from the text. Then after that, what it is going to do, if it is 007, so, and it will obviously show in string, so value as a function will convert a string to a numeric value, and then is number. Once it is converted, it will check that is it number or not. And then this entire check has happened. So let's close the AND function over here, and I do OK. So here if I insert A109, is it accepted? Yes. But if I do B108, will it be accepted? No. Why? Because as per the criteria, what's the first check? That the length must be 4. Second check, you can see the length 4 is satisfied. When it went to the second logic check, what's the second logic check? That the letter must be A, the first letter. But the first letter is not A. So there is no point of seeing another criteria or another condition. So if I write A10789, obviously the length of the project code is not a 4-digit number. When I do over here, you can see this value does not match the data validation restriction defined for the cell. Why? Because the first criteria itself is incorrect. So it's false. So it has not checked the rest of the criteria. If I write A, and even though the length is 4, the first character is A, but the last 3 characters are not numbered, and then over here you can see it's still showing the restrictions because the last condition, the last rule or the last logical test is not satisfied. So this is how you can customize the data validation rule in order to implement the data validation operations. So this was all about how you can customize with respect to different criteria and conditions with respect to your data validation approach. So as we now saw over here that lots of variation in terms of how a data validation could be given, how you can implement data validation with the set of rules which are possibly available over there, or how you could customize the rule in order to give the data validation approach or the data validation restriction. How you can insert an input message, how you can modify the error message which is there. So similarly, what we will try to look, I try to show you a simple approach of creating a dependent drop-down. Now what's a dependent drop-down? I show you what's a drop-down. I showed you what's a drop-down. Now drop-down was from those list of elements the values would be selected. Now what's a dependent drop-down? If I want to give you with an example, if you can see, I have the sheet, and from this sheet we extracted that the department names. It should be admin, it should be HR, it should be finance, it should be marketing, it should be sales, and it should be IT. You could see this values that in admin department, the designation which I have is a data admin. In the HR department, I have certain designations such as HR executive, senior HR manager, generalist, assistant, whatever. So similarly, for the rest of the departments, I have certain designations to be there. Now, when I implement a data validation, let's say I create a column over here known as designation. So let me write it down. So designation of an employee for that particular department, you could see it showing me IT and all. I don't want this rule to be implemented. So I'll select this and I'll go over here and let me remove the data validation. So I'll go in list and any value, or I can clear all the data validation and I do OK. So no data validation has been possibly available because I tried to insert a column, the data validation was there at that particular position. That's why it was shown. Now you can see these departments are available from which I can see. Now when I select IT department, the designation drop down list should only show me the designations related to IT. It should not show all the designations, which means it should not show data admin, it should not show HR, it should not show finance related. It should only show me what the IT related designations which are possibly available to me. Which means I want my drop down list to be dependent. Now dependent on what? I want this to be dependent on the department names. So how I will create that kind of approach in terms of drop down? So I'll go in data validation and you could see that when I select finance, the department name should show. Now let's see how you can implement. If I go with the basic approach, I've selected this cells, I'll go in data validation. With respect to any value, I'll go in list. And in this, I'll go in source. I'll go source over here. And you could see that I'm implementing and selecting this range. So this is a source from where I'm getting the data. And I do OK. Here you can see OK. The list of source must be delimited list or reference or a single row or single column. Which means I cannot have this kind of approach over here. I cannot select multiple columns, multiple values into my drop down. So how I could possibly use those elements into my drop down? So first of all, let me close it and let's create it again. So before creating it, I'll give a name range. Now what's a name range? That this cell will have its name as admin. This range of cells will have its name as HR. This range of cells will have their name as finance. How I can do is, I can select the cells and I can give the name over here in the name box. That will possibly do it. But if I don't want to go with that approach, the first column has the name cells and it should be matching with the department names. And with respect to that, it will help us to create that dependent drop down. So how I could do is, first of all, let me select this cells. I've selected this with the cursor and I'll long press Control. After pressing long press Control, what I'll do, I'll select the rest of them. So you could see rest of them is selected. So what I could possibly do is, I could go into formulas. Now what the formula as a data tab will help me to do over here. Now as we have seen multiple validation rules with respect to the basic restrictions which we can put into my data or which we can use into my data which needs to be inserted, or with respect to certain customization approaches where we can customize the use of data entry into my data or into my cell range according to the criteria or the condition which I required. Now we have seen the drop down list as well, selecting from different sheet, putting the drop down elements individually and creating the drop down list for the same. But let's try to see another approach in terms of drop down, which was nothing but a dependent drop down. Now, what's a dependent drop down? Dependent drop down is something where one drop down feature would be dependent on the another. Now, what does that mean and how it will show the dependent feature? Let's try to understand. Now, if you could see in the drop down list values, I have this designations. Let's say I am belonging from an admin department. So the designation which will be possibly available to us would be data admin. Now, if I am a person who is into an HR department, so the designation which will possibly available to me would be HR executive, senior HR manager, and so on. Similarly, for the rest of the departments, you can see the designations which are possibly available. Now, when I try to insert a value, if you can see, when I try to select finance department and when I try to select the designation which I require, obviously the designation must be only visible with respect to a finance department. So, how that would be possible? Let's try to first insert a designation column and then see how we can create this kind of drop down. So, I've selected a column over here. I'll do Control Shift plus and I'll add a column and I'll name it as designation. So I've named it as designation. If you could see that it is showing me admin, HR, finance. Why? Because it has just replicated this column, the cell which is there. So here this data validation is obviously there, but here the data validation also being copied. But I don't want this validation to be there, so I will remove the data validation. Now, removal of data validation is very simple. What you could do is select the cell range from where you have implemented the data validation, go to the data tool. Now you know that before implementing data validation, the criterion was any value. What you have to do the similar approach, that instead of selecting anything, you'll do any value. Or you can sometimes do, let's say it was not any value, it was a list. You can do clear all. So everything would be clear, all the rules would be clear which you have implemented, and the cells goes by default into the any value range which were there initially. So I have removed the data validation, and here when I hover over the cells, you could see that no value or no drop down list is possibly available which was there earlier. So what I will do is I'll select this range of cells and I want to implement a data validation. But in terms of implementing the data validation, what are the designations required? I require this set of designations to be a part into my list. So what I could do is I could go in data validation. Here, if I go into data validation, I'll select list and I go in source. What's the source for me? The source is this. So I'm selecting from multiple columns. Will it accept it? Let's see that when I press enter and I do OK, you can see the list source must be delimited list or a reference to a single row or single column. You cannot add multiple rows and multiple columns. It could be either single row or single column which is there, but here it's not, and that's why the data validation with respect to the drop down data validation with respect to selection of designation is not being accepted. So what I would do in order to create that dependent drop down? So what I could possibly do is when I select a particular department, let's say finance, the designation drop down should only show me designations related to finance. So how that will proceed? First of all, I want to give the name to the cells. Let's say data admin is a designation for the admin department. So I want this admin name to be selected. This needs to be HR. So when I select HR, this value would be shown to me. So how I can proceed with it is, first I'll give name ranges. I can give name ranges by selecting the cells and typing in directly over here, or I could use a shortcut for this. So in order to use that shortcut, first I'll select it. I'll use control, long press control, and select the rest of them. So I've selected the rest of the cells and I want to create a name range directly. So you can go in formulas, you can go create from selection. So it will help you to create a name range, and then there is a shortcut key which you can see. So I can select. So what do I want? I want top row as a part of my name range name, which means this range of cells will be named as admin. This below range of cells will be named as HR, and so on. So I do OK. And here, if you see in the name box, can you see admin? When I select admin, it is going over there. When I select HR, it is selecting the range of cells. When I select marketing, it is selecting the range of cells which are there. So this name ranges are created, and this name ranges needs to be matching the department names which we have, so that this dependent drop down would be possibly available. Why? Because it's dependent on that name. So how we can now implement a data validation? So what you have to do is, you have to select these values. You have to go in data tab, data validation. Instead of any value, I'll select list, and in this list, I'll use a function known as indirect. Now, what's an indirect function helpful for me? Indirect function will indirectly locate to the particular name and name range, and it will give me the outcome which are stored into those name range. So I will use indirect equals to indirect, and indirect what? Indirect this name of the department, and I do OK. So now you could see that the designations over here are available with respect to finance department. Now, if I select the department as marketing, is my designation list values changing? Yes, you could see that the designations are possibly available to us in terms of marketing. Now, if I select the designation, the department as sales, you could possibly find out the designations available into the sales department. So what was this? This was a dependent drop down. So you can create a basic drop down as well as a dependent drop down, which will help us to find out a drop down list dependent on certain feature or certain cell values which are there. So this is how a dependent drop down works, and this was all about the data validation which we have studied. So we can apply rules, we can apply multiple conditions, multiple criteria in order to make sure that the wrong data is not being entered and the data is being validated before it is being entered. So this was all about data validation from us.
So now we will be understanding a term known as AI. Now you all must be familiar with this term. This is a very used term nowadays. AI, artificial intelligence, make your computers better, smart, make your operations informative, make it quick, make it fast, and so on. So this all things we are hearing now and then in terms of AI and so on. But what do you think so? What is AI? Artificial intelligence? And how is AI going to be helpful for us in terms of Excel? Now, let's try to understand what is artificial intelligence, how it will be helpful for us in Excel, and how we can make help of artificial intelligence in terms of doing some simpler tasks with respect to my Excel data which I have. So, if I want to understand artificial intelligence, first of all, artificial intelligence is like giving machines the ability to learn, to create, to innovate, and to give certain predictions in the outcome. It could be with respect to lots of factors. It can, as you have seen example of ChatGPTs. When you write certain prompts, let's say, provide me an essay for my particular topic. Let's say I want to have an essay on nature. I want to have an essay on climatic changes happening in the recent scenario. Obviously, ChatGPT will give you essay written in a format which will be helpful for us, helpful for you in terms of creating it or showcasing it to somewhere. Let's say if I ask ChatGPT, can you please write me a code for a for loop? Can you please write a code logic for creating a game? Can you write a simple code of creating a UI UX? Yes, my ChatGPT could do that. So my AI or the artificial intelligence is having ability to make machines, computers, softwares smarter enough to make those analysis, to make those outcomes, to boost up the performance in the market. So how does AI would be helpful for us in terms of Excel? And can we implement AI approaches into Excel? Let's see how. So in this particular approach or in this particular part, we will be understanding what is AI, how the AI would be helpful for us in terms of giving certain outcomes, how AI could be integrated into your Excel notebooks, and how it will be helpful for us in small set of examples. Let's see and let's get started. So, artificial intelligence, as you know, AI is a term. Many people don't know the definition or don't know the full form of the same. So, AI stands for artificial intelligence in Excel. Is transforming the way users analyzes, understand, processes, make the data cleaner, tighter, as well as understandable. Then visualize data. Yes, your AI can also suggest you certain graphs and visuals for the same, making it more accessible, intuitive, and efficient. So, Excel traditionally is a powerful tool for data management and analysis. As we have seen now on, till now, we have done lots of operations with data, and Excel was helping me to do most of them. But when it is getting incorporated with AI features, obviously its capability will be enhanced because AI is going to make Excel more powerful, more useful for our data analysis part, and help users to unlock deep insights, generate data, or generate certain logics without writing programs or codes, where it would help me to enhance the task with my data. So, with respect to AI, I will be using certain functions into our Excel. AI ask, AI list, AI table, AI fill, AI translate. Let's see how those functions would be helpful for us, and let's have a quick introduction about all the functions which we have. So let's get started. So if I go into my sheet, if you all can see my sheet, this is the sheet 1. You all must be familiar with this data. This data we used in the dashboarding bit or the narration bit of what? Excel. So with respect to this data, how my AI is going to be helpful? Now, as I showed you some functions, AI.ask, AI.this, AI.that, and so on. But do I have those functions available with me? You can see over here, I'm asking a question to my data. Which employee has got the highest performance score? Tell me that. But is there any function related to AI.ask or anything? So here if I go AI.ask, I use this function. There is no function with this name. If you can see, formula contained unrecognized text, there is nothing with this name. So where can I use those functions, or where can I find these functions? So these functions would be found in something called as add-ins. Now what are add-ins? Add-ins are additional things which could be added into our Excel to boost up the performance for the same. Now some of the things are freely available for us, but some would be charging for us. But here let's try to use certain add-ins in terms of understanding how we can use certain operations into our data. The first add-in which we would like to see in terms of Excel and its use case will be related to AI approach. Let's have some AI related aspect added into our data. So for that, you can see for me in the home tab, add-ins is available. But for you, if it is not available, you can go something in insert. And in the insert also, you will find something called as add-ins. If it is not found, if it is not available, in the developer tab as well, there is something called as add-ins, which is given to us. Insert an add-in, you want an Excel add-in to be added. So that is also given to us. Let's say in my home tab, it's available. If you're not getting in home tab, what you can do is right click. You have customized the ribbon, and there is an option below developer known as what? Add-in. You can select that and do OK. So add-in as an option would be available into your home tab. So if I go and click on it, you can see multiple add-ins available for us. Multiple add-in, GPT for Excel Word. Now it's for Excel Word document. Now there is mini calendar and date picker. Let's say ChatGPT for Excel, Python for Excel, Autopilot, Jira. There are lots of things. Let's say I can go and search for more add-ins. When I go and explore more add-ins, you can see lots of things are added into our add-ins approach. So this all additive things could be added into my Excel in terms of boosting its performance. For us, let's try to have an add-in of ChatGPT. So let's say I write ChatGPT. Now it is asking lots of things. Now I want to take this. Additional purchase may be required. What does this means? That this is free for certain limit of time, but after certain limit of time or certain instruction, it would ask me to pay. So I would be asked to pay some amount. But here we will be starting at the beginning phase. So initially it will give us free approaches for the same. So let's say I'll try to add it, continue, and an add-in would be added, and you can see ChatGPT for Excel is being added over here. You can how to get started. So there is a quick tutorial for ChatGPT in Excel. You can do next. You can see you have 300 free executions, means 300 times you can use this the AI functions which you have. Then after that it is going to pay for us. You have to take a subscription for the same. So let's say next step. You can see open or download our example spreadsheet or type ai.table in Excel, and then it will give you certain help. So let's say finish, and there are lots of things. How to use AI functions. Let's say I click on AI functions. You can see it's asking, it is giving me an approach. The ai.ask function lets you to ask AI directly into your spreadsheet. Simply type a question or a prompt. Now what is the meaning of prompt? Prompt means giving something or prompting something or providing something for which you require an output. So that's called as prompt. And ai.ask will provide a helpful response. Use it to write text, summarize, analyze, and many more, having smarter help. So there is learn more option which will help me to do this. Now as you can see, ai.ask will provide a helpful response. Use it to summarize your text, analyze your text, get some more information from your text in terms of giving smarter help in Excel. So as it has provided an example equals to ai.ask, write a catchy marketing tagline for a new electric bike. So if I take this and copy it and paste it over here, so you can see it's asking me that it's being busy, and then after being busy it has given me some output. If you can see, let's say if I close it, you can see that riding the future, power your journey with every pedal. So a catchy marketing line is being provided over here for a bike. Let's say if I delete it and I use the function like this. So ai.ask. You can see the functions allow you to submit a question to OpenAI. Now what is this OpenAI? OpenAI is a platform where whatever prompts you give, whatever data you have given will be considered by them in terms of providing some outcome. So ai.ask as a function. Now what is the prompt which they require? So if I give suggest a good intro for AI in Excel. Let's try to ask that only. And it's busy. So as you can see, welcome to the world of artificial intelligence. In this session, we will explore the artificial intelligence can enhance our data analysis and decision-making processes right within your favorite spreadsheet application. From automating responses to repeating tasks to generating insights from complex dataset. AI tools in Excel can transform your day and so on. So here you can see a complete introduction has been given. Now the question which was asked by me that suggest a good intro for AI in Excel. What was that? That was nothing but a prompt. Prompt is nothing but a question which I would be asking, and based on that question, it will be providing me some outcome. So I am giving a prompt in terms of AI.ask. Let's try to remove it and let's try to give a prompt which I want to be searched into my data. So which employee has got the highest performance score? That's a prompt, that's a question which I have into my mind. And I want to ask. I want to ask where? I want to ask in this data. So I'll go over here and I'll do this and I'll use something called as AI dot. You can see when I'm using AI as a function, there are lots of things being added. So AI dot what? AI dot ask. So asking what? This is a prompt. Now I've written prompt in a cell, so I can select a cell where the prompt is being written. Now value. What is the value? From where you want to find this prompt? Let's say from this to the entire table being selected, and I do enter and it's busy. Now you can see, let me wrap the text and let me make it a bit adjustable. Not this one, sorry. This one needs to be adjusted. So now which employee has got the highest performance score? The employee with the highest performance score is David Wilson, information technology, senior IT specialist with a score of what? 9.8. You can see what is the score which is being given by David Wilson. This is David Wilson who has got a score of 9.8. You can see this is being. Now let's say which employee has got highest performance score in finance department. Now I want to be very specific that I want to find for what? Find for finance department. And you can see I want to check the value. It is changing the outcome. The employee with the highest performance score in the finance department is Michael Johnson, the financial analyst with a performance score of 6.7. Now, let's say, let me change the prompt. What is the salary? What is the average salary of the marketing department? So if I want to join the marketing department, what would be the average salary which would be executing? If you see this is busy. So when this icon comes, which means the data is busy. So here, what is the answer which we got? Department. We need first to identify the salaries of all employees in the department. So there are lots of things being given. Let's say instead of average salary, I can write average annual salary because we need to be more specific. So marketing department, we first need to identify salaries and so on, and then it has given me the value for the same. So I can also write a prompt. How many employees are there in which department? Let's see what all departments we have. Sales department. Are there in which department? Sales department. If I write this, and it will be giving a particular prompt. So it is giving me the answer. What's the answer? It's going to give me this. And you can see there are 4 employees in the sales department. They are Emily Brown, Jessica, and then Sarah. So as we can see, AI.ask as a function from the GPT for Excel is helping me to ask certain questions. That questions are nothing but the prompts. This prompts could be asked to general OpenAI library, a general OpenAI platform, or it could be asked to my data, which is there. So this is what we have seen, the AI.ask. Let's see what all new things my ChatGPT for Excel has. So when I want to get that add-in, you can click on this. You can get more examples over here for the same. Let me go into home, and then there are AI functions. Let's go and understand AI.table. Now AI.table function lets you to create a table with specific format or specific data capabilities which you want. You can give headers, you can give source, you can add your creativity level on the basis of the prompt. Now prompts are very important. Let's see. There is an example which these guys have took and consider. So let's say AI.table. Let me try to insert it over there. So the cell which is being selected, this is being inserted. So create a table listing the features of different smartphones, including brand, model, camera, quality, battery life, and so on. So it's busy, which means it's executing, it's being loading. Just a second. Let us ask for help. It seems to be busy. Let us stop executing. So let me clear it. And let us give a simple data, because there will be lots of data coming over here, and because of that it could cause an issue. So let's go on another sheet and let's create a data. So let me do AI.table without the prompt example. Let's say I'll give a prompt, create a table listing what? Listing 10 states of India with their state name, language, and population. So here you can see this is what the prompt which I have given, and it's busy in terms of creating that. You can see here the headers are also being given. When I ask the headers into my prompt, the headers are also being given. So state name, language, and population. So here it has created 10 states data. Let's say Andhra Pradesh. What is the language being spoken over there? Telugu. And then what is the population over there? Then there is Maharashtra. What is the language being spoken? Marathi. And then what is the population for the same? Same goes for the rest of them. So let me remove it. I'll control this and see, and let me create on the basis of the column names which are there. So I'll do AI.table and then I'll give a prompt. Let's say generate data for 10 states in India. That's the prompt being given. And here you can see header. So with this, it will be passed that for this 10 states of India with respect to what? State name, language, and the population. For that, I need to find the data for. And this is how I can get. And you can see 10 states data is being provided. As you saw earlier, we gave a prompt, and in the prompt itself, I mentioned that this columns are required. But if I know the column headers and I want to generate data, it could generate the data for me. Let's say, for an example, if we want to see something else, so let's say employee ID, name, salary, and let's add for department. So if I write AI.table and I say create data for 15 employees on the basis of what? On the basis of this headers. So here you can see a data for 15 employees is being created, their employee ID, the name, salary, and the departments are being considered over here. So a table is being created at random with the help of AI.table. Now, Let's try to see another functions which we have. So over here as well in the AI functions, there is AI.translate, extract, fill, and so on. So let's try to see here. So I will try to use fill as a function. Let's say United States is a state where, let's say, it's English is something which is being spoken, or British is something which is being spoken. Let's say I'll write English as a language being spoken. And what's the currency? Currency is, let's say, dollar. Spain is a country where Spanish is being considered, and let's say I have Euro being considered. And for the rest of the countries, I want their languages and currency to be filled. So instead of taking AI.ask, instead of considering AI.table, let's try to do AI.fill. So here we have an approach of it fills an incomplete range with ChatGPT, taking an example range, which means it will ask for an example, and based on an example, it will generate outcome for the rest of them. So AI.fill, what's the example? The example is this. Now, what's the partial data for the rest of the countries? That is this. So, Canada, for Canada, what's the language being spoken? English. Here, Danish. Egypt, Arabic. France, French. Then Germany, German. And then in India, they have asked Hindi. And what's the currency being used over there? So this is what is being considered over here in terms of filling. Now what will fill as a function do with AI? So AI.fill will help us to fill the value, the rest of the data based on the example which is being provided. Now obviously this fill will take help of the OpenAI platform, OpenAI source from where the data would be extracted. So this was all about AI.fill. Now let's see how my AI would like to translate my data into. So I'll do AI dot translate and translate as a function. What is the value which you want to translate the data into? Let's say I have certain sentences. The time is passed, the project is based on Excel, the data cleaning is required, the AI is excellent, powerful. We are in the era of Excel. So let's say if I take this sentences, that's the value. And I say that I want to pass and I want to change it in a language of Spain. So here you can see it has converted the data, it has translated the data, and this could be copied down further. So it looks something like this. Let's say Spain. So I can write Spanish. Answers look similar. Let's say I write Japanese. And the language is being changed into Japanese. Here I can write Hindi. So here you can see the project is based on Excel. So it's not translating it properly. So here you can see in Marathi it is translating things very properly. Some of the words it is translating, some of them it's not being translating. So here I'm able to translate a text into different languages which are there with the help of AI.translate. Now in the first sheet, let's say I want to give project names. Project names. I want to create project names to the employees. There are 50 employees in total for me. If I go and check it again, Control Shift down, you can see in the count how much they are, 50. So I want to generate 50 list of projects for the employees based on the different fields. So I'll have something called as AI.list. So there is an approach of AI.list. So it creates a list of values.
as we required a column is a list of elements which we'll have for each of the row. So list of values, and it asked a prompt for the same, yes. So what is a prompt? What is a prompt for me? Suggest 50 project names based on different fields. So it is giving me this, and 50 project names would be given to you. Okay, just a second. What's the error being coming over here? Spell range in data. Let me check. Down. Let's say I'll do new. So projects. So I'll do AI.list. And it is asking me, let's say, suggest 50 project names. Here you can see this is being suggested. So the prompt was an error. Let's try to see over here. AI.list. What is that? Suggest 50 project names. So let me copy this value. I'll do control shift down. Maybe over there at that particular position there is some issue which is being encountered. So I'll do control C, and instead of doing control V, I do paste special. So I'll go over here and I'll do paste special, and the project names are being given over here. Cancel, just a second. Okay. So 50 project names are being given over here. For us, there are two null values. Just remove it. So here you can see the list of elements or the list of values are given for us. Similarly, not only project, but we can also give different prompts. Let's say states. AI.list. What is the difference between AI.ask and AI.list? Let's see. If I do AI.ask, suggest 10 states of India. Let's say I do this, suggest 10 states of India. Okay. There was brackets issue. So I have to do this, and it is suggesting what? 10 states of India. But if you see, 10 states are shown in one particular cell. It's not being showing one after another. Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, Bengal, Gujarat, and so on. But what if I show with AI.list? So if I do this, and what's the prompt? Suggest 10 states of India. The same prompt is what I'm giving over here. So it will give you list of elements. So there is a difference between AI.ask, which is asking you some value, and there is a difference between AI.list because it is providing a list of elements for you. So this was a simple example how an AI could be added into your Excel approach. When you add this add-in, you can go over here and there are lots of functions which you can try and utilize. We have seen AI.list, AI.fill, AI.extract. Yes, AI.extract could also be considered over here. Let's say I want to extract what? I have a text. The name, let's say Sarah Johnson was pretty. So if I do, and if I asked AI.extract to extract the name, so what it is doing,
AI dot extract specific text from the data. So value is this. What do you want to extract? You want to extract what? Name. You can see a name is being extracted. Let's say if I give another name, Priya Saroj was pretty, and you can see a name is being extracted over here. Now I can give a prompt. Let's say AI dot extract what from this value, extract what? Email. Obviously email as a value is not there and it will give us an error, not found. So let me write my email ID is xyz dot c at the rate, let's say at the rate yahoo.com. So this is what email ID is being written, and here you can see an email has been extracted for the same. So similar to this, there are lots of functions in terms of this ChatGPT for Excel, which you can use, which you can utilize into your Excel sheet. But one thing to take into consideration that it's not free to use for an entire lifetime. This is having 300 prompt responses to be asked. So if you're asking this, try to make sure that you are learning on the rest of the functions which are there. There are tutorials being given if you consider all of them and then do it for the same. So if your responses, the 300 responses which are given in the earlier part is gone, you can take its subscription over here. And then there is a newbie chatbot being added where it will ask some things with respect to your data. So this was all about AI in Excel in terms of adding AI related capabilities, artificial intelligence, where I'm providing certain prompts and the answer would be provided to me as same. So this was about the AI in Excel bit of my data. So this is how an add-in of Excel is going to be helpful for me. Similar to add-in of AI, there are different add-ins which will be helpful for us in terms of making the data, preparing the data, creating new approaches of the data in terms of analysis and outcomes. So this was all about AI in Excel. So as we have studied Excel, and in Excel, we have done a lot of tasks in terms of handling the data, cleaning the data, doing our analysis, and so on. So what kind of tips and tricks or what kind of quick shortcuts we can use and utilize in order to make the data more relevant, in order to save our time, and in order to do the processing quickly and fast? Let's try to understand that over here. So if you can see my data over here, which is a table. If you can see my data over here, which is a table related to some information. Now, this information is related to the Titanic survival. Everyone must be familiar about the Titanic survival. Now, in this data, you can see that the data is having certain missing elements within the data set. You can see the data is not into a proper case over here, and we have to make it quickly and possibly easy for us in terms of analysis. So what all things we can do over here? So let's see quickly that what all tips or tricks we can implement on this particular data. So imagine that I want to scroll down in terms of viewing all the records which are there. Now there are n number of records which are possibly available to me, and if I go further, you can see a lot of records are there, but the column names are not visible for me. The headers are being hidden over here. Why? Because all the rows are shifted. What if I want to freeze the header row, which means keep that row static or frozen, and I want to move all the rest of the rows? Can I be able to do it? And the answer is yes. With respect to Excel, we have something related to the freezing parameter of Excel. In the View tab, if you are there in Home, then go on to your View tab. In the View tab, you can see that there is freeze pane option. But before implementing that, let me select the column which I want to freeze. So I've selected the entire column over here and I'll freeze it. Now, in terms of that, I'll go over here and then I'll do freeze pane. So it is freezing a particular pane over here, that is a section. I don't want it. Let's say I'll do unfreeze. So it will unfreeze that particular pane which has been frozen. If I go over here in the freeze pane and let's say it is asking me to freeze the top row and I've frozen the top row, and here you can see as I shift towards the down records, the top row or the header is frozen and it's not leaving its position. So it becomes easy for me to analyze the values below and get the proper header for each one of them. So this is how you can freeze a particular row or a set of rows over here. So this is what I have done. So freeze has been used in order to freeze a particular section. Here we have frozen the rows. If I want to remove the freeze parameter, I'll select it. I'll go to the freeze again, and then there is an option of unfreeze. So unfreeze will help me to get back to the normal phase of the data which we had earlier. So that is one trick which you can implement in terms of analyzing the data in a very better way. So we understood that how we can analyze the data over here. Imagine that there are many shortcuts available over here. Imagine that there are many missing values available over here into my data, and I want to fill all the missing values over here. So how I can do it is Control Shift right arrow key. I can select an entire range of cells with the help of just the dragging arrow which we have, or I can use the arrow keys. Now arrow keys are very helpful in terms of navigating to all the directions into my cells on my Excel. So I can do Control Shift down arrow key to go to the end of the rows, but here there are missing values, so it is going till here. So I can click on Control Shift down arrow key in order to reach till the end. So I have done long press of Control Shift down arrow key, and you can see this is so up arrow key. So all the rows are being selected. So I want to highlight, or I want to fill, or I want to analyze only those rows which are missing, or I want to fill in only those rows which are missing. So how could I do it? There is a shortcut key which is known as go to, that is Control G, which will help me to go towards the blank cells. So how I can do is Control G. If I go on Control G, you can see it is asking for a reference cell. Reference cell means to a particular position which I want. But I don't want to go to a particular position. I want to go to a special option. So I go to special option. And what is the value which I want to go is to the blanks. And I do OK. You can see all the blanks have been highlighted over here. So all the blank regions are being highlighted. And I try to fill in. If I try to fill in as, let's say the blank cell needs to be 28 and I do enter, you can see when I enter it is jumping to the next element. That is the next cell, this one. So if I do 28 and enter, you can see now it is jumping to the next cell. If I do 23 and do Control Enter, so all the missing elements which are being traced will be filled with 23. So what happens is when you select a go to option and it goes to all the blank cells, and when you fill with a particular value and choose enter over here, what does enter will do? Enter will enter at that particular cell and move to the next position where the blank was found. But when you do Control Enter, all the selected sections or all the special sections which are being highlighted will be filled with those values. So this is one of the shortcut key which you can use, or this is one of the trick which you can use in order to make your data analysis better. So if I want to fetch the first names or the names of those individuals, as you can see, let me increase it. So in order to increase the width, no need to adjust it like this. You can just keep your cursor over here and double click or double tap, and it will adjust accordingly till the length of the data. Now what I want is, I want the first name or the first name before the comma to be extracted into the first name, or let's say it sounds to be like a surname. So I'll write surname. So I've written surname and I have written something over here. Here you can see it's brought. I have written over here and the same pattern I want to repeat. So I don't have to do it manually for all of them. I have done for the first one. What I'll do is I'll use a shortcut key known as Control E. What is Control E? Control E stands for flash fill. Now what is a flash fill? Flash fill will fill the data with the flash according to the pattern which it observed from the nearby cells. Now if you see brought, it went into the nearby cell when I implemented Control E. And what is the value? Broad was before comma, so it is Cummings, and then you can see all the values are being extracted in that particular manner for us. So this is how you can see Control E or the flash fill option can help us to fill the value accordingly as per the data. If I want to fill the next value, values which are there, what I can use is, let's say Mr. Dot Owen Harris is what I'm extracting over here. And if I do Control E over here, you can see all the names in that particular manner has been extracted. So it becomes very easy for data extraction with the help of flash fill. Just you have to copy the pattern, just you have to write one particular example, and based on that example, it will go to the nearby cells and flashly fill the data with those particular values. So this is what we saw in terms of flash fill. Now, the another option which you can take into consideration is adding a particular format or dollar or a currency symbol over here with simplistic shortcuts which we have. So if you see, I have a data over here which is related to the fares. Now, Titanic survival data is what we have. So the fare of the passengers, the fare which a passenger is being paid, obviously is in the form of dollars. So there is no dollar symbol written, and then there is decimal. You can see all the values are, some of the values are having 4 decimal, 5 decimal, 10 decimal, 3 decimal, 2 decimal, 1 decimal. I want to make it very simplistic and same formatted, which means all the values should have 2 decimal outcomes, which needs to be there. So how I can do it? I can do Control Shift down. Now when I do Control Shift down, it goes to all the rows till the end. If there is blank cell, it will stop at that particular position. So here if you see, it has gone to all the cells till the end. Now I use a shortcut key known as Control 1. So when I do Control 1 will give me a shortcut for the formats. Now for the formatting part, as I said that I want to implement a currency of dollars over here because the fares which were being paid by the passengers were in the dollars. And I want 2 decimal values after the floating point. So here I go to the currency because it's in the currency format, and I will think about the currency which is there over here. And let us think in terms of United States, the dollar symbol in terms of United States, and how many decimals do I want? 2 decimals, and I do OK. And you can see the entire data which I have selected over here is in that particular format. That is, the currency part of dollars is being added and 2 decimals are being added after the decimal point. 2 decimal points are being utilized over here. So this is one of the shortcut key which will help me to bring the data into one particular format so that I can do it or use it better for my analysis. Now, if you can see the gender over here, that is male and female, it's being available, but I want all of them into the proper case. Now, what is the meaning of proper case? Proper case is something where the first character needs to be in uppercase and rest all of them needs to be a lowercase. Here, male and female both are in small case, and I don't want that particular format. So, what should I do for the same is utilize a function known as proper. So I will use something called as proper over here, and I'll take this data. Then you can see it's now changing the data into its proper format. I can double click or I can drag it off and it shows the data element which are there till the end of the cell. So I'm dragging it below. Till all the cells end. So there are total 891 records. Still the time I'm dragging it below. So you can see it has been dragged. And control page up you can also use to go to the first cell or the first row. Here I've selected. If I do control C and if I do control V, that is going to give me error. Why? Because the reference is being considered. When I am calculating that male female into a proper case, a reference cells is being used. I don't want a formula to be copied at the background or the reference to be copied. I want only the values to be copied. In order to do that, I do first control C, it's copied, and I can right click and use something called as paste special options. So here you can see paste special options are there, and I click on only the values, and you can see only the values are being pasted. So what I can do is I can get this and I can just press delete key. If you want to delete all the selected cells information or data which is being stored, you just have to select all of them and then press delete. If you press backspace, it is going to delete only for one particular cell, not for all of them. So delete is something which will be ideally used for you in terms of your analysis. Now, if I take this data and I want the column to be selected over here, a particular column needs to be selected over here, what shortcut I can use is control and space. So control space will help me to select the entire column on which the cell is lying, and if I press shift space, the entire row would be selected where the cell has been placed. So this is how I can utilize. Now imagine I want to replace 1 with something, 2 with something, 3 with something over here. So for that, I don't have to do it again and again. I can just use a shortcut of control H, that is find and replace. What it does, first I have to select a region and then do find and replace. So control shift right, control shift and down arrow key. It will help me to select entire thing. So when you do control shift down arrow key, right arrow key, left arrow key, it is going to extract or it is going to the end of the cells. So I've selected and I do control H. What it is going to do, let's say I want to replace 1 with first class. And replace all, you can do replace all, you can do replace. So 1 replace will happen. Find all, find next, you can do is, let's say I do replace all. So 216 replacements are made. Okay, and if I replace 2 with something called as second class over here, and here I do replace all, you can see 184 replacements have been made. And then I do 3, and here in the 3 I write third class. So passenger class 1, 2 and 3 has been replaced with first class, second class and third class. And it's okay, and you can ignore, and you can see that it has been replaced. In order to implement filters with the way of shortcuts, you can implement the filters with the help of shortcuts, and that shortcut key will be Control Shift and L. When you press Control Shift and L, filters as an option would be available for you. When you press Control Shift L again, the filters would be removed. So I want filters, so Control Shift L, and the filters are being added. So here you can see now the data is having 3 categories which we replaced with Control H with the help of find and replace, which is there. Now the ages are being filled completely. There is no null value. You can see here also there is a null value. You can fill it accordingly, however, how we have seen over here. Fair, cabin, if you don't want this column to be there because a lot of missing seems to be there available. If you don't want a column over here in terms of your analysis, what you can do is you can ideally remove it with the help of a shortcut key. Now the shortcut key is control and the minus. So control minus can remove the column which you had eliminated. If you want it back, you can do control Z. But if you close the file, you cannot do control Z and get it back. So control Z options will be applicable till the time you have not closed the file and you can get or undo the task which has been done. So I don't want this particular column, I'll do control and minus. This is what has been added. Imagine, let me take this age which we have, that is control shift and down arrow key. And what I require over here is, in order to this table, I want a shortcut chart to be added. For that, we have Alt and F1 key, which will help me to add a chart with a shortcut option. Now, for some people, Alt will work directly with F1, or you have to write Alt, Fn and F1. For me, it's Alt, Fn and F1. So it is giving me a chart in a shortcut way, that this is a chart which is being observed over here for that particular data. Now, I can go over here and I can change the chart type. So here you can see, change the chart type which you want. Let's say line chart, pie chart, bar chart, whichever chart you want could be taken into consideration over here. So if you select any of the column and you implement a chart, a quick chart could be added with the help of a shortcut key known as Alt F1 or Alt Fn and F1 for certain of them. So here, if you see that these are certain tips and tricks which we tried to implement on our data in terms of addition. So now you saw that how certain tips and tricks were added into my data in terms of making it better in terms of analysis, and how I can utilize them into our day-to-day task. So this was simplistic tips and tricks which you can implement, some shortcuts which you can add into your system so that the analysis could be made in a better way.
Like this video, subscribe to our channel and comment on the concept you want to learn next.
So now let's discuss about a new topic which we will be studying, understanding and trying to explore, that how this topic will help us for our certain analysis or certain task which we want to do with respect to our data. So the newer topic which we are going to study over here is nothing but macros. Now, when macros as a name is suggested, what is macros, how a macros is helpful, why should I create a macros and so on, this all questions comes into mind. And many people think that macros is something where I have to write a hard code, I have to write lots of code logic and then I have to implement it into my data so that it helps me to do my particular task. It's not like that. Let's try to see how macros it is and how it is useful for us. So when I talk upon macros, macros are nothing but recorded steps, recorded actions or recorded set of instructions which I will do in order to do certain analysis, repeat certain tasks, because there are many instances. Let's say for a time being, imagine that I'm working as an analyst for a company and they are giving me data on a weekly basis. Now in week 1, they shared certain data with me with similar set of columns, and in week 2, they shared certain data with me with similar set of columns. What I have to do is I have to eliminate, or I have to remove, or I have to highlight the particular rows, particular cells, or I have to format the cells or cell values on all the weekly data which is given. So at the end of the day, I'm repeating the task which I am doing every week. So instead of repeating the task, let's Excel understand what task I'm doing, let it keep it into its memory and then let it execute on itself. I'll not do this task, and that's when macros will come into consideration. So when I talk upon macros, as I said, it's a recorded set of instructions. So it will record whatever action I'm doing with the data, and that it will try to replicate when I run it again on a newer set of data. So if I want to talk upon a simpler definition of macro in Excel, so macro in Microsoft Excel is a set of action that can be used to automate repetitive tasks, which means I don't have to manually do this repetitive task again and again on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, or on a daily basis as such. So macros are very useful for us, but macros are recorded. So they are recorded in Visual Basics applications, where Visual Basics is a coding part of the Excel world. So macros are recorded over there. Macros are setting their instruction in the Visual Basics in order of Excel to understand what of instructions I'm trying to do with respect to the data, and then it will convert itself into the programming language of Visual Basic, so that an Excel will understand the task which I am doing and it will replicate it accordingly. So when I talk upon macros in simple term, they are a recorded set of instructions. So if I want to create a macros, let's say, as I have said, that on a weekly basis the data is coming to me, how the data is coming to me, how a macro needs to be created, how should I record, and how is an Excel going to understand what I have recorded and repeat it again and again. So if I want to see in the sheet, I have a new sheet created for me that is related to macros in VBA. So here you can see I have a sheet 1 known as macros 1. I have sheet 2 known as macros 2. Here you can see sheet 1, sheet 2. The data starts from B2. Here in the sheet 2, the data starts from B2 again. Here you can see that there is ID, there is year, there is brand, there is country, there is revenue, there is profit being generated over here. Now in the sheet 2 as well, the same set of columns are available for me. So the information in both the sheet looks similar, but in sheet 1 it's for week 1 and in sheet 2 it's for week 2. Let's try to see how both the information could be repetitively doing certain tasks, which I'll record it with the help of macros and then run it accordingly or execute it accordingly. So before going to that, I'm trying to add few more records over here. So let's say if I'll select this, I'll do Control D. So I'm copying the value. I'll do Control D. I'll do Control D and I'll do Control D over here, and let me change the value. Now the ID number remains same, the year remains same, XYZ remains same. Now UK, let's say I have India, I have Japan, and I have Russia, where the data is. Now India is giving me a profit of the revenue of around 20,000 and giving me a profit of around 4,000. Japan, and spelling is wrong, just a second. So Japan. Now Japan is giving me a revenue of around 30,000 with a profit of around 5,600. Now, Russia is giving me a revenue around 15,600 and giving me a profit of around 2,400. So, this is what I've created a data. I've added a few more records. Here you can see week 1. The data is starting from which cell? You can see it's B2. And here in week 2, you can see the data is starting from B2 again. So let's try to make certain changes and I'll show how a macros will be helpful for us and how does a macros execute. So if I add a particular row over here, so I'll do Control Shift and plus. So here the data now starts from B3. Here the data still is from B2. See how the changes are happening over here. So if I go over here and do this analysis, let's see how a macros would be recorded. First of all, here the data cells are not matching. The columns are matching. That is fine. The number of rows, how many rows do I have? 7 over here. I've added new data in the next sheet. So how many rows are available over here? 10. So the row count is also not matching. But is macros going to understand this? Is macros going to help us analyze the same? Let's see. So if I go over here and I want to record a macros. So for me, a developer tab is available, but for you all, if the developer tab is not available, let's try to bring it again. So let me remove this. You have to just right click on any of the ribbon which you have anywhere in the empty space over the ribbon. Just right click and you'll see customize the ribbon. Now when I go and customize the ribbon, in the customize ribbon option, for you this developer tab would be unchecked. Because it's not by default given to you all, you have to bring it. You have to customize your ribbon and bring in the developer tab. So when I click on the developer tab, you can see that would be given. You just have to do OK. So once you do this, a developer option will be provided to you in terms of a developer tab. And when you go over here, all things related to the macros or the development world of Excel comes into consideration over here. It's not like only in the developer tab you can create macros. You can see once you bring in the developer tab, there is an option available over here as well. You can see a small box with a small circle where a recording icon is available. So no macros are currently recording, which means nothing is being recorded over here. So if you want to record a macros from here as well, you can record it, or else you can go in the view option. In the view, in the macros section, you can see there is something called as macros available for us. If I select on this, there is an option of view macros, there is an option of record macros, and then there is an option of use relative references for the same. Let's try to use each one of them and let's try to create certain macros for the same. Now, when I'm recording macros, let's see what all steps needs to be taken into consideration. So let me start recording a macros from this particular region first, and eventually I'll show how in developer and how in the shortcut option which is available below a macros could be executed. If I go in the view tab in the macros, I'll go in view macros. In the view macros, it will show me what all macros are possibly available to me in another workbook or in another worksheet. But you can see there is another worksheet which is possibly available to me. In that there is one macro. I don't want it. I want to record a macro, because unless and until I record, I'll not get to know what set of instructions are being recorded. So I'll go over here, I'll record a macro. When I'm going and recording a macro, obviously I need to give a macro name. So let's say I give highlights. Highlights as a macro name. If someone wants to associate a shortcut key, so instead of going and running a macro from the developer tab, you can also associate a shortcut key over here. If you want to, you can give it. You are free to give it. Now store this macro in. Obviously, I want to store this macro into Excel workbook, Excel worksheet, wherever I want to store it. So there is new workbook, new worksheet where I want to store the macro. This workbook is where I want to store a macro. Now, if I want to add any description for this macro, because if I share the sheet with someone else, obviously they will see what kind of description I've added over here when the macro is being created. So if I want to add a description, let's say the macro highlights the data provided to us. So whatever data is provided to us, it will highlight. Once you click on OK, the macro recording will start. How you will get to know that the macro recording has started? Here you will get a square button. Once you get a square button over here, you will get to know that macro recording has been started. Now, if I do OK, you can see I've got a square button, which means the macro recording has started. Now, there is one more option which is available to us. I'll show you eventually what it is. Now, let's say I'll go in this. So, whatever I do, let's say I'm selecting this region. I'm going into home. I'm merging the cells. I'm giving them a color. I am making the font bold. I am increasing the size, the height over here. I'm making it center aligned. I'm making the text a little bit bigger in font. Here if I go, I'm selecting. Here you can see I'm doing by the cursor or the mouse by the selection pane. I'm selecting certain region. Let's say I've selected from this to this. I've selected. Here I'll give a border. From here I'll do select all the columns and I'll give a column color for here. Let's say blue. I'll make it bold. I'll make all the data center aligned. So I am selecting it over here by the selection pane, and let's say I'm making all of them center aligned, and that's it. This is what I want to do in the macros, and I'll stop it. How I can stop it? I can stop it from here. So a macro has been created, a macro has been executed. Let's see, I want to repeat a macro task which has been done over here on the week 2 data. Now, as I have shown you that the data starts from B3 over here, here the data starts from B2. Here there were 7 records, here there are 10 records. The column count remains the same, but is it going to affect when I repeat this task again on this sheet? Let's try to see. So, in order to run a macros, how should I run the macros? Here in the view option, you can see the macros option. Now we can go in view because we have recorded a macro over here. So when I go in view, you can see highlight as a macro being created in this sheet. So if I want to run it, I can run it. But when I'm executing this macro, don't you think so there is possibly an error which has occurred over here? What is an error? Now, when I started recording, after starting the recording, I selected the region. So, whichever cells I have selected with the cursor, with the mouse, that cells has been captured. So, here if you see, the first step which I did was, I went in over here in B3. So, when the macro is being repeated on another sheet, you can see it has started again from what? Again from B3. So, this region has been merged. Now, here you can see it is starting from B5 to B12. So, here also you can see it's starting from B5 to B12, even though there is more data that has not been captured. So, what happened over here? When you started recording a macro, wherever you select a cursor, wherever you have dragged certain region, only that part has been captured. If you want to see how, let's see. Let's go in macros. You can see, you can go in view macros. In that highlights, you can go something into edit. Now, once you go into edit, you'll get this. You'll get this. Now, you can see highlight. What is the comment which I have added? The macro highlights the data provided to us. You can see the selection has started from range of cells B3 to D3. I have selected it. Then I did center alignment, I did bottom, I did text orientation. All those things are there. I have merged them, so that has also been captured. Here you can see selection of font. The rows which I have captured over here, that has also been selected. Column width, row width. You can see range of cells. It's from B5 to G5 for the column part, which is there. So, and B5 to G12 for the rows. So, here you can see only this region part has been highlighted, because when I was running a macro, I had selected only that particular set of cells, and because of that, it has only selected that cell when a macro is repeated again on a newer sheet of data. Now, let's try to create another macro where I'm not selecting a particular cell by my mouse or cursor, but I'm trying to use certain shortcut keys for the same. Let's see how, and let's see how the macros is now executing. So I can close over here. Now, in order to remove this format, I cannot do Control Z, because for a macro, undo as an operation is not being possible over here. So if I want to remove all the format, I will select everything. I'll go in the home tab. In there is an editing option given as clear. In that, I'll do clear all formats. If I select clear all, it is going to clear all the data. I don't want to clear all. I want to clear only the format. So I'll do Control Z. It will bring back the data. So just clear the formats over here. Similar thing I'll try to do over here. So here also, I'll try to clear all the formats. Now, let me keep it starting from B3. So let me keep this also B3. So Control Shift plus to add a row, and the row has been added. So it's starting from B3, it's starting from B3. Let's create another macro. Now I'll show you an approach of creating a macro from here. You can see I can go over here and I can select this part, and creating a macro option is again available. So I'll give data. Now remember, space is not an option when you give a macro name. You have to give underscore, no special characters as such. So data formatting is a new macro name which I am creating. So data formatting, if you want to give a shortcut key, you are free to give a shortcut key. And if you want to add a description, you can add a description, but I'm not doing anything as such. So I'll do OK, and the macro recording has started. So I'll go over here, Shift, arrow key. So it will go 3 times over here. Let me make it this color, make it bold, merge it, then make it center line, a little big in font. Here if I go, now instead of selecting this way, because if I select this, it is selecting from B5 to G5. I don't know how many columns are there. I want to go to all the columns. So what I'm doing, Control, Shift and a right arrow key, which will select all the columns starting from there. Similarly, I want to select all the rows. So instead of selecting a particular section, I'll do Control, Shift and down arrow key. So it will go to all the rows in that particular range of cells. So that till the time data is available. So here you can see this is how it has been captured over here. So I have done it. Now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to add a color. I'm trying to add it center, Control Shift right arrow key. I'm trying to add a color, then this. Here I'll try to add a thick border. And that's it. I'm done with the macros. Let me stop it over here. So I've stopped it. And let's try to run this macro. Now, how should I run this macro? You can go in developer now, because we have seen view tab, how a macro would be seen over there and how it will be recorded. Let's see the developer tab, which has everything related to the macros or the Visual Basics part. So over here, there is an option of macros. I can go over here and you can see 3 macros are possibly available for me. The first one is the data formatting. I'll do run. So when I run it, you can see a macro has executed the task within a fraction of seconds. So I didn't need to repeat the task which I did in sheet 1 to the sheet 2 data. And you can see in the initial approach, it was just selecting only this region, only from B5 to B12. But here in this, instead of selecting that particular section, I have done Control Shift right arrow keys and down arrow keys, and that's how it has captured the data over here. Let's see how it has executed and how it has understood by my Excel in the Visual Basics. So I can go over here, data formatting, I can go into edit, and when I open the edit option, you can see this is available for me. The macro name is data formatting macro. Now you can see it has started from B3 to D3 for the merge option. Here it's there. Now you can see it started from B5. Select started from B5 and selection
selection starting from B5 to what? To the XL to the right, means extreme end toward the right. So I did Control Shift and right arrow key, and that's why it went into the extreme right of the data. So similarly, you can see I did Control Shift and down arrow key, so it went into the extreme low or the extreme end of the number of records which are being provided. And the selection error which was there, that I selected only that particular region, B5 to B12, so that has been avoided over here. And that's why even if I give 100 records in the data, the macro will be executed for all the 100 records, because instead of selecting only that particular section, I have done Control Shift and down arrow key. So this is how my macro is being executing, and this is how it has been understood by my Excel. I didn't write any of this code. I don't know how to write VBA. But still, by recording certain set of actions, these actions are being converted into the Visual Basic language, which my developer tab, the Visual Basic applications understand, and that has been repeating accordingly. So this is how a macros is being created over here. So let me close it, and you can see a macro has been generated over here. Let's try to create one more macro, which is, let's say, if I'm taking this, let's try to create it from here now. In the developer tab, I'll go in record and I can go in charts. So charts insert is the macro name, and I'm giving a description. The charts are inserted by this macro. So I'm giving a description and I do OK, it's being started. So I'll select this, I do Control Shift down and Control Shift right. So these 3 columns, I know weekly these 3 columns are going to come into my data. So let me add a chart by going into insert, and I'll add a combo chart over here. I'll add this. You can see I'm changing a data color over here. In the home, let's change the color of the data, or let's make it a bit better. This, I don't want this value, so I'll delete it. I don't want the chart title, so I could delete it. I don't want the grid lines, I could possibly delete it. And I want the data labels, I could possibly add it. Now I'll add this and make it bold. I'll select this and make it bold. Same goes for here, and I'll make it bold. And this is how my data looks like in terms of analysis. And I'm done with the macros. Let's stop the recording and let's see, is it being recorded over here or not. So instead of going in developer tab, running the macro again and again, let me add a button like action over here, so that when I click the button, the macro will automatically be executed. So how should I do it? Let's say I'll go in insert and there are illustrations. Let's go in shape and let me add a shape. Any shape of my choice. So I've added a shape over here. You can see shape. So shape fill, if you want the shape color to be changed to something. Let's say this is a shape color which I want. Shape effect, if you want a shadow, let's say I give a shadow over here. And I write a name. Charts macro. That's being executed. Now I can increase it. I can increase the size. I can go into this. I can change the color. So here, if I select entire thing, and let's change the color of this and make it bold, and I've changed the color. But when I click on this, nothing is being executed because no macro has been assigned. I've just inserted a shape. So in order to assign a macro, I'll go on this and I'll right click.
When you do a right click on the shape which you have inserted, you can see there is an option of assign a macro. I go over here, and what's the macro which I want to assign? I want to assign a chart insert macro. So I've selected it and I do OK. So when I click on this, you can see there is an error being encountered over here. So maybe that when I did the macro, it has not captured all the set of instructions correctly. So what you can do in terms of this, you can go into the VBA, do the changes, or you can delete the macro and run it again accordingly. So here, as we saw, that we can also insert our macro and do those analysis. So you can go and debug in order to understand. So when you're adding a chart element, there is an error when the shapes or the charts are being added, and that's why it is not helping us to give a proper analysis over here. So what you can do, as I said, you can debug it over here if you know how to write VBA, or else you can create a chart or the macros again. So I don't want it. So okay. So I've stopped it, and this is how my macro has executed till the time it was executing properly. So this is how certain macros are being created. Let's see one more example for the same. So as we have seen in this macro, there are certain errors which are encountered. And when a macro is executing, the errors do encounter. What we can do is we can go into the debug part and we can debug the macro in terms of minimizing the errors or eliminating the errors which have occurred, or else we can go and create a new macro with a fresh start so that a macro is being executed properly. So let's see one more example of creating a macro with different approach. Now I'm not going into the debug part as of now. Let's try to debug it in the next coming part. So let me eliminate it. So I'll do delete, and let's try to run one more macro over here. What kind of macro do I want to create it now? Now the macro which I want to create it over here is I want to go to this particular cell, and when I run a macro, this cell needs to be highlighted. If I select this particular region and when I run a macro, this particular region needs to be highlighted. So that's the set of tasks which I wanted to do. Let's see how a macro will help me to do this task. Before starting and executing a macro, I will first select a cell. Because if I start running a macro and then select a cell, it will capture that I'm capturing or I'm selecting only that particular region. So what I am doing is I'm selecting a cell first over here and then I'm running a macro, so that a cell which is being selected is not being captured. It is just capturing the task which I am doing. So let's see how it executes. So if I go into this, I can go over here, run a macro. So I can see highlight selection. I'll do highlight selection over here. So this is a macro name which I have created, that is highlight selection. If you want a shortcut key to be added, you're free to add it. Now it highlights the selected cell or range of cells. So what does it do? It highlights a selected cell or a range of cells over here. And I do OK. So when I do this, I have selected this region. What I'm trying to do is I'm going over here. Let me highlight it with this color. Let me make it a bit bold. And let me bold the data, whatever it is there. And I've done it. And I'll stop it. I've not done anything. I've selected the cells before I created a macro. And then what I have done, I've just selected a cell color. And then I have given that I want thick border to that particular range of cells. And I want a bold format for the same. Let's see what a macro has understood over here when I have done this action. So I can go in developer, I can go into macros, and you can see there is a new macro created by me, that is highlight selection. I'll go into edit and see. So what is a macro doing? Highlight selection macro. Highlights the selected cells or range of cells. What it is doing with selection, whatever is the data, it will go to the interior and it will make it a solid color. Then pattern, whatever pattern needs to be there, shade, tint, it is given the color which is being added over here. And then end with, here you can see dialog box. If you want to change the formats, orders, nothing is being created. Borders, you want to give a top borders, thick borders, everything has been selected. So here you can see that's whatever I have written, that's being selected, and the text or the font which I want is in bold format. So that's being created over here. Now let's see how does this macro execute and how it is going to help me in terms of achieving what I wanted, that when I select a particular region, it should highlight it. So let me minimize the screen and let me assign a button to the macro again, because I don't want to go into the developer tab, go into macros and start running it again and again, because it's a difficult task for me to go into the developer tab again and again. It's better that I assign a button and that button is helping me to do this macro part. So we have seen from the insert illustration how a button could be added. Now let's see in the developer part, there is also a button option, how that could be helpful for us. So if I go in the insert option, there are form controls, and in the form controls, there is an option of button. A basic button is what I'm going to add over here. So I'll select it and I just have to select a region where I'm doing a button. When I do this, the button name is button click 1, but it should have a macro assigned to it. What macro do I want to assign it? Highlight selection. So I've selected the highlight selection macro which I want to assign. And you can see what is the description of the macro. Highlights the selected cells or the range of cells. So this macro is doing this task for me. I'll do OK. And you can see a button being added. What I could do is I could give a button name. What's the button name? I'll give the button name as highlights. I can give anything. I can maximize the size of the button and that's it. Now, if I select this region and I click this button. Now, clicking this button means executing the macro which we have created. Let's see if it is highlighting the selected cells or not. When I click this button, you can see the action which I did has been highlighted. Now, why it is highlighting that particular range of cells and not that where I have used the highlight option? Why? Because I have selected the cell before starting a macro. So no cell has been captured, only the highlighting action has been captured. So when I run this macro, whatever is being selected, that's being highlighted. So here, if you see, if I select only this and run a macro over here, you can see that would be highlighted with this particular part. So if I select this region and I highlight it, you can see it's being highlighted. If I select this, control this, so there are two regions being selected. And if I run this macro, you can see both of them are highlighted over here. So you can see if I want to highlight certain sections, I don't have to go again and again to the home tab and insert the highlight, or I don't have to use the format painter again and again. The instruction or the task or the action which I wanted to do has been repeatedly done when a macro is being assigned to it. Macro has recorded the steps or the instructions or the actions which I have implemented over here, and that has been repeated over here for the same. So this is how a macro is being helpful for us in terms of doing certain repetitive tasks. So as you saw that this is how a macro is being created and this is how a macro is being executed, which is repeating my task again and again, which are being recorded over here and it's being converted into the Visual Basic part. Now, when I started creating macro, you can see this option is coming to me over here as a save as. When I do Control S, now remember one thing, that whenever you create a macro or you add a macro or you do anything related to the VBA approach, you should never do Control S, because when you do it, it will obviously save it into the Excel extension, that is XLSX. And when you try to save it into XLSX, the macro would not be saved. So when you share this file with anyone, so a macro is not going to be shared and the macro is not going to be executed, which you have created. So what should we do? We should obviously go into something called as save as. So what will happen over here? You can go into the file whenever a macro is created. Keep that in mind, never to do Control S. So I'll go in save as. So when I go in save as, you have to go somewhere over here where your data is there. Let's say any location where you can go. Let's say I browse it and the data is available into my downloads. You can see this is a file name. I'm giving macros and VBA. I'm giving it macros and VBA, and you can see by default extension. The by default extension over here is macros workbook, but I don't want Excel workbook, but I don't want to save it into Excel workbook. I want to save it into macro enabled. So whenever you have a macro being created, one thing and the most important thing which you have to notice, you never have to save it into Control S and never do auto save, because the macro would be gone and it will be storing it into XLSX extension. Macro extension is XLSM. That is macro enabled. When you have to store a macro, you have to go in save as and you have to change the file type from my Excel worksheet to Excel macro enabled worksheet. So when I do OK, so this file will be saved as macro enabled for me over here. So if I see that when I go into the downloads, there is a file being created and you can see it's a macro, Excel macro enabled worksheet. This file is Excel worksheet and you can see this is Excel macro enabled worksheet. So whenever a macros is there, this is how you have to save it. Right click, you can see the properties of the file. Let's say the file is still open for me. So let me close the file and let me show you over here. Right click and the properties. You can see the extension which has been added over here is .xlsm. And whenever the macro is being created and macros are being added into your sheet or into your workbook or anywhere, the extension should never be XLSX. It should always be XLSM, so that a macro is being activated into the sheet, and when you're sharing with other person, this sheet will also have a macro being shared with the same. So this is how macros are being created and this is how macros are helpful for us. Let's try to see what are certain benefits of a macro. So if I want to talk upon macros, macros has several benefits taken into consideration. First is it is allowing me to automate my task where I don't want to repeat it n number of times. I just have to store it and I just have to do one click and my task would be automatically done. So automates the task, eliminates the requirement to perform redundant action. That is, it will not allow me or it will not ask me to do action again and again. Once you have done the action, it will record it accordingly and it will execute it in a later instance. Execute complex and multi-steps task with a minimum number of clicks, which means I'll just record it once and I just have to click it once. So once I click it, the task would be automatically done. I don't have to do it again and again. Complex, I can do n number of tasks with this. Multiple steps, as you have seen in the different macros which we created, there were multiple steps being added into the same. And minimum number of clicks, this task is being done. Saves times, allowing room for innovation. As you can see, I had week 1 and week 2 ka data. The time has been saved in terms of formatting them so that I can think what all new changes I can do in terms of repeating the task again into the newer sheet. Allows uniform formatting and automated reporting. As you can see, the format which I applied on week 1 ka data, the same format has been applied to the week 2 data. So the format looks uniform, there is no changes in the format over here, does not require coding knowledge. So as you can see, when we go into the edit, there is lots of code which is being available, and I don't have any idea how this code is being written. I just have to record my steps. Macros will automatically convert it into the code language of your Excel, that is into Visual Basics, and removes the chance of errors. The error chance we get is lesser as compared to what we do it manually. Now obviously we got an error, and we will see how to debug the errors and the same. But this was all about the macros, and this were the benefits of creating a macros. So I hope you all understood what is a macro, how do we create a macro, and how a macro can automate our task in terms of doing regarding the data. So this was all about macros. I hope it's understandable to you all.
Like this video, subscribe to our channel, and comment on the concept you want to learn next.